My name is Zhang Han, and I find myself engulfed in a profound sense of frustration. In my youth, I was abducted by human traffickers while attempting to save my sister. Later, my family located me, and I had hoped to embrace a life filled with familial warmth, only to discover that my parents were driven solely by the allure of my grandfather's inheritance. In university, I encountered Liu Ruyan, initially perceiving it as the dawn of romance. Yet it turned out to be the culmination of a nefarious plot. At my wedding, I callously pushed away the woman who loved me most, Yaoyao. In this second chance at life, I am determined to reclaim all that I have lost. However, for the time being, I shall refrain from boasting. I must attend to my ailing, delicate wife. Yaoyao, Hanhan, should you dare to run away. Zhang Han, Yaoyao, I love you. Yaoyao, if you dare to seek Liu. Yaoyao, Ruyan, Zhang Han, Yaoyao, I love you. Yaoyao, encountering my father, chop him down. Encounter my mother, chop her down. Encountering my elder and second sisters, chop them down. Encountering Yaoyao, chop a coconut for her. Encountering Liu Ruyan. This one must be sent to Myanmar. Chapter 1. The Fall of a Genius. As the flames enveloped him, Zhang Han began to confront the grim reality. The woman he had loved for 3 years, Liu Ruyan, conspired with his foster brother, Zhang Lutang, to orchestrate his demise. The fire seared his flesh, producing a sizzle reminiscent of cooking meat, and the aroma of roasting flesh wafted from his body. His vision blurred, and consciousness began to dissipate. Zhang Han felt his body grow lighter as his soul began to detach. Gradually ascending, he beheld the charred remains of the body within the small cabin, its skin ruptured from the flames. He recognized that it was himself. Meanwhile, the two culprits embraced one another, laughing as they gazed at the cabin engulfed in flames. When the cabin was reduced to mere charred remains, Zhang Lutang triumphantly raised his phone to inform his family of the tragic news. Elder sister Zhang Qing, his death is for the best. It was never a significant matter. Zhang Qing's impatient voice echoed through the phone before she abruptly hung up, returning to her meeting. Second sister Zhang Linglong didn't even bother to answer the call, hastily replying with a curt busy before cutting off all communication. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Han's heart turned cold. In his childhood, he had been abducted while attempting to rescue his elder sister. Eventually located by his family, he had believed he would return to a carefree existence, only to find himself at odds with their adopted son, Zhang Lutang, who covertly undermined him at every turn. This ultimately led to his family's disdain for him. Ironically, they chose to believe the adopted son, devoid of any blood relation, over their own flesh and blood. What is familial love? This is familial love? Zhang Liotang's triumphant laughter echoed, for despite Zhang Han being a biological son, he was still no match for me. He playfully patted Liu Ruyan's soft posterior, gazing at her with satisfaction. You performed admirably. What reward do you desire? Liu Ruyan leaned into his embrace, feigning innocence. Of course, let Brother Lutang do as he pleases. Excellent. Observing Zhang Lutang and Liu Ruyan entwined as they ventured into the woods, Zhang Han felt his teeth grind in frustration over the woman he had cherished for 3 years. Once, he had tenderly cared for her after she expressed a desire not to rush into such matters. Yet he never anticipated she would turn out to be such a person. Nevertheless, it no longer mattered. Pondering it further was futile. Zhang Han sighed. What he could not let go of was that woman, Yaoyao, the one who had once loved him most, yet was deeply wounded by his actions. The person who cared for him most ended up suffering the greatest pain from him. Zhang Han chuckled bitterly at his own misfortunes. What a wretched life I lead. Truly pathetic. Suddenly, a hurried figure approached the cabin, causing Zhang Han's pupils to constrict. Yaoyao. Ever since the wedding with Liu Ruyan, where Yaoyao attempted to disrupt the ceremony but was met with his scorn and resistance, she had vanished from Zhang Han's world for 3 long years. Her eyes were now bloodshot, having searched relentlessly ever since receiving news of Zhang Han's disappearance. Zhang Han was utterly perplexed as to why Yaoyao was present at this moment. Was she not supposed to be abroad? The exquisite features of Yaoyao's face bore no expression, her gaze fixed upon the charred remnants of the collapsed cabin. After a prolonged silence, she finally began to take slow steps forward. President Su, this place is perilous. The framework of the cabin is exceedingly fragile and may. A bodyguard clad in black stretched out his hand in caution from behind. She did not halt her progress, but instead persevered, laboriously turning over the charred wooden planks without regard for the dust that would mar her pristine hands. After what felt like an eternity of searching, she finally discerned a figure. Upon seeing this silhouette, a semblance of emotion gradually returned to Yaoyao's face. Hanhan. She instantly quickened her movements. Zhang Han's lifeless body was unearthed, blackened, and unrecognizable. His face was marred with cracks, rendering it a frightful sight. The bodyguards, witnessing this grim scene, furrowed their brows in concern. Yaoyao fiercely cradled Zhang Han in her arms, her hand gently gliding over his face as her body trembled involuntarily. I'm sorry. Han, I have come too late. She wept quietly, her tears cascading onto Zhang Han's face, leaving a trail of moisture. Observing this, Zhang Han felt a whirlwind of emotions. It was the first time he had seen this formidable woman, so resolute in the workplace, shed tears. He had once inflicted such profound harm and humiliation upon her, treating her affection as mere refuse beneath his feet. Yet, she still did not reject him. I am truly a wretched creature. No, it is all my fault. It is my fault for not taking you away. It is entirely my blame. Yaoyao screamed in a frenzy, her former calmness utterly shattered. The bodyguard behind her attempted to step forward to offer solace. President Su. Yaoyao whirled around, glaring at him. Get lost. Han is mine. He is mine. Her gaze was as frigid as steel, as if she wished to slay him. The bodyguard shivered at her fierce demeanor, hesitant to advance another step. Unaware of how long she had cried, her tear-filled eyes suddenly turned icy. With a swift gesture, she commanded her subordinates, prepare the vehicle. Yes, President Su. In the vehicle, Yaoyao continued to clutch Zhang Han's lifeless body tightly. Han, wait for me a moment, grant me a little time. After speaking, she pressed her lips against his, and, as they parted, the reluctance was evident on her face. Zhang Han stared at Yaoyao in astonishment. He found himself revolted by his own existence. How could she still desire his touch? At this moment, Zhang Han's understanding of Yaoyao's obsessive nature deepened significantly. Simultaneously, he felt an immense ache and regret, realizing he had pushed her away with his own hands. Zhang Han's body was taken to a pristine white hall, resting within a double coffin. Yaoyao tenderly caressed Zhang Han's face, whispering, wait for me, Han. I shall make those who harmed you pay dearly. That night, Zhang Han's spirit followed Yaoyao, astonished by all that she was doing for him. The Zhang family's villa lay in a deathly silence. All inhabitants sprawled within pools of blood. Zhang Lufang and Liu Ruyan had been bound by Yaoyao. She shattered their skulls with a hammer, reviving them with cold water whenever they lost consciousness, denying them even a moment's respite. Zhang Lufang and Liu Ruyan transitioned from pleading for mercy to hurling insults, until they were ultimately left without the strength to utter a single sound. In the end, Yaoyao set them ablaze. She reveled in the warmth that enveloped her, her heart elated. Let them feel the torment that Han endured. Zhang Han observed this scene, feeling neither satisfaction nor joy, only a profound sense of irony and sorrow. Betrayal from his wife, ostracism from his adopted son, disdain from his kin. It was this woman, whom he had once humiliated, who had orchestrated his revenge. How truly. Zhang Han's gaze returned to Yaoyao in the hall. She stood beside the coffin, gently embracing Zhang Han's body. He looked on in confusion at this sight. What is she intending to do? Yaoyao's hand caressed Zhang Han's face tenderly. Have you waited long? Han, the road to the underworld can be quite lonely, can it? Do not worry. I shall accompany you. Even on the road to the underworld, I will not let you be alone. As she spoke, Yaoyao raised the knife in her hand, and Zhang Han's eyes widened in realization of her intent. No, he was powerless to intervene. Yaoyao was deaf to his pleas. The knife plunged directly into her chest, blood gushing forth. Her lips began to bleed, but she exerted every ounce of strength to reach out and caress the face of her beloved man. I am coming. Han. Zhang Han knelt weakly beside the coffin, tears streaming down his face in torrents. He longed to touch Yaoyao's face with his hand, but his fingers passed through her visage, grasping nothing at all. Nothing at all. He sobbed uncontrollably, gradually feeling his vision blur into obscurity. Chapter 2. Have I been reborn? Zhang Han abruptly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. He found himself seated in a vehicle, utterly bewildered by the situation before him. Have I been transported to another world? Observing his attire, he soon realized the truth. He had been reborn, on the very path to marry Liu Ruyan. Elated by his garb, Zhang Han felt a surge of joy. All of this could be relived. No longer would he bear the weight of his betrayal towards Yaoyao or the disdain for the Zhang family. This time, he would reclaim everything he had lost. After a while, Zhang Han once again stepped into the Liu residence. Indeed, in his previous life, he had entered the Liu family as a son-in-law to become Liu Ruyan's husband. The Liu family had initially intended for Zhang Lulang to marry Liu Ruyan, as it was common knowledge that Zhang Han, the true heir who had been reclaimed, was not favored in his own household. However, Zhang Lulang was unwilling, leaving Zhang Han with no choice but to marry into the Liu family. In his past life, Zhang Han had been led astray by Liu Ruyan's duplicitous charm, behaving like a lovesick fool, indifferent to the implications of being a son-in-law. As he gazed upon the venue, he noted the sparse attendance. Naturally, as a son-in-law, not a single member of the Zhang family had graced the occasion with their presence. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan had invited only a handful of acquaintances, most of whom Zhang Han hardly knew. He felt a deep sense of nostalgia as he approached this pivotal moment in his life once more. This time, he would ensure that the mistakes of his past would not be repeated. In the makeup room, Liu Ruyan was diligently applying her makeup. Although she was marrying Zhang Han, she felt compelled to look stunning. "Darling, you look beautiful," Zhang Lulang chuckled as he embraced Liu Ruyan from behind. She playfully tapped his nose, asking, "What brings you here now?" Zhang Lulang gazed at her with fervent eyes, his hands slowly traversing upwards, declaring, "I want you." Liu Ruyan shyly protested, "Stop it, you naughty boy. The wedding is in half an hour." Yet, Zhang Lulang paid little heed, leaning in for a kiss. "Half an hour is plenty of time. Don't you want this?" The thought of Zhang Liulang's usual roughness made Liu Ruyan blush. "Half an hour should suffice, but please don't mess up my hair and dress. I'm about to marry Zhang Han." "All right." In an instant, garments lay strewn across the floor as an impatient atmosphere enveloped the room. "How about it, Liu Ruyan? Am I not better than Zhang Han?" At that moment, Liu Ruyan, already feeling the effects, cried out passionately, "Don't worry. I haven't let him touch me. Not even a finger, even after our wedding." In less than half an hour, Zhang Han was to wed Liu Ruyan, while his betrothed was beneath him, calling out seductively. A thought that thrilled him, especially as he beheld the dazed look in Liu Ruyan's eyes. It filled Zhang Lulang with a sense of satisfaction. Shortly after, the wedding commenced. The couple emerged from the makeup room, and Liu Ruyan's cheeks were flushed. From a distance, she spotted Zhang Han already on the wedding stage. Meeting his gaze, she felt a twinge of awkwardness and approached him. Feigning casualness, she remarked, "It's sweltering today. I'm already sweating." Zhang Han had observed Liu Ruyan and Zhang Liulang's exit. Zhang Lulang even offered him a taunting smile. Noticing Liu Ruyan's flushed face, it was evident she had engaged in some vigorous activity. Zhang Han clenched his fists, a surge of fury boiling within him as he contemplated the two of them together. Liu Ruyan had clearly begun her affair with Zhang Lulang long ago. How blind had he been to marry her in his past life? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, grinding his teeth in frustration. Seeing Zhang Han silence, Liu Ruyan quickly grasped his hand, asking, "What's wrong, Zhang Han? Are you feeling unwell?" This question incited a wave of rage within him. Although he yearned to lash out, he reminded himself that he needed to advance the plot to facilitate Su Yao's intervention. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Han replied in a low voice, "No." Liu Ruyan, momentarily tense, relaxed, relieved that he had not discovered anything. She sighed and flashed a sweet smile. "Today is our joyous day." In the past, such sentiments would have delighted Zhang Han for a long while. However, now he felt nothing but disgust, a visceral revulsion stemming from deep within. At that moment, Zhang Lulang approached, presenting a red envelope. "Brother, the family was busy, so only I could come. Wishing you and my sister-in-law a happy marriage." Zhang Han remained unmoved, while Liu Ruyan eagerly accepted the envelope, pouting flirtatiously as she said, "I thank you on behalf of my fiancé." The exchange of their gazes only deepened Zhang Han's sense of nausea. Zhang Lulang smirked at Zhang Han before stepping off the stage. The thought that Zhang Han's wife would only find satisfaction beneath him was exhilarating. Zhang Han coldly regarded Zhang Liulang's retreating figure, scoffing with disdain. "You won't frolic for much longer." Just then, the MC spoke up, "All right, since most guests have arrived, let us commence the wedding." He raised the microphone with fervor, announcing, "Miss Liu Ruyan and Mr. Zhang Han have known each other for many years, weathering numerous storms together. Now, they shall finally unite in the sacred bond of marriage. Let's applaud the newlyweds." Upon concluding his enthusiastic proclamation, the MC awaited applause, but instead, derisive murmurs filled the air. Isn't Liu Ruyan marrying Zhang Lulang from the Zhang family? How did she end up with Zhang Han? Indeed, everyone knows Zhang Han is the neglected son. What a pity. Liu Ruyan is so beautiful, yet she is marrying a worthless man. Zhang Lulang raised his wine glass, casting a sly glance at Zhang Han. Unfazed, Zhang Han remained silent, his gaze fixated on the entrance. Where was Su Yao? In his previous life, she would have arrived by now. Observing the lack of applause and the sneering comments below, the MC felt awkward. What was happening? In all his years, he had never encountered such a situation. Yet, maintaining his professionalism, he quickly rallied. Mr. Zhang Han, do you take Liu Ruyan to be your lawfully wedded wife, to cherish her in both poverty and wealth, and to protect her for a lifetime? Zhang Han offered no response, sinking further into silence. His reticence sparked discontent among the crowd, igniting whispers of dissatisfaction. Why hasn't this useless man responded? Does he not wish to marry Liu Ruyan? You're mistaken. He was merely a lovesick puppy in school, devoted to her. Indeed, for someone of his status, to marry Liu Ruyan is already a stroke of luck. Hearing these remarks, the MC chuckled awkwardly, perplexed by the unfolding drama. His mind raced as he struggled to comprehend the situation, realizing the groom had forgotten to speak in his excitement. Mr. Zhang Han, do you vow to cherish Miss Liu Ruyan for a lifetime? At that moment, Liu Ruyan's expression darkened, and she tugged at his clothing, exclaiming, Zhang Han, why are you in a daze? Speak up. Don't touch me. Hanhan glared at her, his irritation mounting as he felt increasingly vexed by the absence of Su Yao. Liu Ruyan continued to chatter incessantly, refusing to offer him a pleasant demeanor, which only exacerbated his irritation. The reprimanded Liu Ruyan stared at him in disbelief. Did he dare to shout at me? The host, witnessing the scene, felt as though the heavens were collapsing. Please, I am merely a humble MC, and I wish to preserve this job. You, from the Zhang and Liu families, both of significant stature, do not make things difficult for a mere host. He helplessly raised a microphone and asked, Mr. Zhang Han, do you consent? He does not wish to. A chilling voice sliced through the air from outside, resonating throughout the entire hall. Chapter 3. I only need to prove my love for her. Bang! The door was kicked open. Zhang Lufang, observing the spectacle, instinctively touched his neck. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Is it merely an illusion? The tension that had held Zhang Han's heart in suspense finally dissipated with a long sigh of relief. Phew, I thought my rebirth had altered the course of the narrative. Su Yao is not coming after all. At this moment, the host was truly in tears. Damn it, I accepted the high offer from the Liu family. Who would have thought such a plot would unfold? He spread his arms in resignation, ready to watch the drama unfold. As Su Yao entered, the 20 bodyguards stationed outside rushed in, standing at attention with their hands clasped behind their backs, parting a path for her. The attendees, unaccustomed to such grandeur, were rendered speechless in fear. Once they discerned the identity of the newcomer, they were left in stunned amazement. How could anyone be so breathtakingly beautiful? Su Yao, clad in a black gown, stood there with an icy allure that captivated all gazes. Her elongated figure exuded nobility, and her porcelain-like face bore no discernible expression. Standing there, she radiated a regal aura that could rival that of Empress Wu Zetian. Zhang Lufang was equally struck by her beauty. This woman, she must be mine to command. As Su Yao slowly approached, her piercing gaze locked onto Liu Ruyan. He does not wish to. Liu Ruyan, being the most prominent beauty of Yuqing University, held her family background in high regard, dismissing everything else. The murmurs of admiration directed at Su Yao irritated her greatly. I, Liu Ruyan, have never been outshone by anyone. Filled with dissatisfaction, she demanded, Who are you? Do you know this is the union of the Zhang and Liu families? Su Yao shot her a frosty glare, her icy eyes sweeping over Liu Ruyan. In an instant, Liu Ruyan felt a wave of murderous intent wash over her, compelling her to lower her head and refrain from speaking further. Despite her reluctance to admit it, in comparison to Su Yao, she was simply on an entirely different level. As Su Yao continued to stride forward, the crowd held its breath in silence, merely observing. Reaching Zhang Han, Su Yao playfully caressed his face and said, Han, without my permission, how could you possibly leave me? The crowd was left dumbfounded by her words. My God, this stunning woman has come for Zhang Han? Is he truly that sought after? Moreover, it appeared their relationship was quite close. Zhang Lufang glared at Zhang Han with jealousy, feeling quite disgruntled. Why does someone like Zhang Han get to know a woman of such caliber? Liu Ruyan was equally furious. Despite her lack of affection for Zhang Han and her intention to keep him at bay, Zhang Han is my devoted admirer. No one is allowed to interfere, she shouted, her fear barely contained. What are you doing, my fiancé? Su Yao retaliated with a swift slap, uttering not a word. She found such trash beneath her contempt. The crowd was astounded. After all, Liu Ruyan was the daughter of the Liu family, which held considerable status in Yuqing. Provoking the Liu family could lead to dire consequences. Zhang Han, witnessing Liu Ruyan's humiliation, felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Damn it, Liu Ruyan deserves this. Moreover, Zhang Han knew the ensuing plot would involve Su Yao asking him if he wished to leave with her. All he needed to do was answer affirmatively, and he could fulfill the regrets of his past life, loving Su Yao eternally. He gazed at Su Yao with deep affection, but before he could utter a word, Su Yao's hand struck his neck with precision. Zhang Han's vision darkened, and he fainted. Zhang Han. This is not how the story was supposed to unfold. Su Yao gestured to the bodyguards, who promptly received her command and hoisted Zhang Han out like a festive pig. Zhang Han protested internally. Have some consideration for me, please. Then, Su Yao coldly regarded Liu Ruyan, seemingly pondering something. TCH, never mind. After all, she is someone Hanhan cares about. If I were to kill her, it would only cause him pain. With this thought, Su Yao exited the hall without looking back, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Once silence returned to the hall, the attendees began to regain their composure. Who was that woman? How could she be even more beautiful than Liu Ruyan? And it seemed she shared a particularly close relationship with Zhang Han. Liu Ruyan clenched her fists silently as she listened to the murmurs surrounding her. Later that evening, within the confines of the Su family estate, Han, you really are quite disobedient. If I were to sever your hand, would that ensure you remain mine forever? Zhang Han, feeling the icy touch of the blade in his hand, was jolted awake. He opened his eyes abruptly, only to find Su Yao's crimson, cold gaze fixed intently upon him, exuding an irresistible dominance. At that moment, Su Yao was bare and sprawled atop Zhang Han, one hand wielding a dagger that glided across his palm, while the other caressed his face. Su Yao intended to possess Zhang Han forcibly, believing that only in doing so could she truly claim him as her own forever. With a mixture of regret and longing, Su Yao gazed at him. Han, why? Oh, why? Can't you be more obedient? As the chilling sensation of chains returned to her arms, Zhang Han realized he had once again returned to this place, the very confines he had once deemed a prison. Gazing upon the face of the woman before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Despite Su Yao's profound love for him, he had acted in such a way. Overwhelmed by sorrow, tears began to flow down his cheeks. Su Yao, heartbroken, looked at him, her voice trembling. Are you scared? Han, it's all right from now on, you are mine. Suddenly, the clanking of chains echoed in Su Yao's ears, momentarily freezing her in place. For at that moment, Zhang Han had tightly embraced her, holding the woman who loved him with a fervor that bordered on madness. Zhang Han's warm embrace sent a shiver through Su Yao's body. The dagger slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. Han, what trickery is this? Tears, warm and laden with emotion, fell from his eyes onto her shoulder, making the moment feel surreal. Just moments ago, he had despised anyone touching him. In an instant, clarity washed over her. She forcefully pushed Zhang Han away, her gaze icy as she glared at him and fiercely warned, I tell you, do not think of any tricks to escape. Today, under no circumstances will I allow you to leave. Zhang Han, choking back tears, nodded, I want to leave Su Yao. I will always belong to you alone. Su Yao regarded him coldly, skeptical of his intentions. And how will you prove that? With that, Zhang Han's lips descended upon hers, capturing her vibrant red lips in a kiss. Su Yao was momentarily taken aback. Han had taken the initiative to kiss her. Su Yao immediately wrapped her arms around Zhang Han's back, fiercely pressing her lips against his. Zhang Han found himself breathless under Su Yao's domineering kiss, his body instinctively resisting. However, it was not long before desire triumphed over instinct, and he began to succumb. He felt his brain becoming lightheaded from the lack of oxygen, forcing him to pull away. I love you, Su Yao. Zhang Han wished to express more, but Su Yao offered him no respite, kissing him again without hesitation. Her kiss was overwhelmingly assertive, even causing his lips to bleed. The taste of iron filled his mouth, yet Zhang Han did not reject it. He understood that this was Su Yao's manifestation of distrust, but it mattered not. All he needed was to prove his love for her. With this thought, Zhang Han fervently reciprocated, his hands gradually sliding down from Su Yao's waist. This elicited a pleased reaction from her. Today, Hanhan was being quite obedient. Yet deep down, Su Yao felt a mix of happiness and sadness, knowing that even if Zhang Han's affections were insincere, she simply wanted to possess him, to keep him close. Zhang Han was ablaze with desire, his eyes yearningly fixed on Su Yao, whispering, "Su Yao, I want." This statement left Su Yao momentarily stunned. Did Han truly desire her? Hadn't he always loathed her? In the adult world, meanings could shift in an instant, and Su Yao grasped what Zhang Han was attempting to convey. She realized that although his feelings might not be entirely voluntary, it was inconsequential. All she desired was to immerse herself in an ardent world with Zhang Han. In that fleeting moment, both of them succumbed to madness. Zhang Han learned of Su Yao's remarkable strength, single-handedly propelling the Su family to the pinnacle of national prominence. Yet, in his previous life, he had dismissed such achievements as insignificant. Now, Zhang Han was truly appreciating Su Yao's prowess. Chapter 4. I Am Your Father. The following day, Zhang Han slept until noon, awakening in a daze. Upon regaining consciousness, he realized the chains binding his hands were gone. Su Yao had vanished from his side. He felt achingly sore, vividly recalling the experience of being suffocated by the relentless pressure of the big white rabbit the previous night. The impact was so overwhelming that it had disarmed him within mere minutes. How infuriating. With this thought, Zhang Han shivered. Next time, he would ensure he was the one in control. He stepped into the bathroom, intending to freshen up, examining himself in the mirror. The bite marks on his biceps were starkly visible, alongside numerous conspicuous red scratch marks. These served as constant reminders that Su Yao was indeed a wild woman. But what of it? Wasn't it merely a playful scratch? Women often behave this way. It was perfectly normal. After freshening up, he emerged and, feeling hungry, decided to check for food. As he carefully descended the stairs, he felt utterly exhausted from the previous night. Su Yao had been exceedingly compliant, her perfect form embodying both allure and allure. One could easily lose control. Who on earth coined the term one night stand to lead Su Yao to believe it was true? Upon reaching the ground floor, he was greeted by a warm smile. "Good afternoon, young master. Lunch is ready." It was Uncle Chun, the estate's butler, who appeared to be around 50 years old and had been the longest-serving steward of the manor. Zhang Han held a fondness for him, as he exhibited genuine concern for both Su Yao and himself. He straightened his posture, determined to conceal his discomfort. He certainly did not want others to think he was incapable. "Where's Su Yao?" Zhang Han inquired. Uncle Chun replied respectfully, "Miss has gone to the company." Zhang Han, feeling ravenous, decided not to ask further questions. He felt as if he could devour an elephant. As he reached the dining area, he discovered that the servants had already set the dishes on the table. Zhang Han's eyes lit up at the sight of scrambled eggs with chives and stir-fried oysters with chives, all his favorite dishes. Uncle Chun pulled out a chair for him, saying, "Young master, these dishes were all prepared at the Mrs.'s request." Zhang Han sat down, reveling in the luxury of not having to cook for himself. Truly, he had been foolish to think of escaping in his previous life. Just as he was about to dig in, Uncle Chen's serious demeanor stopped him. "Wait a moment. Young master." Zhang Han was startled. What was wrong? Had the food been poisoned? "What is it?" he asked, bewildered. Uncle Chun produced 2 bottles of pills from behind his back and placed them on the table. Zhang Han squinted at the bottles. Kidney enhancement pills? His eyes widened in disbelief. What is this nonsense? I am in my prime. I do not need this. Although Su Yao could indeed be quite demanding, he would rather starve than touch such things. Uncle Chin wore an expression that conveyed a shared understanding among men. When the young miss had instructed him to prepare it that morning, he was taken aback. Young Master Zhang had finally wised up. He gently advised, "These are the Mrs.'s orders." Uncle Chun felt a swell of happiness. He had known Su Yao since she was a child and understood her struggles. Ever since she met Zhang Han, Her mood had been intricately tied to his. To see Zhang Han calmly sharing a meal and engaging with Su Yao brought him immense joy. I don't need what the miss ordered. I am at my peak, Zhang Han declared, disregarding Uncle Chin's advice as he began to eat. Suddenly, his phone rang on the table. Glancing at the screen, he saw the contact labeled Mother Fanjian. Uncle Chin noticed too, feeling a twinge of anxiety, fearing Zhang Han might attempt to flee again. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Han answered the call. Hello, who is this? On the other end, Fanjian was enraged by Zhang Han's insolent tone. How dare you speak to me like that? I am your mother. Zhang Han retorted. You are my mother? Well, I could just as easily say, I am your father, you old hag. How dare you speak to me like that? Your father? Old hag, Fanjian exclaimed in disbelief, staring at her phone. Nearby, Zhang Lumang overheard Zhang Han's outburst and quickly comforted Fanjian, saying, Mom, Zhang Han might be in danger. The kidnappers could be nearby. He is acting this way to protect us. Realization dawned on Fanjian. Oh my goodness, the more he curses, the more it shows how much he loves me. With this new perspective, she found Zhang Han's insults somewhat endearing. Her tone softened considerably. Little Han, just make sure the kidnappers leave you in one piece. And I will definitely come to rescue you. Kidnappers? One piece. Zhang Han was infuriated to the point of laughter. How dare you refer to my wife in such a manner? You scoundrel. Kidnappers? That's my beloved wife. Furthermore, you resemble your name in the most unfortunate way. I've heard of bound feet, but never of a bound brain. Encountering you as my mother makes me feel as if I'm starving while looking for a restroom, searching for a meal in the feces. Had I known during my reincarnation that you would be my mother, I would have gladly taken my own life with a knife. I would rather have a dog as my mother than you. Fanjian was instantly enraged. You little beast. How dare you speak to your mother like that? Zhang Han retorted. Did you just eat feces for breakfast? Why does your speech stink so much? I'm talking to your mother, you fool. He then hung up the phone and promptly blocked all contact from the Zhang family. Delightful. Zhang family, prepare yourselves. And that Zhang Lumang, with a name akin to a rogue, is indeed a rogue himself. Just wait. Uncle Chun stood by in shock. What on earth is happening? He never anticipated that Zhang Han would fall out with the Zhang family. Moreover, it appeared utterly genuine. The most significant part was his calling the young lady his wife. This is a cause for celebration. Quickly, send a message to the young lady. Uncle Fu wiped the tears and snot from his face after all these years. Young Master Zhang has finally matured. He immediately retrieved a bottle of kidney tonic and handed it to Zhang Han. Zhang Han, what the hell? Meanwhile, within the Zhang family villa. What? That little rascal truly said that. After hearing Fanjian and Zhang Lumang's words, Zhang Tianba was furious and smashed Fanjian's phone. The phone was quite resilient, landing squarely on Zhang Lumang's leg. Ouch! Zhang Lumang grimaced in pain. How can this family be so foolish? Fortunately, their foolishness made it easy to force Zhang Han out. Fanjian, that was my phone, dear husband. Zhang Tianba, oh, my apologies, just a habit. The eldest daughter, Zhang Qing, could no longer sit idle, scolding the two. Look, little Lu Mang's foot is bleeding. Why are you so concerned about a broken phone? Only then did they realize the gravity of the situation. Zhang Tianba immediately hurriedly checked on Zhang Lu Mang's leg. Are you okay? How could I be okay? It's bruised now. Do you think I'm fine? No worries, Dad. Let's first see how to handle the matter of my brother being kidnapped. Zhang Lu Mang clutched his leg, feeling quite speechless. If it weren't for the prospect of inheriting the Zhang family's business, I would have long revealed my true feelings. Zhang Tianba sighed, you are simply too kind-hearted, which has led that Zhang Han to become increasingly audacious. Zhang Qing was utterly speechless. Enough of this. Let us get little Lu Mang to the hospital first. If we delay, he might need treatment later on. Subsequently, Zhang Lu Mang was sent to the hospital. Chapter 5. President Su can actually smile. After finishing his meal, Zhang Han felt exceedingly bored. How he longed to cuddle with his wife and play with a big white rabbit. He lay on the sofa, scrolling through the chat history on his phone, filled with Su Yao's care and money transfers. His own contributions were mere scattered replies and messages declining the transfers. I'm indeed a beast. With this thought, he took the initiative to message Su Yao. On the other side, within the conference room of the Su Corporation. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Due to operational errors this quarter, profits had plummeted by 10 percentage points. Su Yao's icy gaze swept across the crowd, her eyes seeming to devour those present. In this world, there are two subjects that must not be transgressed. First, Zhang Han. Second, money that can be used to buy gifts for Zhang Han. It was evident that the executives present had crossed the second line. Naturally, there were additional reasons for her ire, particularly the tardiness of the partner from the collaborating company. Su Yao despised those who lacked a sense of time. Of course, Zhang Han was the exception. The chilling aura emanating from Su Yao rendered the executives too afraid to breathe, lest they attract her wrath. Su Yao toyed with the pen in her hand, a murderous intent etched upon her face. President Su, the person has arrived, announced her secretary, Su Ming. Placing a stack of documents before Su Yao nodded, signaling for the individual to enter. Hearing the permission, Su Ming opened the conference room door. A tall, handsome man with an apologetic yet sunny smile stepped inside. "I'm sorry, I got caught in traffic, President Su." Ji Yufeng extended his hand, intending to shake Su Yao's hand. This made the attending executives widen their eyes. This man had truly reached the end of his rope. He would likely need his 40-year-old mother to bury him at 20. Just before he could touch Su Yao's hand, Su Ming stepped forward to block him. Sorry. Our President Su does not have the habit of shaking hands." Ji Yufeng laughed heartily. "I just wanted to say hello." Su Ming was about to respond when Su Yao's voice, icy enough to freeze the marrow, cut through. "Get out." As Su Yao's secretary for so long, Su Ming understood that President Su had an aversion to men, and Ji Yufeng had clearly crossed that boundary. The little secretary quipped, "She was talking about you. President Su wants to shake my hand." Ji Yufeng mistakenly thought Su Yao was referring to Su Ming, confidently tossing his hair back. "Indeed, no woman can resist my irresistible charm." Witnessing this scene, Su Yao coldly commanded, "Drag him out and slap him." Moments later, 3 or 4 bodyguards entered and physically removed Ji Yufeng. Ji Yufeng was bewildered as he was escorted out. "Wait, am I really being dragged out like this? Does my name not sound like that of a protagonist?" At this moment, Su Yao's mood had plummeted to the lowest point. She cast a frosty glare at everyone present. Outside, the sounds of Ji Yufeng's cries echoed, striking terror into the hearts of those inside. The executives bowed their heads, terrified to meet her gaze. Just as the atmosphere fell into silence, a WeChat notification shattered the stillness. The sound startled everyone, causing them to frantically check their pockets to see if it was their phone. If it were theirs, they might as well write their own epitaph. During meetings, they always silenced their phones, fearful of disturbing President Su's meeting or upsetting her mood. The crowd looked up, searching for the source of the sound, only to discover it was President Su's phone ringing. At that moment, the executives silently prayed for the person sending the message. To dare message President Su at this time was akin to courting death. Su Yao, already in a foul mood, felt her irritation escalate further. She impatiently picked up her phone. To the astonishment of the executives, they witnessed the most unbelievable sight. President Su was actually smiling. Having worked there for at least 5 or 6 years, they had never seen Su Yao smile before. What on earth is happening? Su Yao looked at the message from a contact labeled Hanhan, which read, "Su Yao, when are you coming back? I miss you." A slight smile graced her lips as she slowly clicked on the screen to respond. "Soon now." She then set her phone down, her expression returning to its icy demeanor as she stared at the executives. The executives were left in a daze. President Su's mood swings were far too dramatic. They quietly braced themselves for her impending outburst. Meeting adjourned. Everyone's bonus this month will be doubled. The executives, originally bracing for reprimand. The crowd was left utterly astounded, jaws dropped. What on earth just happened? Who was that sending messages just now? Indeed, to elicit a smile from President Su and instantly brighten her mood. Could it be her little lover? "Shill, are you trying to court death?" President Su just stepped out for a moment. Apologies, I got a bit too excited." Su Ming, listening to the chatter behind her, followed Su Yao out of the conference room. She observed Su Yao fixated on her phone screen, feeling utterly astonished. Who possesses such charm to sway President Su's emotions so dramatically? Could it be young Master Zhang? While lost in thought, Su Yao suddenly slammed to a halt and turned to command. I'm leaving early today. You handle the rest. Su Meng replied, Huh? No problem. Upon hearing President Su's directive, Su Meng felt as though her worldview was crumbling. President Su, our paragon, has never left early or arrived late. Yet today, she intends to depart ahead of schedule. Moreover, she displayed a demeanor reminiscent of a delicate woman. What on earth is going on? Chapter 6 in the estate. Zhang Han noticed Su Yao had replied to his message, contemplating the kindness she had shown him. One must repay even the smallest kindness with the greatest gratitude. He decided to personally cook for Su Yao. In his previous life, he had been shackled in a room, but now the chains were gone. Furthermore, he was blessed with a beautiful wife. This is truly a paradise on earth. Although he remained uncertain whether he could leave the estate, what more could one ask for? He approached the kitchen and opened the refrigerator to see what was available. In his previous life, he had often cooked for his elder sisters and parents at the Zhang household, striving to bring them joy. Yet to his dismay, those ingrates would still find something to criticize, even with their mouths full. Back then, Zhang Han hadn't thought much of it. He merely assumed his cooking was indeed lacking. Thus he diligently honed his skills, resulting in his current culinary prowess. Seeing him in the kitchen, the servants were taken aback, flustered and anxious. The kitchen was one of the few perilous places. If anything were to happen to young Master Zhang, President Su would certainly hold them accountable. The kitchen staff promptly advised him with utmost humility, Young Master, this is not appropriate. The young lady will be displeased. Zhang Han responded, I'm cooking for my wife. It's fine, she won't be angry. The servants exchanged worried glances, turning their eyes toward the head chef. The head chef pointed to himself, Me? Who would dare stop him? Are you looking to lose your life? After a brief internal struggle, the head chef, rubbing his hands together with a forced smile, said, Young Master, cooking is our duty, you should just relax. Yet, no matter how they pressed him, Zhang Han remained resolute, insisting on preparing the meal himself. The head chef, feeling helpless, had no choice but to acquiesce. How could he dare oppose? The young lady's disposition towards young Master Zhang was such that even if he were to be harmed, she would ensure no harm befell Zhang Han. However, upon witnessing Zhang Han's deft knife skills and his handling of the ingredients, the head chef was utterly shocked. Such a wealthy young master could cook, and so skillfully. Little did he know of the hardships Zhang Han had endured in his past life. Prior to cooking, Zhang Han had already inquired about Su Yao's likes and dislikes. He was certainly not as foolish as the protagonists in those melodramatic novels who would unknowingly serve their wives food they were allergic to. Su Yao hurried back to the estate, despite Zhang Han's message expressing his longing for her. Nevertheless, she remained deeply concerned about him, fearing he might escape again. Upon alighting from the car, she dashed straight to the hall, only to find it deserted. Frowning, she thought, could Hanhan have run away again? Anxiety gripped her heart as she rushed to the bedroom on the second floor. Upon opening the door, the room was empty. Her expression soured instantly. Where could he be? In that moment, Su Yao's mood plummeted to the lowest depths. He was lying when he said he missed me. All eyes. Just as she was about to message Uncle Chun, he hurriedly arrived, fearing that if he delayed, the household would fall apart. Miss, you're back? Su Yao cast him a cold glance and demanded, Whereas Zhang Han? Uncle Chun, relieved that he had heard the sound of a car outside the estate, replied, He.S. in the kitchen preparing a meal for you. Hearing this, Su Yao paused. Hanhan is cooking for me, but she quickly regained her composure, nodding indifferently. By the time she changed and made her way downstairs, Zhang Han had already prepared the meal and brought it out. Upon seeing Su Yao, Zhang Han felt a surge of joy, rushing forward to embrace her and plant a kiss on her cheek. Su Yao, I've missed you so much. Su Yao was momentarily taken aback by the kiss. Is this what life is like with Hanhan? Could it be that he truly loves me? Only for a fleeting moment did she shake her head to dispel the thought. Impossible. He must be pretending. Sangan. Paselvai Su Yao ese emotional fluctuations. Chose not to dwell on it. After all, women are known to be capricious. He then personally pulled out a chair for Su Yao, ensuring she was settled comfortably, even going so far as to place her hands on the table, fearful she might bump into it. After completing these thoughtful gestures, Zhang Han took a seat beside her, leaving Uncle Chun and the servants utterly astonished. Previously, young Master Zhang had detested sitting with a young lady, let alone displaying such considerate behavior. Su Yao was delighted to see Zhang Han's transformation. As long as Hanhan doesn't leave me, I'm fine with any performance. The two of them began their meal under the watchful eyes of the servants. Zhang Han couldn't help but observe as Su Yao delicately brought food to her mouth. Her exquisitely fair face and graceful movements made him feel that following Liu Ruyan in his past life had truly been a disservice to himself. How can my wife be so breathtaking? I can't seem to take my eyes off her. Noticing Zhang Han's gaze, Su Yao inquired, "What are you looking at?" Zhang Han immediately furrowed his brows, a look of displeasure crossing his face. Witnessing this, Su Yao's expression darkened. I knew his affection for me was merely an act. Uncle Chun and the servants were equally startled by Zhang Han's behavior, all on edge. In the past, whenever Zhang Han displayed such a demeanor, he would throw things and argue with Su Yao, causing chaos. Everyone held their breath, anticipating him to shatter plates or bowls. Zhang Han slowly spoke, "What? Is it wrong for me to admire someone so beautiful?" Upon hearing this, Su Yao's icy demeanor melted away as she turned back to her meal, though the blush on her ears betrayed her true feelings. How could Su Yao be so adorable? Zhang Han gazed at her with a sweet smile. Uncle Chun and the servants were left utterly astonished. Setting aside the fact that their young lady typically disliked anyone expressing affection toward her, countless suitors had been met with harsh consequences for attempting to flirt with her. Yet today, young Master Zhang was different. Even when Su Yao had been gentle with him in the past, he had failed to utter a single caring word. But today, he even spoke sweet nothings. Moreover, young Master Zhang, please refrain from indulging in such perilous games in the future. Our fragile hearts cannot withstand it. Soon enough, the two had their fill. The chef, gazing at the nearly empty plates on the table, began to question his life choices. He was aware of Su Yao's delicate stomach, which caused her to eat sparingly each time. He never anticipated that his painstaking culinary efforts would pale in comparison to young Master Zhang's casual cooking. The sky had fallen. His career was in ruins. The servants were equally astonished. After all, they had witnessed Su Yao's notorious pickiness regarding food. Yet, the dishes on the dining table were nearly devoured. Was young Master Zhang's charm truly that powerful? Uncle Chun looked at them with disdain, thinking, a bunch of sheltered individuals. Today, the young lady even had me deliver a kidney tonic to young Master Zhang. Zhang Han exclaimed, "What the hell?" Unbeknownst to him. As he prepared to rise, Su Yao pressed him down, settling onto his lap. Today, Hanhan was exceptionally obedient. She couldn't endure even a moment. "Kiss me." Feeling the girl's breath and her dreamy gaze, Zhang Han became flustered. There were still so many people around. He gulped, looking at the cute girl in front of him. "Yaoyao, listen to me. It's not appropriate with so many people here. Let us go to a room." He pointed towards the side of the dining table, only to find that Uncle Chun and the servants had vanished. "What? Can they fly like thunder god?" Seeing Zhang Han's lack of response, Su Yao immediately leaned in for a kiss. Here, Tong boldly invited Zhang Han Ismail. Caught off guard, he struggled to breathe, but quickly reciprocated, wrapping his arms around her waist, which was just the right amount of softness, almost serpentine. As they parted, Zhang Han felt a tingling sensation coursing through him. He caressed the cute girl, his heartstrings tugged by her softness. Just as he contemplated taking it a step further, he noticed tears streaming down Su Yao's face. Startled, he gently touched her cheek and softly asked, "What is wrong?" With a sorrowful expression, Su Yao leaned against his shoulder, saying, "Han, I am truly afraid that you will leave me." Zhang Han fell silent, his heart aching. Though he had only returned to life 2 days prior, he had already fallen deeply in love with this fragile girl. He couldn't fathom why Su Yao would be fond of him. But what kind of man would allow his woman to weep? He tenderly patted her back, saying, "I don't know if you believe me, but I will be with you for eternity. If there is a next life, I will continue to accompany you. If reincarnation exists, I will be with you in every lifetime. No matter where you are, I will traverse oceans to be by your side." Su Yao's expression remained skeptical. Zhang Han gently kissed her, his tenderness aimed at proving his sincerity. This delicate girl's thoughts were so innocent. Didn't she just desire his affection? Women are like that. perfectly normal. Su Yao, enchanted by Zhang Han's gentleness, momentarily froze but quickly responded. As long as Hanhan could forever deceive her, she would be content. Zhang Han was instantly overwhelmed by her assertive kiss, struggling to breathe. Wasn't he that a quick change of face? Subsequently, he found himself utterly dazed. Quite literally. I know you wouldn't want to read the ensuing details, so I shall refrain from describing them. Chapter 7. The Zhang family, here I come. The following day, Zhang Han rose early. The bedside was already empty. His wife had gone to work again. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Han felt a pang of heartache for Su Yao. Her love for him overflowed like water from a bucket, just as companionship could bring her prolonged joy. With a sigh, Zhang Han decided to step out. His diligent work the previous night had successfully earned Su Yao's permission for him to leave the estate. Though it might have been a bit taxing for young Zhang Han, it was imperative that he accomplish something significant today. Zhang family, your father has arrived. Descending the stairs, he was met by Uncle Chun, who greeted him, "Young master, breakfast is ready." Zhang Han waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. By the way, is there a car available? I need to go out." Upon hearing that Zhang Han intended to leave, Uncle Chun's expression grew troubled. After all, it was quite a hassle to bring him back once he left. Zhang Han noticed Uncle Chun's distress and clarified, "Su Yao has given her consent." Upon hearing this, the furrowed lines on Uncle Chun's face eased. "Follow me." Uncle Chun led Zhang Han to the underground parking garage. Once inside, dozens of luxurious cars stood silently, exuding an air of majesty. "My goodness," Zhang Han gasped, taking in the extravagant sight. This was nothing short of spectacular, akin to an auto show. Uncle Chun simply smiled lightly. "These are all gifts from the young lady to you, young master. Choose as you wish." Zhang Han surveyed the array of opulent vehicles, momentarily at a loss for which to select. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He had found the perfect choice. The Koenigsegg 11, a car every male protagonist in a delicate romance novel must possess. With that, Zhang Han, accompanied by more than a dozen bodyguards, stormed out of the estate. Soon, a lavish convoy emerged, the other vehicles on the road parting in fear of incurring the wrath of the convoy's master. After all, a procession of this scale was a rarity, even among families nationwide. Uncle Chun trailed behind at a distance, knowing that if young Master Zhang got lost, it would be disastrous, especially after witnessing Su Yao's transformation over the past few days. She had been eating more and refraining from scolding him. Inside the Zhang family villa, Zhang Lufang had also been discharged from the hospital, his foot wrapped in bandages. Zhang Tianba and Fan Jian supported him back home. "I'm fine, Mom and Dad. You should go check on my brother. He has been tied up for 2 days." Fan Jian rolled her eyes at the mention of Zhang Han. "No worries. That little brat can die for all I care." Zhang Tianba shook his head helplessly. "Oh, don't fret too much, little Lu Fang. Your elder brother's just a little brat. If he dies, so be it." Zhang Lufang's expression turned pained, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. "At the very least, let the kidnappers leave my brother's corpse intact. After all, he is my elder brother." Zhang Tianba pondered for a moment, realizing there was some merit to this. A dismembered body would surely ruin the appetite at the funeral banquet. With that thought, he decided to call Zhang Han. Bang! The villa's door was kicked open, and Zhang Han's cheerful voice echoed. "Zhang Tianba, your father has returned." Upon hearing that familiar voice, the three of them froze in surprise. Zhang Tianba, enraged, grabbed a bamboo stick nearby, exclaiming, "You little brat, say that again." Seeing Zhang Tianba ready to strike, Zhang Han waved his hand, and more than a dozen black-clad bodyguards rushed in, pinning the three to the ground. They had never encountered such a scene before. Zhang Lufang and Fan Jian immediately began to plead for mercy. "Brother, you're finally back. I couldn't eat or drink without you." Even Liu Ruyan was coughing incessantly. "Boo-hoo, you're finally back." Fan Jian quickly chimed in, "Yes, yes. I missed you so much. I was just about to call the kidnappers to negotiate your ransom." Zhang Han, hearing this, displayed a disdainful smile. "Huh, ransom me back? Ridiculous. You clearly want me dead, don't you?" Zhang Han approached Zhang Tianba with a fierce glare and demanded, "What do you intend to do with that bamboo pole?" Instantly, Zhang Tianba hurled the pole aside. With a tremulous smile, he replied, "Isn't it just little Sue and little Han who have returned? I was merely planning to chop some bamboo for you to eat." Zhang Han unsheathed his 7 wolves from his waist and retorted, "I do not eat bamboo." The sound of slaps echoed, smack, 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 uh, uh, In an instant, several holes appeared in the back of Zhang Tianba's trousers, revealing his SpongeBob SquarePants underwear. Zhang Lulang and Fan Jian could not suppress their laughter, though they quickly stifled it. Their amusement stemmed from the sheer absurdity of Zhang Tianba's predicament, eliciting laughter born from sorrow rather than mockery. Indeed, it was their profound sadness that prompted their laughter, feeling a sense of satisfaction from the thrashing. Zhang Han patted Zhang Tianba's face and slowly spoke. "In the future, show some respect when we meet. Remember to honor your elders and cherish the young. Otherwise, next time, I shall strike a different part of you." With that, Zhang Han tossed down a document and strode toward the corner room. "The rest is up to you." Lawyer Zhang San. Still groaning in pain, Zhang Tianba covered his posterior and stared at the document before him, bewildered. "What is this?" Zhang San, maintaining a calm demeanor, answered, "It is a disassociation letter. Once signed, you and young Master Zhang will have no further connections." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yolong's heart soared with elation. "My fortune awaits." Zhang Tianba's fury ignited. Was this wretch truly attempting to sever ties with the Zhang family? However, he quickly grasped the ruse. This little brat was merely using this tactic to gain attention from the family. Zhang Tianba chuckled, dismissing the idea. Did he truly believe he was a fool? Initially expecting Zhang Tianba to sign immediately, Zhang Lulang grew anxious upon witnessing his reluctance. He quickly concocted a strategy. "Dad, regardless, the elder brother is still one of us. Although he exposed your SpongeBob underwear, he is still family. Wow, I can't hold it in." Hearing this, Zhang Tianba hastily signed his name. Zhang Lulang sighed with relief at this turn of events. Meanwhile, in the company, Zhang Qing was engrossed in her paperwork. Suddenly, she clutched her abdomen in pain. Her gastric condition had flared up again. Over the past 2 days, without Zhang Han to administer her medication, she felt utterly miserable. Her complexion paled, and her lips lost their color. "Secretary Hong, Secretary Hong." After a couple of calls, Secretary Hong finally arrived, albeit tardily. "What is it, President Zhang?" Zhang Qing, holding her stomach, reprimanded. "Where is Zhang Han? Why has no one brought me my medication these past 2 days?" Secretary Hong, feeling awkward, explained that Zhang Han had been taken away at the wedding 2 days prior. Zhang Qing paused, then shouted, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" "You said not to concern ourselves with that matter, President Zhang." Stunned, Zhang Qing realized she had indeed made such a statement. "By the way, President Zhang, Zhang Han is at the Zhang residence, insisting on severing ties with the family." Zhang Qing nodded, unfazed. She knew Zhang Han could not truly leave this family. Nevertheless, she decided to return home to ascertain the situation. "Take me back to the Zhang residence." "Certainly, President Zhang." Chapter 8, 300 month. Soon, Zhang Qing arrived at the Zhang family villa. Upon entering, she spotted Zhang Lulang and others encircled by numerous bodyguards, and there, prominently displayed, SpongeBob. Upon seeing his sister return, Zhang Lulang immediately adopted a pitiful expression. "Sister, you have finally returned. Please do not blame your brother. It was my fault for taking his place." Both Fan Jian and Zhang Tianba were deeply moved. Even in such a dire state, their little Lulang did not hold a grudge. They were overwhelmed with emotion, sobbing softly. Zhang Qing, however, darkened her expression. "I must confront him about his intentions." In her previous life within this household, Zhang Han had been closest to Zhang Qing, as she had not taken over the company upon being brought back. During that time, Zhang Han enjoyed clinging to Zhang Qing for play. Moreover, Zhang Han had yet to be slandered by Zhang Lulang, so Zhang Qing did not mind their playful interactions. Thus, if one were to say whom Zhang Han listened to the most in this family, it would undoubtedly be Zhang Qing. Later, however, Zhang Lulang devised a scheme, placing Zhang Qing's original black lace underwear on Zhang Han's bed, leading to her wrongful accusation, a truly lamentable saga. Subsequently, Any kindness Zhang Lulang showed was interpreted by Zhang Qing as his attempt at redemption. At this moment, Zhang Qing approached Zhang Han's room. The bodyguards found themselves in a quandary. After all, the three individuals being detained were under young master's orders. Although Zhang Tianba had indeed clarified his stance on the family today, they could not ascertain how much sentiment he truly held for the Zhang family. Thus, they dared not act against Zhang Qing. Just then, Zhang Han emerged, prompting the bodyguards to breathe a sigh of relief, relieved of further worries. Zhang Han dragged a suitcase behind her. Zhang Qing was taken aback and questioned, "Are you truly leaving the Zhang family?" She could hardly believe that Zhang Han would depart, especially after having endured so much to remain there. Zhang Han nonchalantly scratched her ear, dismissing her. "Do you think I am playing house with you?" Witnessing Zhang Han's carefree demeanor ignited a spark of indignation within Zhang Qing. "So you wish to leave? Then you shall return every penny you have spent while living in the Zhang family." Spent? I have lived worse than a servant. Over 20 kilometers from school, I had to rise at dawn and cycle there myself. My monthly food allowance is a mere 300, barely enough to sustain me for a meal a day. If it weren't for my part-time job, I would have perished long ago. And you want me to return money? I haven't even reported you for child abuse. Zhang Han regarded her with disdain. So tell me, how much have I spent from the Zhang family? How many resources have I used? Huh, such an ingrate, feasting without returning the bones, is it? Zhang Qing was incensed, exclaiming, "Zhang family children receive 50,000 as pocket money each month, not to mention the various expenses for your schooling. Aren't those amounts?" Zhang Han merely smiled. 50,000 a month? I haven't received a single cent. It was all siphoned off for charity by your Zhang family. As for food expenses, I only had 300 a month. If I hadn't worked part-time, I wouldn't have survived long enough to strike Zhang Tianba. Zhang Qing was momentarily rendered speechless, as she failed to detect any signs of deceit on Zhang Han's face. This shouldn't be. Zhang family children could never have their allowances withheld. At that moment, Zhang Qing furrowed her brows and glanced at Zhang Tianba. He replied solemnly, "Zhang Han had just returned, and I feared he would become arrogant. So I instructed the servants to provide him with only 300 a month. 300 is plenty. If he saves a bit each day, he would still have some left." Upon hearing this, Zhang Han could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, 300 a month, and you think there's anything left to save? Is that even human? Zhang Qing, caught in a dilemma, realized that since childhood, she had exhibited an astounding business acumen, which led her to take over her father's company at a young age. She managed all affairs within the company, only consulting Zhang Tianba for significant investments. Due to her busy schedule, she remained oblivious to the household's trivial matters. However, she agreed, is 300 a month really that little? 300 a month? That wouldn't even cover a meal for Zhang Lulang, would it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment and slowly replied, "Well, if you have no money, why don't you ask me and urge you for some?" Zhang Han found it utterly ridiculous. "Ask you and urge you? I searched for help for so long back then. Did either of you even consider me? When I reached out to you, you claimed to be too busy with work. And when I approached Urji, she said she was occupied with experiments." Initially, Zhang Qing felt a hint of sympathy for Zhang Han's struggles. But upon recalling the incident from years ago when he had stolen her underwear, she thought to herself, he brought this upon himself. "Don't you know what you did back then?" Zhang Han, disinclined to engage with such a dim-witted creature, merely scoffed. At that time, he had refrained from arguing with them, choosing not to lower himself to debate with someone like Zhang Lulang. Little did he expect that this sister would be so foolish. Even the dimmest of individuals knows to conceal their theft. Would I be unaware of that? Upon hearing Zhang Han's words, Zhang Qing paused, suddenly realizing the validity of his point. Zhang Lulang had always urged her to forgive Zhang Han, causing her to never truly reflect on the matter. Subsequently, Zhang Han had treated her with nothing but kindness, cooking porridge and studying medicine to tend to his own ailments. She had mistakenly believed this was his way of atoning for his past misdeeds. Now a bit confused, Zhang Qing wondered, if asking me an urgi is out of the question, then why not ask mom and dad for money? Zhang Han was rendered speechless. Ask mom and dad? Huh. They only brought me back to be close to them because they covet my grandfather's inheritance. Inheritance? Upon hearing Zhang Han mention this, a look of confusion spread across Zhang Qing's face. She genuinely had no knowledge of this. Only Fan Jian and Zhang Tianba were privy to this information. At that time, Zhang Tianba's company had entered a financial crisis, and he had misappropriated the inheritance left for Zhang Han without informing anyone, with only Fan Jian aware of the truth. Zhang Han, now impatient, turned to Zhang Tianba with a fierce glare and declared, "Don't think for a second that I'm unaware. You must return my grandfather's inheritance. 100 million, not a cent less." Hearing this, Zhang Tianba panicked. After all these years, he had nearly forgotten about it. "What 100 million? I don't know what you're talking about." Seeing his reaction, Zhang Han fell silent, simply drawing out his 7 wolves with a swift motion. Crack, crack, crack. All right, 100 million it is. Zhang Han looked at Zhang Tianba, who was now on his knees, wailing and begging for mercy. Feeling a wave of disgust wash over him. He had endured torment from Su Yao without uttering a word, yet Zhang Tianba cried out after just a few lashes. Observing the expression of contemplation that had crossed Zhang Qing's face, Zhang Lulang feigned concern and urged, "Brother, don't hit Dad anymore. If you must strike, then let it be me." "Oh, such a generous offer," Zhang Han thought, and without hesitation, he continued to strike. I was wrong, brother. Just hit Dad instead." Turning back to Zhang Tianba, who was now genuinely terrified of the beating, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Xiao Han, I was wrong. Please stop, it really hurts. Crack, crack. Who has the father now? You are. Crack, crack. I have no son as ungrateful as you. Zhang Han felt a sense of satisfaction from the beating and turned to leave. Zhang Tianba called after him, "If you have the ability, then go. Once you leave, don't expect to return to the Zhang family. I want to miss you." Chapter 9. The Black Card. Watching Zhang Han's departing figure, Zhang Qing hurriedly helped Zhang Tianba to his feet. "Are you all right, Dad?" Zhang Tianba awkwardly covered his backside. "I'm fine. This is nothing. Not painful at all." Zhang Qing glanced at his nearly bruised backside, resembling a deflated SpongeBob, but kept her thoughts to herself. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Han was different today, unlike his usual self. At this moment, Zhang Lulang leaned in. "Dad, sis, don't blame Big Brother. It's just his temperament. He must have left the Zhang family out of spite." Zhang Tianba comfortingly patted his head. "Oh, if only your brother had even half your good nature. Rest assured, unless he kneels and apologizes, I won't let him return." Fan Jian shot a venomous glance at Zhang Han's retreating figure and chimed in, "Exactly. In the past, at such times, Zhang Qing would see Zhang Lulang as well-behaved and likable. But today, for some reason, she felt that the family had indeed misunderstood Zhang Han and treated him unfairly. After all, Zhang Han was the biological child. Moreover, Zhang Liulong's every attempt to curry favor seemed excessively calculated. "Dad, what did Zhang Han mean by inheritance?" Zhang Qing asked, puzzled, looking at Zhang Tianba. Zhang Tianba waved his hand dismissively. "You don't need to concern yourself with that. Just focus on your own duties." Zhang Qing wanted to ask more, but Zhang Tianba's expression conveyed everything. She was not to pry any further. Once Zhang Qing left the villa, Fan Jian leaned closer to Zhang Tianba. "Are you truly considering returning the 100 million to him?" 100 million is quite a sum for the Zhang family. Though the company's market value exceeded 20 billion, 100 million in liquid assets wasn't readily available. Zhang Tianba shook his head. "Of course not. Besides, that brat Zhang Han can't leave the Zhang family." "What if?" Zhang Tianba merely smiled, lounging on the sofa as he resumed reading the newspaper. "Do you really think that is possible?" "Indeed. How could that little brat bear to leave the Zhang family?" Zhang Han stepped out of the Zhang family villa, feeling the weather was bright and clear, a refreshing change. "This is splendid." Uncle Chun watched Zhang Han with satisfaction. Young Master Zhang has grown up and learned to be filial to his parents. No more scolding from the young lady today. This is wonderful. He then drove towards the central shopping street, intending to buy a gift for Su Yao. In the vast shopping mall, Zhang Han found himself at a loss. After all, this was his first time. He wanted to spend his own money on a gift for Su Yao, yet his spare cash consisted mostly of the scholarship he earned for his outstanding academic performance. Unfortunately, he had already spent a significant portion on Liu Ruyan, leaving him with only a meager amount. Initially, he considered buying a ring or a necklace, but his budget proved insufficient. What could he find that Su Yao could wear daily, and that wasn't overly expensive? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He entered a lipstick store. The young saleswoman inside, despite her youthful appearance, exuded a mature charm due to her makeup and attire, captivating him. When the saleswoman, who had been applying makeup, saw Zhang Han enter dressed in fine clothing, she immediately put down her mirror. She assessed him silently, thinking he's rather handsome. With her eyes sparkling, she approached, adjusted her neckline. "This handsome gentleman, how can I assist you?" Her voice was incredibly sweet, making Zhang Han instantly regret stepping into the store. If Su Yao discovered that this woman spoke to him in such a manner and flaunted her figure, he would be in big trouble. To safeguard his own well-being, Zhang Han nervously stepped back and stammered, "I'm here to pick a lipstick for my girlfriend." Upon learning that Zhang Han had a girlfriend, the shop assistant felt a twinge of regret. However, she quickly dismissed it. Such individuals are often exceedingly generous. With a beaming smile, she inquired, "What is your budget, handsome?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Han realized he had merely a few hundred yuan left in his pocket. 500, he replied. 500. The shop assistant internally rolled her eyes at the modest sum. This pathetic loser, dressed impeccably, turned out to be nothing more than a cheap imitation. She had anticipated a substantial sale, only to discover he was merely a pretender. Upon hearing this figure, the assistant's demeanor shifted instantly, her tone growing cold as she said, "Feel free to browse." She then called out to Xiao Jiang, instructing her to attend to him before retreating to a nearby mirror to continue her makeup. Xiao Jiang, evidently an intern, hurried over, flustered at being summoned. Zhang Han was left speechless, thinking, how utterly realistic. After a moment, Xiao Jiang timidly asked, "What style does your girlfriend prefer?" It was clear she was new, and this was her first encounter with a customer. Zhang Han scratched his head, recalling Su Yao's appearance. Although she exuded a frosty elegance, her inner warmth was endearing. Cold on the outside, yet warm within, she resembled a mature woman but possessed the playful heart of a little girl. She enjoys a bold, decisive style, like a playful assassin. With this insight, Xiao Jiang began to recommend products enthusiastically. "I suggest this vibrant orange-red lipstick. It should suit your girlfriend splendidly." Once she started, her enthusiasm was palpable, and Zhang Han could tell she genuinely loved her job. After introducing over 20 options, Zhang Han felt overwhelmed, akin to a student being bombarded with math equations by a relentless teacher. "How much do all the lipsticks at this counter cost?" he asked. Xiao Jiang hesitated, having heard Zhang Han mention a budget of 500. "Well, sir, there are over 100 varieties here, totaling nearly 100,000 yuan." "All right, I'll take them all," Zhang Han declared. Initially intending to purchase with his own funds, he found himself unable to decide after such extensive deliberation. Primarily, he was irked by the makeup assistant's behavior and felt it was necessary to teach her a lesson. Xiao Jiang stood frozen, unsure how to proceed. "Will you be paying by card or WeChat?" "By card," he replied. The makeup assistant chuckled, incredulous at the thought that someone like him could produce such a sum in one go. "Oh, Xiao Jiang, don't waste your efforts. He's just a pathetic loser who couldn't possibly afford that much." Ignoring her remarks, Zhang Han produced a black card from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Jiang. This card had been given to him by Su Yao. Though he hadn't intended to use it today, the situation demanded it. The woman before him was insufferable. As Xiao Jiang held the black card, her palms began to sweat. Despite being an ordinary shop assistant, she understood the card's immense value. The makeup assistant, upon seeing the black card, was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "Oh dear, you must be joking. Who would dare present a fake card like that? Payment successful." The sound of the transaction left the makeup assistant in disbelief as she rushed to check the card reader. 114,000 yuan. "This black card is genuine." Xiao Jiang, equally astonished, had initially thought the makeup assistant was joking about counterfeit cards. Zhang Han casually picked up a packaged lipstick from the counter. planning to personally gift it to Su Yao, then instructed, please package the rest and deliver them to my home. I'll provide you with the address. With that, he turned and exited the shop. Having completed his purchase, Zhang Han felt an unusual streak of luck lately. However, drawing from his extensive reading of novels, he anticipated that something would soon go awry. Sure enough, he heard the voice of Liu Ruyan's friend, Bai Ningbing, approaching. Oh, isn't that Zhang Han? Upon hearing her, Zhang Han felt a surge of irritation, thinking, I feel as though I'm living in a novel. Chapter 10. I absolutely cannot stand idly by while my country is betrayed. Bai Ningbing approached Zhang Han, her eyes lighting up as she fixated on the lipstick in his hand. Noticing that Zhang Han appeared quite handsome after some grooming, she cheerfully remarked, is this for Liu Ruyan? Let me help you deliver it. She reached out to snatch it away. Help me deliver it? More like you'll secretly keep it for yourself. Zhang Han retorted, rolling his eyes and stepping aside. He held no fondness for Bai Ningbing, who had often taken advantage of her friendship with Liu Ruyan to boss him around, which he found quite irksome. Moreover, whenever he wanted to give Liu Ruyan a gift and felt embarrassed to do so himself, he'd ask Bai Ningbing for help, only for her to discreetly pocket items she fancied. She was the real-life equivalent of a thief. With this thought, Zhang Han coldly regarded Bai Ningbing, stating, this isn't for Liu Ruyan. Bai Ningbing chuckled, who else would you buy lipstick for besides Liu Ruyan? Are you married or something? That's absurd. Where would I find a wife? Hanhan scoffed. Enough with the jokes. If you don't give it to me, I'm leaving. Go ahead then, Zhang Han replied curtly, turning away. As he did so, Bai Ningbing grew frantic, exclaiming, you better give it to me now, or I'll tell Liu Ruyan. In the past, whenever Bai Ningbing invoked Liu Ruyan's name to confront Zhang Han, it always worked like a charm. He would comply without fail, often more effective than his own parents. However, Zhang Han had no desire to engage in conversation with her and strode towards where his car was parked. Seeing Zhang Han disregard her, Bai Ningbing's temper flared. She tugged at his clothing, preventing him from leaving. What? Are we really starting to tussle now? Uncle Chen watched the pair wide-eyed, drenched in cold sweat. If things escalated even slightly, his life would be in jeopardy. He hurriedly messaged Su Yao, fearing that if the message was delayed, she would erupt in fury. Miss, it's bad. Zhang Xiao is being bullied. At that moment, Su Yao was in her office, attending to financial reports when her phone buzzed with Uncle Chen's message. A smile crept across her lips, wondering if there was yet another piece of good news about Hanhan. Upon reading the message, a chill coursed through her body. Who dares to bully my Hanhan? She tossed the documents onto her desk, urgency propelling her as she rushed out with Su Meng in tow. Su Meng, bewildered, asked, what is happening? Just a moment ago, I was handling paperwork. Zhang Han, startled by Bai Ningbing's grip, felt a rush of anxiety. Although the person before him was not Liu Ruyan, if his wife saw this, she would undoubtedly be furious. Little did he know, Su Yao was merely 5 minutes away from the scene. Desperate to escape, he exclaimed, don't touch me. Be careful, or I'll accuse you of harassment. No, wait. It seemed that accusing her would lead to his own demise at the hands of Su Yao. He quickly corrected himself. Be careful, or I'll accuse you of disturbing the peace. With that, he wriggled free from Bai Ningbing's grasp. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth as she gazed at Zhang Han. In the past, Zhang Han had always obeyed her every command, yet now he dared to speak to her in such a manner. Let me tell you, if you leave, I will report you to Liu Ruyan, and then you can forget about giving her any gifts. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han burst into laughter. Is that so? Who would want to give that wretched woman a present? Noticing Zhang Han's disregard, Bai Ningbing immediately seized his hand. Listen here. If you don't give me that lipstick today, you shall not leave. I am Liu Ruyan's close friend. Bai Ningbing held Zhang Han's hand tightly. This scene was unfortunate enough to be witnessed by Su Yao, who narrowed her eyes at the two. Is this what being bullied looks like? It seems like Hanhan is trying to flirt with another woman. Upon seeing Su Yao's car approach, Uncle Chen hurried over to open the door. Miss, you have arrived. Would you like me to call Zhang Xiao over? No need. Su Yao was eager to discover whether her beloved Hanhan truly was flirting with another woman. At this moment, Uncle Chen was at a loss for words, lowering his head in silence. Su Meng was entirely oblivious to the unfolding drama, yet Su Yao's expression was decidedly frosty. causing the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. She shivered. What was going on? Why was Su Zong suddenly so angry? Su Ming followed Su Yao's gaze and saw Zhang Han being embraced by a woman, appearing quite intimate. Su Ming immediately understood. This was a scene of infidelity. The gossip-hungry girl felt her heart race and opened the workgroup chat, intending to inform her colleagues. But then she remembered this was Su Zong's scandal and thought better of it. Zhang Han had evidently noticed Su Yao's arrival and quickly pulled his hand away. You idiot! Are you trying to get me killed? Bai Ningbing looked at him in confusion, interpreting his flustered expression as fear. She revealed a determined look and extended her hand. Then give me the gift you were going to give Ruyan. I'll deliver it for you. Upon hearing this, Su Yao trembled with rage. So Hanhan's declarations of love for me were all lies. Uncle Chun and Su Ming immediately ceased their playful demeanor, sensing the precarious situation Su Yao was in. One misstep could lead to an explosion. Oh my goodness, my dear aunt. Don't dance on the minefield. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Wait, I'm going to get beaten by my wife. Zhang Han, upon hearing Bai Ningbing's words, retaliated with a slap. Fuming, I told you, this gift is not for Liu Ruyan. It is for my gentle, kind-hearted, beloved wife, Su Yao. After saying this, he secretly glanced at Su Yao. Indeed, upon hearing Zhang Han's words, Su Yao's mood improved slightly. Hanhan's words aren't too bad. Su Ming found it somewhat amusing. Everyone knew Su Zong didn't fall for flattery. However, when she saw a smile manifest on Su Yao's face, she was taken aback. No way. Zhang Xiao, this soft-hearted person, managed to brighten Su Zong's mood with just a few words. But are you sure the gentle, kind-hearted one is really Su Zong? Huh? Answer me. Bai Ningbing totit hier flocht teak, incredulously staring at Zhang Han. You dare to hit me? Zhang Han glared at her. Of course I hit you. Bai Ningbing, what do you mean? Zhang Han, what do you mean? I said I hit you. Bai Ningbing thought she had misheard. I'm asking you. What do you mean? You dare to hit me? How dare you? I am Liu Ruyan's close friend. Damn it, this woman doesn't understand Chinese. She must be a traitor. I absolutely cannot stand by and let this slide. Zhang Han declared fiercely, drawing out a dagger from his waist. Bai Ningbing, seeing that Zhang Han was serious, immediately warned, I am Liu Ruyan's friend. Do you want to ruin your relationship with her? Zhang Han merely smiled. But just as he was about to strike, Su Yao's voice rang out. Wait. Chapter 11. How much do you want? Although Su Yao despised women who meddled with Zhang Han, she did not wish for him to be the villain. Most importantly, if Hanhan were perceived as a bad person, it would break her heart. Let the villainy fall solely on my shoulders. Su Yao approached, her icy gaze fixed upon Bai Ningbing, and with a swift motion, she delivered a slap. Get lost. At that moment, Bai Ningbing felt an overwhelming urge to explode. It's one thing for Zhang Han, that simpering fool, to hit me, but now there's another. However, as soon as she met Su Yao's gaze, she instantly cowered. Su Yao radiated an aura of dominance, with just one glance. Bai Ningbing felt as though her life was in peril. She scrambled to her feet, fleeing, but not before turning back to warn Zhang Han. Zhang Han, just you wait. I'm going to tell Liu Ruyan. And with that, she ran off. The others in the shop had long been intimidated by Su Yao's presence, trembling in fear. Such a ruthless aura could only emanate from someone perched atop the social hierarchy. The makeup artist was relieved that Zhang Han hadn't targeted her specifically and was thankful she hadn't acted out of spite against him, or she would have been the next in line. Su Yao watched Bai Ningbing's disheveled retreat, pondering silently. Should I eliminate her? But if I did, Liu Ruyan would be upset. And if Liu Ruyan was upset, Hanhan would be upset too, wouldn't he? With that thought, Su Yao's mood slightly darkened. She was fully aware of everything that had transpired today. Zhang Han had severed ties with the Zhang family. Yet, she remained uncertain whether Zhang Han was acting or genuinely wished to be with her. Zhang Han let out a long sigh, finally relieved that it was over. He approached, intending to embrace Su Yao. My dear wife, what brings you here? Su Ming, seeing Zhang Han attempt to hug Su Yao, immediately stepped in front of them. After all, Su Zong despised other men touching her, even if that man was Zhang Xiao. I'm sorry, but our Su Zong does not appreciate being touched by others. Su Son, you should praise me. Get lost. Su Ming adjusted her glasses. Did you hear that, Zhang Xiao? Our Su Zong is telling you. I was talking about you. Su Ming interjected, pointing at herself. Not me? I was talking about me. Zhang Han chuckled and sidestepped Su Ming, running over to gently embrace Su Yao. Su Yao, why are you out here? His arms wrapped around her waist, soft and comforting. Su Yao remained unfazed, responding indifferently, whom Su Ming was astonished. After years of being Su Yao's secretary, she had never seen a man get so close to her, to the point where rumors were circulating that Su Zong preferred women. The changes in Su Zong over the past few days had truly shattered Su Ming's worldview. Was this really the decisive Su Zong I knew? Zhang Han, noticing Su Yao's displeasure, felt a surge of resentment towards Bai Ningbing. Damn it, that wretched flatterer nearly got me into trouble with my wife. Odid, Su Yao, don't be angry. It's not good for your health. Looking at the serious woman in his arms, Zhang Han couldn't muster any resentment. He found her utterly endearing. What can I do to make you not angry? Kiss me. Huh? Zhang Han's eyes widened in disbelief. Here. Su Yao gazed at Zhang Han's unwilling expression, immediately furrowing her brows. What is the matter? Unwilling? Of course, I'm willing. Zhang Han promptly pressed his lips against hers. Su Yao watched as Zhang Han gave her a fleeting kiss, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, before swiftly pulling away. The sight of his bashful demeanor lifted her spirits immensely. Su Ming, come here. Earlier, when she had heard Su Zong call for Zhang Han to kiss her, she had been eager to witness it. However, upon noticing the bodyguards of the Su family and everyone else instantly averting their gazes, she had reluctantly turned her head away. Suddenly hearing Su Yao call her, she felt somewhat bewildered. Wasn't this something I should be involved in too? Nevertheless, she approached, awaiting instructions. Acquire this commercial street, and name it Hanhan S. Su Ming sighed inwardly, almost believing she was being summoned to kiss her as well. Understood, Su Zong. At that moment, Zhang Han's mind was a blank slate. Wait, an entire commercial street. Is this even a reasonable request? This is what a domineering CEO does. A single kiss earns a commercial street. What about the efforts I put in over the past 2 nights? A subtle smile graced Su Yao's striking features. Do you like it, Hanhan? Zhang Han, somewhat taken aback, was at a loss for words but managed to nod. Thank you, Su Yao. What should you call me? Yaoyao. Su Yao nodded in satisfaction, then gestured for Zhang Han to join her in the car, leaving the few people inside the lipstick shop utterly bewildered. Once in the car, Su Yao perched herself on Zhang Han's lap, sporting a mischievous smile. Han, what were you doing at the commercial street today? The fragrant scent of her femininity wafted into Zhang Han's nostrils, her breath tickling his neck and igniting a flutter of sensations. Moreover, Su Yao delivered these chief teeth. The softness at her thigh leaving Zhang Han in a state of utter disarray. He swallowed hard, his hands fumbling in his pocket to retrieve a small gift box. I bought you a present. Though it's not expensive, I promise to strive for the best in the future. Observing the lipstick packaging in Zhang Han's hands, Su Yao felt a surge of joy. Here, as a reward for you. Huh? Before Zhang Han could fully comprehend, he was met with a soft sensation upon his lips. Caught off guard, he gasped for breath, frantically reaching out, only to suddenly feel a soft touch on his hand. Yaoyao, please calm down. His lips began to tremble, regretting not having consumed the shunbao earlier. So this is what Hanhan desires? No, this is a colossal misunderstanding. I wasn't prepared. Are you truly out of options? Really? Fine. I shall let you off the hook for now. Su Yao regarded Zhang Han's flushed face with a slight smirk. Upon witnessing the playful expression on Su Yao's face, Zhang Han realized he had been outmaneuvered. Yet, it was all in good fun. After all, women were often capricious. Reflecting on how Zhang Han had been clumsily trying to protect the gift he had for her while entangled with Bai Ningbing, her mood brightened considerably. She smiled. Do you have enough money left? At that moment, Zhang Han was quietly comforting his younger brother to sleep when he heard Su Yao's words, momentarily taken aback. Soon, a black card appeared beside him. This contains 10 billion. Spend as you wish. If it's insufficient, come find me. Zhang Han glanced at the black card resting on his lap, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Wait, I haven't even exhausted the funds at home. And now the rest this? And you say how much? 10 billion. Chapter 12. A battle of 300 rounds. Before long, the car arrived at the estate. Zhang Han dashed straight to the kitchen, seeking out Shun Bao. He stared at the Hui Ren Shun Bao pills in his hand, hesitating briefly before swallowing them down. Damn it, I'm all in. Tonight, let us battle for 300 rounds. That night, within the confines of Zhang Han's room at the Su family estate, an epic showdown was imminent. Zhang Han intended to carve a path through the fray. However, alas, he was no match for the Su Yao version T0. He stood no chance whatsoever. After 300 rounds of combat, Zhang Han succumbed to defeat. Wow, how am I still unable to win? Zhang Han collapsed onto the bed, while Su Yao, victorious, retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. Listening to the gentle sound of water in the bathroom, Zhang Han replayed the recent battle in his mind. Next time, I will definitely win. A notification chimed from a phone on the bedside table, interrupting Zhang Han's thoughts. Exhausted, he reached out. Ugh. Thud. Zhang Han grimaced as he stood up, having fallen off the bed while attempting to grab his phone. What bad luck. Not only did I lose the battle, but I also fell while reaching for my phone. Su Yao's prowess truly was formidable. As Zhang Han examined the message in his hand, he noticed it was from his good friend, Yang Wei. How's the wedding with Liu Ruyan coming along? Upon reading the message from his dear friend, Zhang Han felt a wave of emotion wash over him, his thoughts drifting back to his past life. In his previous existence, after marrying Liu Ruyan, he had lived in utter despair, penniless and devoid of freedom, essentially a servant in her household. During that time, he had endured significant hardship, with classmates mocking him as a hopeless sycophant, ostracizing him at school. Yet, Zhang Han had stubbornly defended Liu Ruyan, and looking back, it was rather amusing. Yang Wei had seen through Liu Ruyan's true nature long ago, continuously advising Zhang Han, though he had refused to listen, leading to heated arguments between them. Still, Yang Wei remained a steadfast friend, even sharing part of his part-time earnings to ensure Zhang Han could indulge occasionally and not feel deprived. Yang Wei's family wasn't too affluent either. His mother was ill, and his father had passed away, leaving him with the burden of supporting his family. Eventually, he found a girlfriend, if memory served, named He Bai Chu, but she had a male friend. During the 3 years Zhang Han was married, Yang Wei had aspired to improve his circumstances and, alongside his girlfriend, started a small business. However, he was blindsided by betrayal when she absconded with his money and her male companion. Consequently, Yang Wei lost everything, and within 6 months, news of his suicide surfaced, the timing tragically coinciding with Zhang Han's own life. In this second chance at life, such tragedies must not be allowed to repeat. One night 17 Lang, it's over. Yang Wei. It's actually for the best. That Liu Ruyan is just a deceitful character. One night 17 Lang. I've seen through it as well. No need to worry about me. Yang Wei, upon reading Zhang Han's message in the dormitory, sat up in shock. Wait, why does this sound completely unlike my bro's usual demeanor? He quickly replied, Yang Wei, you've truly come to terms with it? Or are you pulling my leg? One night 17 Lang. I genuinely have. Smiled JPG. Yang Wei, that would be for the best. Seeing Zhang Han send a familiar emoticon, Yang Wei finally relaxed a bit. He valued Zhang Han as a friend, despite his utter lack of romantic intelligence. Yet, as a brother, he was irreplaceable, willing to lend him even his underwear, though he wasn't particularly fond of Zhang Han's original flavor. Zhang Han contemplated whether to share his experiences with Su Yao with Yang Wei. Perhaps not. Tomorrow, I shall arrive in a luxury car and shock him. Heh, who are you chatting with? A chilling voice pierced through from behind. As Su Yao emerged from her bath, she was greeted by the sight of Zhang Han, grinning as he gazed at his phone. Furrowing her brows in displeasure, she wondered if he was once again chatting with Liu Ruyan. Upon turning his head, Zhang Han was captivated by the sight of Su Yao's fair, towel-clad figure, her curves accentuated by the towel that clung to her like a second skin, leaving little to the imagination. The sight was almost too mesmerizing to tear one's gaze away from, as the allure of her ample bosom threatened to reveal more than just a hint of pink. Zhang Han found himself momentarily entranced, feeling a stir of desire. Yet he quickly suppressed the impulse, fully aware of Su Yao's current irritation. What is the matter, Su Yao? I'm merely conversing with my good brother Yang Wei, he said, raising his phone for her to see. Zhang Han had grown accustomed to Su Yao's inexplicable jealousy. After all, it was quite typical for women. If I don't pamper my woman, who will? As Su Yao perused the contents of Zhang Han's phone, the chill emanating from her dissipated. I advise you to refrain from contacting Liu Ruyan, or else you shall face my wrath, she warned. Zhang Han, placing his phone down, playfully pinched the flesh of her thigh, grinning. Fear not, Su Yao, my heart belongs solely to you. In an instant, Su Yao pushed Zhang Han down, shedding her towel to engage in playful combat. Zhang Han, the emperor of the second battle, is no match for the former ancestor Su Yao. Ascension is but a ruse. The alien races of the upper realms feast upon the pride of our clan. Zhang Han fell in defeat. There, now I have proven my sincerity, haven't I? What shall you call me? Yaoyao. Well, that's more like it. As Su Yao gazed at Zhang Han's smile, a twinge of melancholy crept in. So, it seems Hanhan is fond of my body, is he? Very well, as long as he cherishes me and does not abandon me. Noticing Su Yao retreating back into her usual aloof demeanor, Zhang Han gently spoke. Well, Su Yao, my dear wife, I plan to return to school tomorrow, as it has been quite some time. Zhang Han's desire to return to school was not motivated by a yearning for classes, but rather concern for his good friend. Having returned to life, he realized it had been nearly a few years since he had seen Yangwei. Su Yao, hearing this, gazed pensively at the moon outside, lost in thought. After what felt like an eternity, she came to a resolution. If Hanhan wished to attend school, then so be it. She turned to speak, but found Zhang Han had already drifted into slumber. Watching him sleep peacefully, she leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on his lips before carefully curling into his embrace, allowing her eyes to close in preparation for sleep. These past few days had afforded Su Yao the most tranquil slumber she had experienced in a long while. Nestled in Zhang Han's arms, she felt a profound sense of safety and comfort. Han, please don't leave me. The next morning, Su Yao awoke early, for she did not attend work. How could she provide Han with the finest delights in the world? Observing the still sleeping Zhang Han, a soft smile graced her lips. Life with Han was truly wonderful. She approached him, placing a tender kiss on his forehead before heading downstairs. Uncle Chin noticed Su Yao's improved demeanor and felt a swell of satisfaction. It seemed that young Master Zhang and the young lady were getting along splendidly. He was aware of Su Yao's usual struggles with sleep, even if her exquisite face betrayed none of it. Nevertheless, her temperament and vitality were telling. Uncle Chun held a deep gratitude for Zhang Han, for without him, the young lady would not be so joyous. Take good care of Zhang Han, and do not let him escape, Su Yao remarked coldly as she turned to leave. Understood. Chapter 13. Are you out of your mind? Ding ding ding. Zhang Fan's alarm clock rang. Grabbing his phone, he noticed a message from Su Yao. Su, I agree to your return to school, but you must not seek out Liu Ruyan or any other girls. Zhang Han chuckled at the message. What girl could possibly rival the beauty of his wife? Having missed a few days of school, Su Yao had helped him secure a leave, and today Zhang Han intended to visit campus. He stood before the mirror, taking care to groom himself. Clad in a crisp white shirt beneath a tailored black jacket, paired with sleek black trousers, he exuded an understated elegance. Perfection. Soon enough, he departed the estate in his Koenigsegg. Upon arriving at the school, Zhang Han drove into the campus and parked in a suitable spot. It had been a long time since his last visit. Stepping out of the car, he felt the campus breeze wash over him. Truly, this was a prestigious university, with a breeze that carried an air of literary charm. Following the faint recollections of his memory, he made his way to his classroom. Inside, Liu Ruyan was listening to Bai Ningbing's complaints. Ruyan, you must have a serious talk with Zhang Han. What is the matter? Upon hearing Zhang Han's name, Liu Ruyan recalled Su Yao from the wedding day, her irritation flaring. How could her pet be taken away by someone else? Especially by a woman of Su Yao's caliber. Yesterday, I saw him buy you a lipstick, but he didn't get one for me. You must have a serious talk with him. Bai Ningbing dared not mention her own aspirations to claim Zhang Han's lipstick, lest she incur his wrath. However, a little smear on his reputation was permissible. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan's anger dissipated instantly. Just days prior, she had posted on social media expressing her desire for lipstick, and Zhang Han had already procured one for her. Evidently, That loyal admirer's heart belonged solely to her. The woman who had whisked him away at the wedding was nothing more than a jester. That is a given, Liu Ruyan declared. Just then, an uproar erupted in the classroom. Oh my gosh! Look, there's a handsome guy outside. Where? Where? No way. Is that Zhang Han? Impossible. The classmates had long regarded Zhang Han as nothing more than a devoted admirer, albeit an exceptionally devoted one. Though he was decent-looking, he was still labeled as a mere sycophant. Liu Ruyan and Bai Ningbing leaned towards the door, and there stood Zhang Han, striding forward like a beam of light. The golden sunlight cast a halo around him, and the breeze rustled through his white shirt, revealing glimpses of well-defined muscles. At that moment, he radiated a vibrant energy, completely dispelling any notion of being a mere sycophant. Bai Ningbing excitedly nudged Liu Ruyan's shoulder. Is that Zhang Han? Upon hearing Bai Ningbing's question, Liu Ruyan felt a surge of inexplicable delight. She could easily identify Zhang Han. After 2 years of being his admirer, could she possibly mistake him? Teacher, I'm back. As Zhang Han entered the classroom, astonishment swept through the room. The handsome figure truly was Zhang Han. No way. Is that really Zhang Han? After a few days' absence, his aura seemed transformed. The teacher at the podium was equally taken aback by Zhang Han's transformation. He had learned long ago that the powerful Su family had intervened on Zhang Han's behalf for his leave. The news had sent shockwaves through the office. For the Su family was not to be trifled with. Seeing Zhang Han return, his demeanor clearly altered. The teacher refrained from reprimanding the commotion and simply nodded, allowing him to enter the classroom. Zhang Han swiftly located his good friend, Yang Wei. Yang Wei gazed at Zhang Han in astonishment, pondering how much his friend had transformed in just a few days. The current Zhang Han bore no trace of his former sycophantic demeanor. With a spark of excitement, he exclaimed, Hanga, you're back. Zhang Han felt a twinge of emotion upon seeing his dear brother, despite having messaged earlier. The reality of their reunion struck a chord within him. He quickly concealed his feelings, smiling as he nodded. Yes, did you miss me? Yang Wei smirked. Miss you? Not a chance. With a chuckle, Zhang Han settled down, engaging in playful banter with Yang Wei. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan furrowed her brows. Observing Zhang Han from her seat, she felt a pang of discomfort. Normally, he would insist on sitting with her. Yet today, he chose to join his friend instead. Bai Ningbing, noticing Liu Ruyan's discontent, smirked and teased. Zhang Han has become quite clever. He has grasped the art of allure and retreat. No wonder he didn't give me the lipstick. He intended to present it to you himself. Liu Ruyan conceded that it made sense. So, it was indeed a game of allure and retreat? Well played, man. You have successfully captured my attention. As the bell rang, the students remained in the classroom, anticipating a performance titled Zhang Han's plea to Liu Ruyan for a meal. Regardless of Zhang Han's transformation, he would still be Liu Ruyan's devoted admirer, as everyone gathered to witness the spectacle. However, contrary to expectations, Zhang Han did not seek out Liu Ruyan but walked straight out of the classroom with Yang Wei, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Had the dog turned into a man? Liu Ruyan's mood soured as she realized she had been waiting for Zhang Han to bring her lipstick, only for him to abandon the plan. She hurriedly exited the classroom in pursuit of him. The onlookers froze again. Had the man turned back into a dog? Why was Liu Ruyan chasing after Zhang Han? Liu Ruyan caught up with Zhang Han, grabbing his hand and demanding, Zhang Han, where's my lipstick? Her grip was forceful enough to make him stumble. Startled by the sudden yank, Zhang Han turned back, astonished. What lipstick? Liu Ruyan, becoming impatient, retorted, stop pretending. I know Bai Ningbing told me you bought lipstick for me yesterday. Zhang Han, bewildered, replied, you must be joking. That was meant for my wife. Liu Ruyan frowned, confused. What wife? Sangan, exasperative, clarifaud, Suyao. Liu Ruyan scoffed. You expect me to believe that? Just a random name to distract me? Hand over my lipstick. Zhang Han cursed under his breath, calling her crazy, and turned to leave with Yang Wei. Liu Ruyan assumed he was playing hard to get. If you walk away now, don't expect to be on good terms with me later. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han hesitated. Yang Wei frowned white. Didn't you say you wouldn't be a sycophant anymore? The classmates who had followed to watch the drama settled back, Realizing Zhang Han was still the same devoted admirer, easily swayed by a threat, Zhang Han spun around, his face alight with surprise. Really? Is that what you think? Liu Ruyan, perplexed, responded, What? You're serious about not wanting to be on good terms with me anymore? That is splendid. I won't have to deal with Su Yao. Liu Ruyan took a moment to process Zhang Han's words, and her expression darkened. If you can walk away, then don't expect to reconcile with me. Zhang Han, unfazed, pulled a bewildered Yang Wei along, departing without looking back. Liu Ruyan stood there, trembling with anger. Could it be true that Zhang Han was no longer a sycophant? Did that mean she had a chance? I'll compose a love letter first. You all carry on with your antics. Upon hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Liu Ruyan erupted. Are you all insane? The onlookers, taken aback, exchanged glances before dispersing. Chapter 14. Mother, unleash the sniper. Bai Ningbing approached Liu Ruyan, observing the tension in her features. Bai Ningbing felt a sense of surprise. After all, Liu Ruyan had never exhibited such emotional volatility due to Zhang Han before. Are you all right, Yin Yin? Liu Ruyan responded as if hearing a grand joke. What could possibly be wrong? What could I possibly have to worry about? If it weren't for Lu Mango urging me to keep Zhang Han on a string, would he even have the audacity to fawn over me? Bai Ningbing Siket, exasperated that Liu Ruyan had failed to recognize Zhang Han's clear intentions of allure and retreat. Sigh, Zhang Han is blatantly playing games. How can you be so dense? Zhang Han, despite being Liu Ruyan's devoted admirer, if he seemed uninterested, wouldn't he that imply she was inferior to the woman at the wedding? Absolutely not. Really? Liu Ruyan tilted her head in curiosity. Without a doubt, based on my understanding of him, it is a certainty. Liu Ruyan finally comprehended why Zhang Han had chosen not to give her face in front of everyone earlier. He sought to capture her attention. Ha, Zhang. You sly fox. Goodness. Hange, you've truly decided to stop being a sycophant. Yang Wei, still reeling from disbelief, reflected on the earlier scene. Zhang Han shot him a look of annoyance. Do I really seem like someone who enjoys being a sycophant? Indeed, you do, Yang Wei exclaimed. Hearing this, Zhang Han nearly spat out the water he had just taken a sip of, accidentally splattering it into Yang Wei's mouth. Oblivious to the source, Yang Wei thought it was a drink prepared just for him. Delicious. Wow. Hange, after just a few days apart, you're feeding me water. You must have missed me. He licked his lips, puzzled by the salty taste. Ah, this is a special drink. Zhang Han scratched his head, reluctant to divulge the truth, fearing Yang Wei might overthink it. By the way, don't we have class this afternoon? After years away from school, he could hardly remember the schedule. Yang Wei, incredulous, remarked, Have you lost your mind after just a few days? Of course, there's no class. With a grin, Zhang Han replied, All right, then I'll treat you to a nice meal this afternoon. Speaking of which, Hange, why have you changed so much after just a few days? Yang Wei inquired, astonished and curious about Zhang Han's recent demeanor. Finally, Zhang Han felt he could share his thoughts. Reflecting on his tumultuous days with Su Yao, he acknowledged that, despite the challenges, the emotional connection was genuine. Actually, I've struck a deal with a wealthy woman. Yang Wei was taken aback. Zhang Han chuckled inwardly, knowing any brother would be stunned to hear such news. Come, cling to my leg. What are you doing? Zhang Han shrugged off Yang Wei's hand from his shoulder. Yang Wei stared at him as if he were crazy. You're not feverish, so why are you talking such nonsense? Get lost. Zhang Han playfully swatted him away. The two quickly finished their lunch and returned to their dormitory. Zhang Han found himself reminiscing about his dormitory as he reclined onto his bed, which remained as comfortable as ever. Meanwhile, Yang Wei, brimming with impatience, eagerly powered on his computer to indulge in gaming. Just as Zhang Han was savoring the tranquility, he was interrupted by Yang Wei's jarring exclamations. Mom, I got the sniper. Oh, Mom, you're the best. I'm your obedient son. Such a lack of ambition. Zhang Han wished to feign ignorance of his friend. How is it possible that my good brother belongs to that crowd who calls out for their mothers while gaming? Chapter 15. Overreacting, unfamiliar with the world. Damn it, I lost again. I'm done, Yang Wei exclaimed, removing his headphones and slumping back into his gaming chair. It was said that underachievers tend to have an abundance of gaming peripherals. His setup included an esports mouse, keyboard, and chair, all of which were top-notch. His monitor boasted a 200 Hz refresh rate. Yet, despite all this, his lack of skill rendered him a target of ridicule from his mother, leading him to idly scroll through the campus wall on his phone. Suddenly, something caught his eye, and he dashed over to Zhang Han, urgently tapping him on the shoulder. "Fang Ye, you have to see this." At that moment, Zhang Han, still squinting to catch up on some sleep, felt unusually fatigued lately without understanding the cause. "What has got you so worked up? If it's just another beauty on the campus wall, I swear I'll—" Yang Wei stared at his phone in shock, oblivious to Zhang Han's disinterest. Zhang Han leaned over to take a look. The image revealed a crowd gathered around a car, and to his astonishment, it was none other than his own Koenigsegg. "What is the fuss about? Haven't you seen a car before? Holy crap, it's a Koenigsegg, right here at our school. Come on, Zhanggu, let's go check it out." Zhang Han chuckled helplessly, unable to resist Yang Wei's enthusiasm, and was dragged to see his beloved car. Upon arrival, they found a throng of female students already queued up, eager to snap photos for their social media. "Since when did our school have such high-caliber vehicles?" one exclaimed. "If I could befriend someone like that, I'd be willing to have his children. What if he has a beer belly? Then what? I'd just pretend to enjoy it. Fair point. I want to join the crowd too." Yang Wei, brimming with excitement at the sight of so many people, felt a twinge of regret. The dream of every man was right before his eyes, yet it felt agonizingly out of reach. Zhang Han sensed Yang Wei's thoughts and smiled gently. "Son, would you like to sit in it?" Yang Wei shot him a look, exasperated. "Of course I would. Why ask such a pointless question?" Zhang Han stepped forward, intending to clear a path through the crowd. At that moment, two attractive girls emerged from the throng. "Move aside. Let Liu Ruyan take her pictures first." The crowd obediently parted, aware of the social hierarchy at play. Liu Ruyan, a campus belle with a powerful family background, was undoubtedly at the top of the pecking order, akin to the strongest ace in a game of Peacekeeper Elite. As Liu Ruyan basked in the attention of her peers, she relished the feeling of being in the spotlight. "If only I could get to know the car owner. I would have to chase after Zhang Lulang. I could be pampered by the owner and live a blissful life." With that thought, Liu Ruyan began posing for photos, adopting what she believed were alluring and adorable stances. "If the car owner sees me, he might just be enchanted. That would be killing two birds with one stone." Zhang Han, watching Liu Ruyan's exaggerated poses, felt a wave of disgust. Damn it, what was I thinking in my past life to have liked someone like her? It wasn't just foolish. It felt as if his brains had been devoured by a zombie. Furthermore, he felt a pang of sorrow. After all, that was his beloved car. Hastily, Zhang Han approached, irritated, and attempted to shoo her away. Step aside, step aside." Hearing his voice, Liu Ruyan's excitement peaked. "The owner is here?" But upon turning to see Zhang Han, her expression shifted to one of disappointment. "Ugh, how unfortunate." Bai Ningbing, upon recognizing Zhang Han, wore a look of disdain. "I thought the car owner had arrived, but it's just you, the big sycophant. What? You don't know their essay line for photos?" Hanhan, uninterested in engaging with them, shot a weary glance at Liu Ruyan. "Don't mess around. This is my car." The onlookers erupted in laughter, fully aware that Zhang Han was merely Liu Ruyan's lackey. Moreover, everyone knew Zhang Han was not favored within the Zhang family. Even the pampered young master, Zhang Lulang, couldn't he afford such a vehicle? How could Zhang Han? Had he become so deluded by his role as a sycophant that he thought he was the protagonist of a novel? Exactly, Liu Ruyan and Bai Ningbing chimed in, laughing heartily. Zhang Han must have read too many novels. Hearing the jeers, Zhang Han sighed in resignation. Is it a crime to speak the truth these days? Meanwhile, Yang Wei, blushing with embarrassment, squeezed through the crowd to grab Zhang Han, intending to make a swift exit. "Zhanggu, let us just forget it. If the owner shows up, it'll be a huge embarrassment." Zhang Han remained unfazed, standing calmly in place, prompting Yang Wei to sigh and resign himself to the situation. "Fine, if we're going to be mocked, let us face it together. After all, you're my brother." Liu Ruyan, with a disdainful expression, remarked, "Zhang Han, don't think you can attract my attention with such antics." With that, she shifted her weight, sitting heavily on the car. "This car is of excellent quality. You think someone like you can even imagine it?" At that moment, Liu Ruyan's phone slipped from her pocket, tumbling down and leaving a scratch on the car's emblem. Zhang Han's eyes widened in horror at the sight. What the hell? He swiftly pushed Liu Ruyan aside, heartbroken as he gazed at the scratch on the car's front. My beloved car. He turned to Liu Ruyan, frowning in disbelief. Look what you've done. I warned you, and now look at the mess. Liu Ruyan, flustered, turned around only to discover Bai Ningbing had vanished. Where did Bai Ningbing go? In a panic, Liu Ruyan stood frozen for a few seconds before devising a plan. She glared at Zhang Han, accusing him. This is all your fault. It's not even your car, and you kept talking, causing my phone to drop. The crowd echoed her sentiments. That's right. Hanhan. Look at what you've done. Exactly. Get ready to pay up. Zhang Han, utterly speechless, wondered if these people had lost their minds. You all want to shed tears until you see the coffin. First of all, whether it's my car or not. You should know the rule of not touching the vehicle while taking photos. Secondly, this is indeed my car. So, tell me how you plan to compensate for the damage. As the crowd witnessed the car respond, astonishment swept through them. What? The Koenigsegg is reacting. Is it really Zhang Han's car? How is that possible? Isn't he just a sycophant? The crowd dispersed in a hurry, not wanting to be remembered by Zhang Han after having mocked him. Anyone capable of driving such a car surely had connections beyond what the Zhang family could afford. Undoubtedly, Zhang Han had recently befriended someone significant, not to mention the exorbitant rental costs for such a car. Just finding a way to rent, it was impressive enough. Yang Wei was utterly incredulous, his eyes nearly glued to Zhang Han's face. Brother Han, is it true that you've hooked up with a wealthy woman? Hanhan hooked helplessly. You wouldn't believe it even if I told you, so what's the point? Stop overreacting. You've clearly never seen the world. He then turned to Liu Ruyan. Why don't you enlighten us on how we should compensate? Liu Ruyan's mind had gone blank ever since Zhang Han summoned the car, and she still hadn't recovered. You. Observing her dazed expression, Zhang Han decided not to press further. All right, let's settle for a lesser amount. 5 million. He then ushered Yang Wei into the car. As they watched the vehicle drive away, Liu Ruyan remained in shock. Is that truly Zhang Han's car? Isn't he just my devoted admirer? Isn't he the neglected young master of the Zhang family? Isn't he merely a pawn in the game I play with Zhang Lumeng? A multitude of puzzles left Liu Ruyan in a state of frenzy. Moreover, 5 million. Where on earth would she procure such a sum? Chapter 16. Hello, sister-in-law. Wow. Brother Han, you really have hooked up with a wealthy woman. Riding in this car feels entirely different. Zhang Han couldn't help but chuckle at Yang Wei's naive expression. Stay low-key. Suddenly, Yang Wei seemed to have an epiphany and looked at Zhang Han with concern. Zhang Han felt a chill run down his spine under Yang Wei's unsettling gaze. Don't look at me like that. I'm not gay. The thought of how he'd come to sit in such a car, thanks to his brother enduring the weight of a 300-pound woman on the bed, made Yang Wei feel uneasy. You've worked hard, Brother Han, he said, tears streaming down his face as he embraced Zhang Han. What are you doing? I swear I'm not gay. Hanhan exclaimed. What are you talking about? Life under a 300-pound woman must be tough, right? Zhang Han was baffled. Before long, Zhang Han deciphered Yang Wei's words. He was referring to Su Yao's appearance. Thinking of how Su Yao had treated him well, Zhang Han couldn't help but smile. In fact, the wealthy woman was even more beautiful than Liu Ruyan. However, seeing Zhang Han smile only deepened Yang Wei's sorrow. My brother Han has been traumatized. A 300-pound woman can outshine Liu Ruyan by miles. I really feel guilty for him, enjoying this hard-earned life in his car. He panicked. Wait, Brother Han wouldn't introduce me to a 300-pound woman, would he? I can't handle it. Zhang Han was equally confused. What kind of script is this? He snapped, I'm serious. What on earth are you thinking? Yang Wei slumped back in his seat, awaiting the judgment of fate. Soon, Zhang Han parked the car in an underground parking garage of a shopping mall. Strangely, there were very few vehicles present, only a handful scattered about, among which an Audi A8 caught his eye. A woman was sitting at the front, clearly waiting for someone, surrounded by several bodyguards. Zhang Han squinted in disbelief. Su Yao, what on earth is she doing here? He quickly shook off his shock. After all, seeing Su Yao made him quite happy. With a beaming smile, he unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to Yang Wei. Come on, let me introduce you to my wife. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei felt a wave of despair wash over him. Oh no, Brother Han really intends to sell me to a 300-pound woman. However, as they stepped out of the car and Zhang Han rushed over to a woman with a curvaceous figure and exquisite features, Yang Wei could hardly believe his eyes. He blinked repeatedly. No way. This is my sister-in-law? Why her? What does that little brat Zhang Han have that I don't? Zhang Han approached Su Yao, and the atmosphere around him seemed to drop in temperature. Su Yao was sitting with her legs crossed at the front of the car, arms folded, her calm gaze exuding an undeniable sharpness. Su Yao, what are you doing here? Zhang Han asked cheerfully. Su Yao ignored him, her piercing gaze fixed on him, sending a shiver down his spine. Who was upset Su Yao this time? The tension in the air was palpable, and Yang Wei, having come closer, was utterly captivated by Su Yao's beauty. She is not just more beautiful than Liu Ruyan, she outshines her by several leagues. However, the icy aura emanating from Su Yao made Yang Wei shudder. Looks like sister-in-law has a short temper. Watching the two locked in a standoff, Yang Wei realized they were clearly arguing. For the sake of his brother's happiness, he decided to intervene. Hello, sister-in-law. His voice shattered the awkward silence. Upon hearing him, Su Yao's stern expression softened slightly, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. What? Before Yang Wei could fully comprehend the situation, a bank card was thrust into his hand. One of the bodyguards explained on Su Yao's behalf, "This contains 500,000 as a reward for your earlier words." Huh? Yang Wei stared at the unexpected windfall, stunned. What just happened? I call her sister-in-law, and money drops from the sky? What did all my previous part-time jobs amount to? Zhang Han was similarly dumbfounded, watching the scene unfold. What? He calls her sister-in-law and gets paid? What about all my hard work? Before he could process it further, two bodyguards ushered him into the car. Su Yao looked coldly at Yang Wei. I have business with Zhang Han. You can leave now. Feel free to take any car in this garage. Without waiting for his bewildered response, she entered the vehicle. Yang Wei, left in a daze, could hardly articulate his thoughts. After a long pause, realization struck him. Oh my God, I just hit the jackpot. Zhang Han's sister-in-law is a gem. Inside the car, Zhang Han anxiously observed Su Yao, who had been staring out the window for several minutes. What has upset her now? Who has made her angry? Su Yao remained unresponsive, sorrowfully gazing at the scenery outside. What's going on? Is there anyone who can explain this? I'm in dire need of answers. I know everything. Su Yao's voice, both alluring and innocent, carried a note of sadness. Zhang Han scratched his head in confusion. What? Suddenly, Su Yao turned, fixing him with an intense gaze, her crimson eyes sharp as a serpent's upon its prey. You've been chatting with Liu Ruyan today. Zhang Han froze for a moment, then quickly realized, oh, is that what this is about? So who is spreading rumors? Chapter 17. I've truly come to love her. Su Yao, you must believe me. Today, it was that scoundrel Liu Ruyan who sought me out. Zhang Han hurriedly clarified, fearing Su Yao might lose her temper. Unfortunately, it was too late. A fierce expression began to twist Su Yao's face. I don't believe you. Her head throbbed as her reason slowly slipped away. Zhang Han gazed at Su Yao, now glaring at him, struggling to reconcile this with the woman who had shared his bed for the past few days. She resembled a lion, calm like a kitten when content, but capable of ferocity when provoked. However, once angered, one becomes the king of the jungle. At this moment, Su Yao, seemingly conjuring a knife from thin air, fixed her gaze intently upon Zhang Han. Zhang Han pressed his hands firmly against the car's seat, a chilling dread coursing through him, rendering him utterly motionless. It's over. This thought surged from the depths of his being, breaking through like a flood, piercing directly into his mind. Su Yao, knife in hand, slowly approached him, an intoxicating fragrance emanating from her youthful form, enveloping Zhang Han's senses. Whether it was the overwhelming scent or sheer terror, his brain was beginning to feel starved of oxygen. Fortunately, at that moment, the car finally arrived at the villa. Uncle Chen opened the door, announcing, "Miss, young master, we have arrived home." This intervention managed to pull the frenzied Su Yao back to reality. She stared wide-eyed at Zhang Han for a fleeting moment before glancing at Uncle Chen, then bolted from the vehicle and dashed into the villa. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Han swallowed hard, overwhelmed by a sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity. Slumped in the car, he realized, to his dismay, that his back had become drenched in cold sweat unbeknownst to him. Uncle Chun furrowed his brow, watching Su Yao's hasty departure with concern. Has the young lady succumbed to her affliction again? Since Zhang Han began residing in the estate, it had been quite some time since she last exhibited such symptoms. Before Zhang Han's arrival, she would experience episodes 5 to 6 times a week, each time retreating to the basement to inflict harm upon herself with a small blade, a means to mask her emotional distress through pain. Moreover, during these episodes, she would deliberately avoid Zhang Han, not wishing for him to witness her in such a state. Uncle Chun felt a deep sorrow for Su Yao. Logically, at his age, he had weathered numerous life's tempests. Yet, the visible dejection etched upon his aged visage was unexpected. Zhang Han's mind was blank as he incessantly replayed Su Yao's earlier behavior. Women are all like this. Normal, normal, normal. What nonsense. He could no longer convince himself. His body involuntarily trembled. It dawned upon him that he had indeed fallen for a quintessentially troubled soul. Doubts began to gnaw at him. Do I genuinely love Su Yao? Or am I merely drawn to her body and wealth? He posed this question to himself, only to swiftly dismiss it. No. What on earth are you thinking, Zhang Han? Have you forgotten who rescued you from that dilapidated house? Who attempted to end her life just to be with you forever? After a prolonged pause, Zhang Han seemed to finally grasp the truth. Upon witnessing her in such a state, his initial instinct was fear. Yet his subconscious pondered, does Su Yao suffer? Is she weary? Is she shedding tears somewhere? It was at that moment he comprehended that he had profoundly fallen for this fragile girl. To love someone is not merely to cherish their virtues, but to embrace their entirety, their imperfections. Who in this world is truly whole? The answer is glaringly evident. No one. Zhang Han exhaled deeply, realizing he truly loved her. He resolved to share Su Yao's burdens. With earnestness, he inquired of Uncle Chun, Uncle Chun, where is Su Yao now? Uncle Chun regarded him with surprise. He had hoped Zhang Han would attempt to assist Su Yao with her mental affliction. However, he feared the risks. Zhang Han was the only person Su Yao cared for. During her episodes, not even Zhang Han, let alone himself, who had been by her side for half a lifetime, was safe from her wrath. Firstly, he did not wish to expose her to the harm she could inflict upon Zhang Han. Secondly, she had previously confided in him not to let Zhang Han know about her mental illness. In the basement, I will take you there. Uncle Chun, observing the sincerity in Zhang Han's eyes, sighed. Please do not blame me, miss. It is Zhang Xiao's earnestness that has moved me. I hope he can alleviate your condition. Chapter 18. I will never tire of you. Get out. All of you, just get the hell out. Su Yao screamed furiously at the torn photographs of Zhang Han strewn across the basement floor. In the past, whenever she fell ill, she could calm herself by taking medication and looking at the pictures. But today, for reasons unknown, the more she looked, the more agitated she became. Her fair hands were now marred with numerous cuts, vivid crimson blood seeping from her wounds, a sight both haunting and grotesque. Yet, Su Yao still felt it was insufficient. Not enough. Hiss. Another cut. Why? Why can't Hanhan stay with me forever? Why must he seek out that vile woman, Liu Ruyan? During their journey, Uncle Chun had recounted Su Yao's condition to Zhang Han and how to soothe her. Zhang Han listened intently, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Soon, they arrived at the basement. The entrance was secured with an iron door, and the atmosphere was dark and damp. Faint traces of a red liquid mingled with water remained on the floor. A nauseating stench assaulted their senses, making it difficult to breathe. Uncle Chun dared not proceed, for this was the young lady's sanctum. No one could enter, and no one would dare. It's up to you now, young master. Su Yao's episodes varied in duration, but typically lasted at least 1 to 2 hours, leaving her utterly exhausted. Thus, Uncle Chun harbored hopes that Zhang Han might aid her in alleviating her anguish. Having witnessed her in distress before, the memory of that scene pained him deeply. Zhang Han remained silent, gradually approaching the iron door. He covered his nose as he drew nearer. The stench intensified. Upon opening the door, a scene of devastation unfolded before him. Torn photographs littered the ground, mixed with water and a crimson liquid. There was Su Yao, her hair disheveled, a stark contrast to her usual poised demeanor. In that moment, she resembled a deranged soul rather than the dignified heiress of the Su family. Seeing her in such a state filled Zhang Han with anguish. When Su Yao heard the iron door creak open, she assumed it was a new servant who had inadvertently stumbled into this forbidden space. "Get out!" she shouted. The anticipated scream of terror did not materialize. Instead, there was the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps approaching. Upon realizing who it was, Su Yao's pupils constricted. Why is Han here? Will he be frightened by my appearance? Will he abandon me forever? No, absolutely not. Before she could spiral further into her thoughts, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Zhang Han held Su Yao tightly, his heart aching for the girl before him. Although she appeared strong, he understood her frequent lack of security. Zhang Han was also aware that Su Yao often covertly dispatched individuals to follow him, even placing trackers in his clothing. Yet, he chose to feign ignorance. If her happiness depended on such actions, then it was of little consequence. Suddenly, Su Yao forcefully pushed Sangan away. "Get out. I want tea. Leave now. I fear I might hurt you." A powerful roar echoed, leaving both individuals momentarily stunned. At that moment, Su Yao found herself at a loss regarding her own thoughts. The sight of her hidden location device nestled within Zhang Han's clothing, drawing nearer to Liu Ruyan, had ignited an overwhelming desire for control within her. Yet, after experiencing the warmth exuded by Zhang Han, she came to realize that Hanhan was undoubtedly the most wonderful person in the world and should not be confined by her possessiveness. This realization led her to engage in self-destructive behavior as a means of alleviating her turbulent emotions. She wished not to burden Zhang Han with her unfounded, pathological sense of possession. Torn between the fear of losing Zhang Han and a desperate need to maintain a tight grip on her, tears slowly trickled down from the corners of her eyes. Why must fate be so cruel to me? In that moment, a warm embrace enveloped Su Yao tenderly. Zhang Han's gentle voice soon followed. "Yaoyao, why are you in such pain? Can you share it with me?" Gradually lifting her head from the comforting arms, Su Yao gazed up with a pitiful expression. "I fear losing you." Zhang Han smiled softly, caressing her hand, her hair smooth and silky, as she nestled comfortably in his embrace. "How could that be? My Yaoyao is so adorable. I could never leave you." Su Yao, taken aback by his words, hesitantly asked, "Aren't you afraid of how I acted just now?" Zhang Han remained silent, gently pressing his lips against hers. The sweetness and softness of her youthful lips were unlike anything he had encountered before. In this moment, she was far more endearing than a kitten basking in sunlight. "How could I? I distinctly remember telling you that I would always be by your side. But my love is quite pathological. And what of it? I fear you may grow weary of me. I shall never tire of you." Chapter 19. A change of face. Uncle Chun paced nervously at the entrance, his anxiety palpable. He pulled out his pocket watch, noting that Zhang Han had been inside for nearly 20 minutes. Why had he not yet emerged? Could something have gone awry? Recalling the times when the young lady had been angry or unwell only heightened Uncle Chen's unease. He hesitated at the iron gate, torn between entering and remaining outside. Go in. Even if the young lady were to turn me into a whistle, I must ascertain the situation." Just as he reached for the gate, it swung open from within. Zhang Han, straining under the weight of Su Yao, pushed through the door, only to be startled by the sight of a silver-haired elder. "Oh my, a ghost!" Uncle Chun exclaimed, equally taken aback by the sudden outburst. "Young master, it's me. Oh, you nearly frightened me to death. Keep your voice down. Su Yao is asleep." At that moment, Su Yao was utterly exhausted from her ailment. Zhang Han placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Uncle Chun, feeling somewhat exasperated, wondered who had just reacted so dramatically. Upon seeing Su Yao resting peacefully in Zhang Han's arms, he felt a wave of relief. In less than half an hour, the young lady's condition had improved. It must be said, Zhang Han was truly impressive. "Take the young lady to her room. I shall prepare some medicinal soup." "Understood." Heaving a sigh, Zhang Han carefully carried Su Yao out of the basement. If only he had known during his university days to refrain from so many flights and engage in more physical activity. The physique of a college student was weaker than that of someone who had already entered society. Zhang Han, shook his head in resignation. At long last, they had arrived. He gently laid Su Yao on the bed, patting his sore arms, feeling utterly inadequate. Moreover, Zhang Han could not fathom why Su Yao held such affection for him. In his memories from childhood, there was no trace of her presence. Their only interaction had been a meal he had shared with her at the beginning of their university journey. At that time, he had just returned to the Zhang family and, through sheer diligence and a thirst for knowledge, had gained admission to U City University. By all accounts, he was indeed following the script of a typical male protagonist in a novel. Gazing at the slumbering Su Yao, Zhang Han suddenly felt the urge to enhance his own capabilities. Otherwise, he risked becoming a mere dependent. While his spouse possessed extraordinary abilities, enough wealth to support a child every year, he, as a man, could not simply indulge in such a life of ease indefinitely. A man should stand tall and proud. With that thought in mind, Zhang Han leaned back in his chair, contemplating potential avenues for earning money and gaining strength. However, after much deliberation, he could not conceive any immediate means to earn a quick fortune. During his previous life, he had been entirely consumed by Liu Ruyan, so much so that he had forgotten even the winning lottery numbers. What a fool he had been. Oh, how I wish I had a golden finger like other male protagonists. A gentle knock sounded at the door. Young master, the medicinal soup is ready. Ah, forget it. There are surely ways to grow stronger. We can discuss that later. Hearing the voice, Zhang Han ceased his pondering and went to open the door, bringing in the prepared medicine. He set the soup on the desk, quietly observing Su Yao's peaceful visage. They say that being loved by a Yandere is a calamity. Yet having resolved to love her tenderly, he must accept her pathological possessiveness. Although Su Yao's recent episode had startled him, he felt a pang of regret for having feared her. This woman loved him fiercely. Why should he be afraid? Such behavior is not uncommon for women. Slowly, Su Yao opened her eyes, gazing blankly at the ceiling. Did I have another episode? Turning her head, she spotted Zhang Han lost in thought at the chair. Her heart settled. Life was indeed beautiful with Hanhan by her side. Yet, as she observed him, a lingering discomfort nagged at her. He seemed to be contemplating an escape from her presence. Upon noticing Su Yao had awakened, Zhang Han immediately brought the soup to her. Su Yao, please drink your medicine. Hanhan, I want you to feed me. All right. Zhang Han gently blew on the soup, bringing the bowl to her lips. I don't want to like that. Huh? Puzzled by Su Yao's plaintive expression, Zhang Han was at a loss. If not this way, then how? Feed me mouth to mouth. That way, it won't taste bitter. With a resigned smile, Zhang Han acquiesced to her request. As he gazed at her delicate neck, he swallowed hard. Though they had engaged in intimate contact previously, that had been under different circumstances where he had been in control. Now, in this lucid moment, the young woman before him appeared increasingly alluring, almost like a succubus. Damn it, I'm a man. In this situation, I should be the one in command. After taking a sip of the medicine, Zhang Han leaned in slowly, planting a kiss on her lips. The faint scent of her youth was intoxicating, compelling him to draw her closer. Zhang Han instinctively wrapped his arms around Su Yao's waist, showering her with affectionate kisses as he beheld the innocent girl who had just awakened. A sense of guilt washed over him. After finishing the medicine, Su Yao licked her lips, gazing at Zhang Han with a hint of longing. Her expression swiftly transformed from one of pitiful innocence to a bewitching smile. It was time for Hanhan to get to the point. What happened to that sorrowful look just now? How did she suddenly turn into a temptress? Very well. You've left me no choice. All systems activate. Ah, Zhang Han, done for. Chapter 20. How's that for strength? The next morning, upon waking, Zhang Han found it peculiar that Su Yao had not gone to the office. She had ensnared herself like an octopus. Sangan harber no intentó Su Yao's behavior. After all, women tend to act this way. Maintaining his position, he opened his phone, intending to inquire with lawyer Zhang San about the resolution of the Zhang family affairs. Primarily, he lacked funds, and any attempt to generate income seemed futile. He knew he must grow stronger without relying on Su Yao. Otherwise, what would be the difference between him and a kept man? Thus, his grandfather's inheritance became all the more crucial. Moreover, with the household registration separated, he could also obtain a marriage certificate with Su Yao. He, then he could rightfully call her his wife, albeit with a hint less thrill. Nevertheless, life after obtaining the certificate should bring more joy. Upon unlocking his phone, he discovered a WeChat message from Zhang San. Young Master Zhang. The documents for severing ties with the Zhang family have been processed, but they have yet to transfer the 100 million to your account. Reading the message, Zhang Han furrowed his brows. What the hell? Are they attempting a rebellion? If they don't hand over the 100 million, I'll turn the Zhang family upside down. Send a lawyer's letter directly. Let them feel the treatment of Chicken Brother during his heyday. Understood, young Master Zhang. What are you looking at? A beautifully alluring voice pierced the air. Zhang Han grinned and handed his phone to her. If it could provide Su Yao with a sense of security, then so be it. What was his privacy worth? Su Yao frowned, struggling to believe the significant changes in Zhang Han over the past few days. Are you truly going to sever ties with the Zhang family? Zhang Han affectionately ruffled her hair. Of course. Su Yao responded with a charming smile, wrapping her arms around Zhang Han's neck. Zhang Han swallowed hard, staring at the proximity of her lovely face, less than 3 centimeters away. Wait, this was becoming too frequent. Could that man endure it? But wait, school was about to start. This is your reward. Afterward, Zhang Han sat on the edge of the bed, feeling despondent. Oh, for heaven's sake, I'm a man here. Su Yao emerged from the bathroom, dressed in her professional attire. Today, I'll drive you to school. Oh, can't you go to the office? The company isn't as important as you. Mainly, Su Yao was concerned about Zhang Han going to school alone. It was unsafe for a man to venture to school by himself. Soon, they finished breakfast and drove towards the school, with Su Yao accompanying him. Their convoy was unprecedentedly impressive. Arriving at the school gate, they were greeted by a massive crowd, all parting to make way for Su Yao's convoy. Many students had witnessed Zhang Han summon a Koenigsegg with his own hands, and thus recognized the vehicle. However, they were taken aback by the opulence of today's display. One extravagant convoy, 666. Liu Ruyan and Zhang Lumeng walked together at that moment. Zhang Lumeng had been absent from school recently due to a leg injury and was unaware of Zhang Han's glorious exploits the previous day. He gazed enviously at the row of luxury cars. Will the Zhang family strive for such a life for me? Liu Ruyan was equally astonished. She had not anticipated Zhang Han's newfound prowess. Moreover, his demeanor had shifted dramatically. He was undeniably handsome. Liu Ruyan was oblivious to the fact that Zhang Han's status in her heart had quietly risen. All right, Yaoyao, I have class now. MHM, though reluctant. Su Yao did not wish for Zhang Han to grow to resent her due to her excessively possessive nature. Zhang Han stepped out of the car, leaving everyone awestruck. Today, he was extraordinarily handsome. With his sharp hairstyle, confident and sunny smile, and striking aura, many underclassmen and seniors cast admiring glances in his direction. Previously, they had heard rumors of Zhang Han being a sycophant, but today, he appeared anything but. Indeed, and he is so handsome. Seeing Zhang Han emerge from the vehicle, Zhang Lumeng was taken aback. That's Zhang Han's convoy. When Zhang Han had caused a ruckus at the Zhang family, Zhang Lumeng thought Zhang Han was merely being toyed with by the woman at the wedding. He had no idea Zhang Han was so favored by that wealthy woman. Why was that? Liu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Zhang Han was indeed quite dashing. If he continued to be her sycophant and apologize for the 500,000 incident, she might just give him a chance. Moreover, this time she would allow him to hold her hand in the cafeteria. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Zhang Han overheard whispers around him. But he paid them no mind. After all, who could compare to his Su Yao? Hearing the infatuated voices of the girls, Su Yao felt a pang of discomfort. Hanhan, what's wrong? Upon hearing Su Yao call his name, Zhang Han smiled and leaned closer. Kiss me. All right. As he looked at the girl leaning out of the car window, Zhang Han gently tapped her lips. Given the multitude of onlookers, he felt a bit shy. Su Yao was quite pleased. This served as a declaration of possession. She couldn't let him escape. All right, go to school. Remember what I said. Okay. The people around them were left speechless. The woman in the car was extraordinarily beautiful. So, Zhang Han was being kept? No wonder he was so capable. Damn, I wish I could be supported by such a wealthy and powerful beauty. Zhang Lumang recognized the woman who had whisked Zhang Han away at the wedding with just one glance. She remained as stunning as ever. He was furious. Why should Zhang Han be favored by such an ice-cold beauty? No, everything about Zhang Han belongs to me. He is a child of the Zhang family. So I will seize all familial bonds. If he likes Liu Ruyan, I shall take her. Whatever he desires, I will claim it all. This woman, I must have her. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan felt equally incensed. Did this not imply that the woman in the car was more charming than she? No. Songhon Nismina. Watching Zhang Han drive away with the convoy, he smiled helplessly. He was well aware that Su Yao was feeling jealous due to the gossip. TSK, what can be done? Who can control a wife who is prone to jealousy? Zhang Han then strode towards the classroom. Upon entering, he found a seat and sat down. As soon as he did, Yang Wei's gaze fixed intently upon Zhang Han. Zhang Han felt a shiver run down his spine. What the hell? Are you really that different from a gay? Yang Wei approached, pointing at his phone excitedly. Whoa. The photo of you and your sister-in-law at the school gate has gone viral on campus walls. Zhang Han shrugged. And Yang Wei gritted his teeth. Damn you. Why do you get to enjoy all the good fortune? At noon, I invite you to lunch. I was just joking. Hangu, how is the strength? Apply a bit more force. All right. How about now? Not bad, I suppose. Chapter 21. Bah, wretched woman. Finally, the long-awaited lunch break arrived. Yet Zhang Han found himself disinterested in school. However, the promise of scholarships lingered, and presently, he was in dire need of financial backing. Of course, he wasn't short on money. Su Yao had been exceedingly generous. Yet, he yearned to match Su Yao's pace through his own diligence, step by step. Moreover, who knows, perhaps inspiration would strike him at school about how to earn some money? Zhang Han slapped a tissue onto the face of Yang Wei, who was drooling in slumber beside him, with considerable disdain. Damn it, why did I even become brothers with him? Awake, son. It's quite a wonder that anyone finds you appealing. With a slurp, the still drowsy Yang Wei sucked back his drool. Instinctively, he retorted, your father is quite impressive. I've already met a girl, and she is from our school. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han rolled his eyes in contempt. Met a girl? More like met your mother, right? No, wait, in this timeline, it seems Yang Wei indeed met Hibiku at this time. Damn it. It turns out Hibiku was known as mother by Yang Wei in the past. Abstract. Yet, he couldn't dwell on it too much. What if Hibiku was a good person, and her male friend was the real monster? Anyway, one step at a time. Glancing at the still sleeping Yang Wei, Zhang Han delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. Get up. Aren't you supposed to join me for lunch? Why are you still in bed? Yang Wei, infuriated by the slap, quickly cheered up upon hearing that Zhang Han would treat him to a meal. All right, Hangu, did I hurt your hand? Let me blow on it for you. I'll blow your mother. Get lost. You wretched gay. Before long, the two arrived at the cafeteria, where the crowd was overwhelmingly dense. Zhang Han couldn't help but kick Yang Wei's backside. This is your fault. Just look at how many people there are now. Yang Wei, clutching his rear end, looked at him with a wounded expression. Well, what could I do? After enduring a line for nearly half an hour, they finally managed to get their meals. The sight of the bustling cafeteria made it clear that there were no available seats, not even enough space to walk. In the corner, a girl waved at them. Zhang Han squinted, and to his dismay, it was Liu Ruyan, and she was sitting with Zhang Lulang. Truly disgusting. Eating from one bowl while eyeing another. In his previous life, he must have been out of his mind to be enamored with such a person. What bad luck. Now, Zhang Han deliberately avoided Liu Ruyan whenever he spotted her. That day, Su Yao had been quite troubled, and he had exhausted himself comforting her and feeding her medication. He had watched over her all night, fearing she might harm herself again. Yang Wei knew that Liu Ruyan was the type to go with the wind. Now she knew that my Hangu was doing well. Bah, wretched woman. The two ignored Liu Ruyan and continued their search for a seat. After a challenging quest, they finally found one. Liu Ruyan, noticing that Zhang Han and Yang Wei were disregarding her, felt a twinge of disappointment. But that was fine. Hanhan, I know you have feelings for me. Without hesitation, Liu Ruyan picked up her tray and joined Zhang Han's table. Zhang Lulang, seething with rage, thought to himself, Liu Ruyan was supposed to be my plaything. How dare she run off to befriend Zhang Han? Is there no justice in this world? He quickly followed her. Zhang Han, witnessing Liu Ruyan's shamelessness, rolled his eyes in annoyance. "What are you doing, huh?" Seeing Zhang Han's eye roll, Liu Ruyan, unashamed, flashed a sweet smile. She had clearly mastered the art of seduction. "Han go, why didn't you come looking for me today? I'll look for your mother." "Huh?" Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan's face flushed with embarrassment. "Oh, do you want to meet my parents already? What a little rascal." "But no. As a lady, I must maintain my composure. Holding hands is fine, but kissing, well, perhaps that too, is acceptable. After all, Han Go is quite capable now. But to take it further, that requires time to test our bond. Isn't it too early for Han Go to meet the parents?" Yang Wei, hearing Liu Ruyan's overly intimate tone, felt a chill run down his spine. Who is behind this? I don't even act that nauseatingly. Zhang Han, more disgusted than ever, spat out the food he had just eaten. "Are you serious? Get lost." Only then did Liu Ruyan realize Zhang Han had just insulted her mother. She frowned, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Han Go, don't tell me you don't have feelings for me anymore." Zhang Han held his head, feeling an overwhelming headache, but he refrained from losing his temper. After all, it could disturb Su Yao. Han Go, say something. Weren't you the one who loved me the most? I love your big butt. Go look in the mirror. Does your appearance even compare to my wife's beauty? And you're gazing at me while eyeing someone else. If I had feelings for you, I'd be staying up all night, risking a heart attack. With your looks, if you stripped and danced in front of me, I wouldn't even budge a muscle. Just get lost." With that, Zhang Han hurled his tray down. "Damn it, buzzing around like a fly. I can't tolerate it any longer." A barrage of insults left Liu Ruyan utterly bewildered, and she ran away in tears. Yang Wei, equally astonished, silently gave a thumbs up, impressed by his brother Han. Zhang Lulang swallowed hard. He was somewhat known in the school due to his tea art and being a favored young master of the Zhang family. As he noticed the surrounding gazes upon him, he couldn't help but smile inwardly. "What a show!" The curtain rises. Feigning kindness, he said, "Hey, don't be angry, brother. Let us not provoke the director." Zhang Han swiftly raised his hand and slapped him. "Damn it, you were too busy talking about her, and didn't mention me, right? You still dare to call me brother? You wretched green tea man, with your presence, the water turns green with a hint of tea flavor. You thought you could slander me at home, and now here? Have you lost your mind?" The crowd around them began to murmur. Didn't expected Zhang Lulang to be this kind of person? Yeah. And didn't he used to spread rumors that Zhang Han was Liu Ruyan's devoted admirer? But it doesn't seem that way anymore. Upon hearing the murmurs, Zhang Han finally understood. In his previous life, it was this scoundrel who had spread the word that he was Liu Ruyan's admirer. Damn you, he had flirted with Liu Ruyan before, and now he was spreading rumors about him being her lapdog. Zhang Han said nothing, merely pulling out his 7 wolves. Zhang Lulang, realizing the situation, recalled the incident when Zhang Han had struck Zhang Tianba. Fear instantly gripped him. "Why, I'm going to tell my parents." With that, he fled, terrified of what would happen if he lingered. Go, go, go. Damn it, what a relief. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The tray is smashed. What to eat now? Zhang Han's gaze shifted towards the chicken leg on Yang Wei's plate. Yang Wei swallowed hard and immediately broke into a grin. Hee Han Go, you must be tired from scolding. Here, take this. Zhang Han, with a hint of suspicion, picked up a chicken leg and took a bite. What are you afraid of? It's not like I'm going to scold you. He added, I just think you've finally matured. I've long found those two insufferable. So have I. Chapter 22. Let us go, sisters. Liu Ruyan ran back to the dormitory in tears, burying her face on the desk, sobbing uncontrollably. Bai Ningbing returned from her meal, only to find Liu Ruyan crying with abandon. Curiously, she inquired, What happened, Yin Yin? This morning, she had seen Zhang Han emerge from the car team, and given his recent demeanor towards Liu Ruyan, it was clear that his affections had shifted away from her. This signaled an opportunity for Liu Ruyan. Thus, she resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Liu Ruyan, hoping to extract more useful information. Upon hearing Bai Ningbing's voice, Liu Ruyan immediately began to lament, disregarding the previous incident where Bai Ningbing had abandoned her, leaving her to endure Zhang Han's wrath of 500,000. Wah, Bing Bing, Zhang Han doesn't want me anymore. Bai Ningbing, upon hearing this, silently scoffed to herself. Serves you right. How shameless. That despicable girl. After all, she was Liu Ruyan's close friend. How could she not be aware of Liu Ruyan's secret dalliance with Zhang Lumei? Don't worry, Yin Yin. What is going on? What is going on? It's best if there's nothing going on. Then I can pursue Zhang Han. He is rich and handsome. Besides, his fidelity to Liu Ruyan is still fresh in memory. What more could one desire from a quintessential good man? Liu Ruyan krutet by Ning Bing, vaping. Zhang Han told me he has a wife. He even said my lower half is as dark as charcoal. Well said. Liu Ruyan, your lower half is indeed dark. Bai Ning Bing retorted. I noticed that when I was showering before. Why should you, with your charcoal-like complexion, be too timing? I, with my fair skin, can't even sell for 5,000 and still can't find a boyfriend? A man like Zhang Han deserves someone like me. Wait, Zhang Han has a wife? Upon hearing Liu Ruyan, Bai Ning Bing suddenly remembered. This morning, while painting on the campus wall, she had indeed seen Zhang Han kiss a stunning young lady at the school gate. But it was of no concern with the backing of that car team. She could still vie for Zhang Han's attention. Hanhan, wait for me. Bai Ning Bing had no intention of comforting Liu Ruyan. Her thoughts were solely focused on how to deceive Zhang Han for monetary gain. Ice Bing, say something. Does Zhang Han not love me anymore? Seeing Bai Ning Bing's lack of response, Liu Ruyan looked at her with a pitiful gaze. Bai Ning Bing gently patted her head, speaking with tender warmth. Yin Yin, he is just trying to provoke you. When he scolded you so harshly today, do you know what that signifies? Liu Ruyan looked up. Her tear-streaked face filled with confusion as she asked, what does it signify? It signifies that he cares for you. If he didn't care, how could he possibly get angry with you, right? He cares for you so much, you silly little black pen. Just hurry up and leave. Once I find Zhang Han, I'll treat you like a fish. Upon hearing Bai Ning Bing's words, Liu Ruyan suddenly understood. What a profound truth. If he didn't like me, why would he bother to be angry? Although I approached him first, the more he scolds me, the more he cares for me. Wah, Bing Bing, you're the best. Liu Ruyan exclaimed, throwing her arms around her, instantly extinguishing any lingering anger over the 500,000 incident. After hearing Bai Ning Bing's words, Liu Ruyan realized that Bai Ning Bing was indeed the one who cared for her the most. After calming herself, Liu Ruyan pondered how to approach Zhang Han after class. No, wait, I need to put on some makeup first. Ignoring her growling stomach, she grabbed a mirror and rushed to the restroom to beautify herself. Bai Ning Bing watched Liu Ruyan's retreating figure, rolling her eyes. Ugh, how disgusting. Putting on a dead person's makeup, thinking she is a pure white lotus. Zhang Han was right. You truly are a filthy black one. Ice Bing, do I look good? You look splendid, my dear Yin Yin. You're the most beautiful. I look beautiful? You're just flattering me. In the afternoon class, Zhang Han, weighed down by fatigue, gazed at the teacher at the podium. Fortunately, this lesson was an easy one, so he silently lamented that he hadn't slept well the previous night and had intended to catch up on sleep during lunch. Unfortunately, a certain roommate had been incessantly shouting for his mother, preventing him from resting. Ironically, the one calling for his mother was in high spirits. Han Yi, I think I've found love. Zhang Han was too exhausted to even scold him. Well, as long as you're happy. Do you know? I found a mother. Well, as long as you're happy. She is the one I mentioned this morning. She is at this school, and I even got her name. Her name is He Bai Chu. Huh, what did you say? Upon hearing the name of the person who had caused his brother's demise in a past life, Zhang Han immediately perked up. Yang Wei, noticing Zhang Han as a sudden enthusiasm, eagerly shared. Her name is He Bai Chu. Isn't that name poetic? Bika. How lovely. Zhang Han pondered for a moment, contemplating an encounter with He Bai Chu. Has she asked you to meet? Yes. When? At 6 this afternoon. Hanhan nodded. Looking at him seriously. You must take me along. He quickly opened his phone to inform Yaoyao. If he didn't report it, she would surely explode with anger. Yang Wei looked at him suspiciously. You're not planning to steal my girlfriend, are you? Get lost. Zhang Han kicked him in annoyance. Yaoyao at home is as beautiful as a fairy. Why would I care for your He Bai Chu? Ding ding ding. The class bell rang. As Zhang Han exited the classroom, Liu Ruyan chased after him. The others immediately halted their tidying up, eager to watch the spectacle. Hanhan, you. Liu Ruyan declared sweetly, her face flushed with shyness. Anyone unaware would genuinely believe she is a pure white lotus. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han swiftly approached and slapped her hard. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Don't drag me down with you. I have a wife. And when will you return my 500,000? Liu Ruyan misinterpreted Zhang Han's words, believing he was offering 500,000 in exchange for her body. Oh dear, since Hangu is so eager, I suppose I could accommodate. She leaned close to Zhang Han's ear and whispered, brother, I'll be waiting for you at the hotel tonight. Zhang Han's eyes widened in shock. He was well aware that Su Yao would send someone to follow him. If she found out about this, it would be catastrophic. Liu Ruyan and that shameless black one were up to no good. Zhang Han kicked Liu Ruyan to the ground, glaring at her in fury. You, 500,000? No, make it 600. If I don't have it by next week, I'll find someone to deal with you. As Liu Ruyan fell to the ground, she finally realized that Zhang Han truly no longer had feelings for her. She looked at him with a pitiful expression. But I don't have that much money. Zhang Han was indifferent to her plight. People like you. I wouldn't care if you died outside. If you have no money, then go sell yourself. Go find your so-called Lu Meng brother. Liu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. She never anticipated that Zhang Han was aware of her connection with Zhang Lu Meng. She wished to articulate a response, but Yang Wei was already displeased. This scoundrel intends to disrupt the bond between my brother Han and his sister-in-law. Absolutely not. I still rely on Han's sister-in-law for a life of luxury. He then turned and shouted, ladies, Liu Ruyan accused, you are all for sale? The girls in the building were incensed by her words, rushing out to surround Liu Ruyan and began to retaliate. How dare you call me that? It's you we're targeting. We cannot tolerate this. Attack! Attack! Hey, I didn't say that. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Chapter 23 Woe is me. Inside the corporate headquarters, the employees and executives dared not utter a word, for the atmosphere was akin to the eerie silence before a storm. Su Yao glanced at the message in her hand, her mood exceedingly gloomy. Yishalong, Yaoyao, I have something important to attend to, dining out with Yang Wei. Just wanted to inform you. Don't be upset. Remember to have dinner. I'll check later to see if you've eaten. Su Meng timidly knocked on the office door. Su, the documents for approval. Just place them on the table. Su Yao barked without lifting her head. Su Meng felt a chill run down her spine, wondering who had angered the CEO again. After placing the documents down, she quickly made her escape. Wait. Just as Su Meng reached the door, she was called back. Slowly, she turned around, trembling as she looked at Su Yao, forcing a smile. Is there anything else? Su Yao's ears began to redden, creeping down her neck, and she slowly extended her phone to Su Meng. What is going on? Should I answer this call or not? Su Meng swallowed hard, steeling herself as she took the phone. She saw that the contact was a chat window with Hanhan. She thought to herself, there shouldn't be a problem, just a report. Su Yao's beautiful face turned serious. I want to ask if Zhang Han has grown weary of me? Upon hearing Su Yao's inquiry, Su Meng's mind was filled with confusion. No way, dear sister. I'm single. If you want to flaunt your relationship, find someone else to show off to. However, Su Meng also understood that Su Yao, being a woman in her mid-20s, had hardly had any interaction with men, let alone a boyfriend. Alas, I'm in the same boat. How could that be, Su Zong? It shows that Zhang Han prioritizes you. If he didn't value you, why would he bother to keep you informed? Su Yao's lovely face gradually furrowed in concern. Really? When the topic of romance arose, one must open their heart, regardless of the situation. Su Meng immediately perked up. Absolutely. Moreover, he is concerned about you, reminding you to eat well. Su Yao remained slightly skeptical. But how can you be so sure he isn't just trying to deceive me to meet someone else? Impossible. Look, he has shared what he plans to do tonight, and with whom. And given your capabilities, you could easily verify it. He has no reason to deceive you. Seeing Su Meng's confidence and analysis, Su Yao began to believe her. With a wave of her hand, she declared, all right, you may leave. Huh, you're letting me go just like that? All for a few words of analysis? Noticing Su Meng still lingering, Su Yao frowned. Aren't you leaving yet? Go on. Su Meng exited, feeling quite aggrieved. What kind of person am I? You feed me a hefty dose of dog food, and then send me away, treating me like a mere servant. Once Su Meng left, Su Yao leaped up in excitement. A sickly smile graced her lips, and the affection in her gaze was uncontainable. She fixated on the messages from Zhang Han. He cares for me. He truly cares for me. How blissful. Zhang Han observed Liu Ruyan being besieged and felt a deep sense of reflection. Damn it. Yang Wei is quite the strategist. Yang Wei grinned and nodded at Zhang Han. How about it, Brother Han? Am I impressive? Zhang Han gave a thumbs up. Absolutely brilliant. Suddenly, Yang Wei received a message. Bai Chu. Location, Jade Pavilion. Bai Chu. Yang Wei. Let us go eat here together. Yang Wei, captivated by the enticing girl, could not resist and immediately agreed. All right, wait for me. I'll treat you. Bai Chu. Thank you, brother. Zhang Han, left astounded by the entire exchange, recognized the Jade Pavilion's reputation. In his previous life, even the Zhang family would only dine there on special occasions. A meal for just 2 or 3 people would easily cost a minimum of 5,000. Was Bai Chu treating Yang Wei as an ATM? Yet, seeing Yang Wei's infatuated demeanor, Zhang Han figured there was little hope for him. He would have to save this foolish friend himself. Thus, Zhang Han drove Yang Wei to the Jade Pavilion. Chapter 24, My Brother is So Doomed. Before long, they arrived. Yang Wei hopped out of the car, brimming with excitement as he gazed at the restaurant, feeling as though he wasn't being taken advantage of at all. Zhang Han helplessly shrugged his shoulders. My brother is in deep trouble. He has truly fallen into a trap. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhang Han inquired, did Bai Chu mention where she would be seated? Yang Wei shook his head. No, she said she hasn't arrived yet. Zhang Han, hearing this, was further dismayed, his opinion of Bai Chu plummeting. Who sends their location while inviting someone out to dinner and expects the other to arrive first? It seems she considers my brother a mere pawn. Zhang Han and Yang Wei found a random table to sit at, and Yang Wei sent Bai Chu a message with his seat number. After a while, the 2 men nearly finished a pot of water, yet not a single soul appeared. Other tables had already moved on to the next course. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. Zhang Han stood up and pulled Yang Wei towards the exit. We're leaving. It's been too long, and she still hasn't shown up. Yang Wei hesitated, for he had witnessed the sweetness between Zhang Han and his sister-in-law. Though he had only encountered it once or twice, he felt immense envy. Such pure love, who wouldn't envy it? How about we wait another 5 minutes, Brother Han? Zhang Han looked at his dear friend, knowing that despite his rough exterior, he was indeed a hopeless romantic, the type who wouldn't turn back until he hit a wall. Fine, who told me yes, my brother? Zhang Han sighed and sat back down. After finishing another glass of water, Bai Chu finally arrived, accompanied by a male companion, both laughing and chatting, clearly very close. Upon entering, she casually introduced, this is my male best friend, Liu Nan, but we're strictly platonic. When she noticed Zhang Han's exquisite attire, her eyes sparkled with excitement. You must be the popular Zhang Han everyone has been talking about. I'm Bai Chu, a freshman this year. At this point, Zhang Han's opinion of Bai Chu had plummeted to an all-time low. First, she greeted him, yet the focal point was not himself. Second, a male student was inviting her to dinner, yet she brought along another man. 666. Upon encountering Zhang Han, who chose to disregard her presence, Hibiku felt no embarrassment and extended her hand to greet Yang Wei. Hello, Senor Yang Wei. Yang Wei, unbothered, cheerfully shook her hand in return. Hello. Despite the awkwardness of their first meeting, Hibiku smiled sweetly, explaining, El Channon is a dear friend of mine, so I thought I would bring him along for a meal. She indeed possessed a captivating beauty, one that could effortlessly stir the hearts of young men within the school, what one might call a white lotus in internet parlance, evoking the sensation of first love. Zhang Han clicked his tongue in disdain. He despised such types, finding them reminiscent of Liu Ruyan. Yang Wei, however, seemed utterly captivated. El Channon offered an apologetic smile, saying, I'm sorry for the intrusion. Yang Wei, upon hearing this, felt no discomfort, instead chuckling. Not at all. The more, the merrier. 666, Zhang Han interjected. If you're aware of the disturbance, why not leave promptly? Nevertheless, seeing Yang Wei's lack of objection, he refrained from further comment. After all, they were his close friends, and he did not wish to disrupt their camaraderie. Soon enough, their ordered dishes arrived at the table. Zhang Han, however, barely touched his food. Intent on discerning he Biku's true intentions in bringing a male companion. Moreover, he was curious about how the bill would be settled. While Yang Wei had offered a treat, Biku, the lavish meal's expense was considerable. He wondered if Biku would dare let Yang Wei foot the entire bill. As the meal concluded and the time came to pay, the waiter approached with the check, inquiring, "Who will be settling this table?" "The total is 6,883. Zhang Han leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, observing the animated conversation between Biku and Hanhan with a cold gaze. The pair appeared oblivious, continuing their lively chatter. Yang Wei, seeing this, reluctantly prepared to pay. Previously, he had deposited the 500,000 given by Su Yao into his mother's bank account, leaving himself with merely 1,000 or 2,000 for living expenses, supplemented by 3,000 earned from his part-time job that month. Still insufficient. He cast a desperate glance toward Zhang Han. Zhang Han, catching Yang Wei's pleading look, immediately hardened his expression. The two across from him were so engrossed in their merriment, while Yang Wei's face turned pale at the prospect of settling the bill. Yet they continued to feign ignorance. With a resigned shake of his head, Zhang Han declared, "All right then, if that's the case, let us cease the chatter." He turned to Hanhan with a genial smile. "Dear friend, considering the steep cost of this meal, should we split it?" Hanhan paused, taken aback by Zhang Han's words. As he had assumed, he was merely there to enjoy a free meal. He glanced at Biku, who was equally surprised by Zhang Han's assertion. With an awkward laugh, she attempted to smooth things over. "My male friend didn't bring any money today." Zhang Han's expression darkened instantly. "Oh, is that so? So he's here to dine for free?" Hanhan bristled at this insinuation. "What do you mean by dining for free? Why speak so harshly? First of all, you all were late, and now you claim you were in a hurry? Secondly, all my friend said was he would treat Biku. He didn't mention treating you." Zhang Han's gaze sharpened, causing Hanhan to feel a twinge of apprehension. Yet, Hanhan's indignation grew. If Yang Wei hadn't insisted on treating, he wouldn't have even come. "I have a close relationship with Biku. What's wrong with me being treated to a meal? If you can't afford it, just say so." Sensing the tension escalating, Yang Wei swiftly attempted to mediate. "Gensli tugging Zhang Han's sleeve. Hanga, let go." Zhang Han, irritated, shrugged off Yang Wei's hand, retorting, "Let it go? Why should I let it go? Just because you're close to her, you think you deserve a free meal? Are you that shameless?" Hanhan, now visibly enraged, shouted back, "If you don't want a treat, then don't." He tossed down 2,000 in cash and stormed off. Biku, witnessing this, glanced at Yang Wei, then at the exit. After a moment of hesitation, she said apologetically, "I'm sorry, but my friend has depression, and I'm worried about him. I need to check on him." With that, she hurried away. "Now anyone can use depression as an excuse," Zhang Han muttered in disbelief, then reached for his black card to settle the bill. Yang Wei gazed longingly at the departing Biku, feeling a sense of loss. Zhang Han rolled his eyes at Yang Wei's forlorn expression. "Honestly, you shouldn't be so smitten. Your head must be spinning." He kicked Yang Wei lightly, still watching. "What?" Yang Wei's face reflected a mix of confusion and longing. "She is really a nice girl, beautiful and kind. My male friend has depression, and you're just going to let her run off?" Zhang Han felt as though he might choke on his own frustration. He finally understood how Yang Wei had been swindled so many times in the past. His romantic intelligence was abysmally low. "Fine, I won't concern myself with you anymore. I'm in a hurry to get home to my wife." With a sigh, Zhang Han observed Yang Wei's dejected demeanor and turned to exit the restaurant. Some lessons simply cannot be taught. They must be learned through experience. Chapter 25. Hanhan, you've changed so much. Zhang Han soon returned to the estate in his car. By the time he arrived, it was late, nearly 8 o'clock, and darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Stepping out, he spotted a familiar figure waiting at the estate's entrance, Zhang Lumang. Zhang Han felt a twinge of surprise. What was this fellow doing here? Zhang Lumang gazed in awe at the expansive estate. Earlier that afternoon, he had gone home after school and complained to his parents about Zhang Han bullying him. Little did he know, his family was embroiled in chaos due to the lawyer's letter from Zhang Han. They had no time to address his grievances. So he took it upon himself to uncover Zhang Han's current whereabouts. To his astonishment, Zhang Han was living so lavishly. Upon seeing Zhang Han approach, Zhang Lumang immediately adopted a mournful expression. "Brother, you must return to the Zhang family. Our parents miss you." Zhang Han internally rolled his eyes. Miss him? More like they were pining for the 100 million he was supposed to inherit. He retorted, "It's just the two of us here. Why are you acting so grand?" Zhang Lumang furrowed his brow, feigning innocence. "What are you talking about, big brother? I've always regarded you as my elder brother, and seeing how well you live with such beautiful women around, how could you not continue to enjoy your good fortune?" Zhang Han, weary of the small talk, interrupted. "If you have something to say, just say it. If not, spare me." Zhang Lumang was infuriated, especially after witnessing Su Yao's beauty and wealth. How could Zhang Han ascend to such heights? With no one else around, he dropped the facade. "Zhang Han, why do you get to live so well? Better than the young master of the Zhang family." Zhang Han raised an eyebrow, smiling. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Before Zhang Lumang could respond, a woman approached from within the estate. It was Su Yao, now dressed in casual attire, a flowing black dress that brushed her ankles, swaying gently with her movements. Her piercing gaze scrutinized Zhang Lumang, her crimson lips pressed into a thin line, betraying no emotion. Zhang Lumang swallowed hard. This was the kind of woman one could only dream of. Just moments ago, he had intended to berate Zhang Han, but now his tone shifted to a syrupy sweetness. "Brother, it's not like the Zhang family dislikes you. Our parents miss you dearly. You should come back." He even managed a humble smile, appearing quite servile. Zhang Han chuckled lightly, unyielding, and kicked out. "Get lost. You're disturbing my world with Su Yao." Following this, Zhang Han gleefully ran over to entwine his arm with Su Yao's. "Su Yao, it was he who came looking for me. It has nothing to do with me. I have severed all ties with the Zhang family." Su Yao cast a cold glance at Zhang Lumang, disdain evident in her voice. "Take him away." Soon, several bodyguards escorted Zhang Lumang away. Confused, Zhang Lumang thought, "Wait, usually when women see me like this, they feel sorry for me, right? Besides, Su Yao clearly has the demeanor of an older sister. Shouldn't she feel more sympathy for a little puppy like me?" Watching Zhang Lumang being dragged farther away. "Live. No worries. You still have energy to stir trouble. In a few days, the Zhang family will meet its end." Hanhan. Hearing Su Yao's icy tone, Zhang Han was startled. Strangely, he felt his legs weaken upon hearing that name. What is wrong, Yaoyao?" Su Yao frowned at Zhang Han, puzzled by his recent transformation. Why was he willing to sever ties with the Zhang family? Why had he chosen to ignore Liu Ruyan? Especially today, his attitude towards Zhang Lumang and Liu Ruyan was alarming. Reports from the school had already informed her, but she had been skeptical. How could Zhang Han possibly scold Liu Ruyan? Yet, having just witnessed his disdainful behavior towards Zhang Lumang, she was convinced. These questions weighed heavily on her mind, particularly after receiving Zhang Han's concerned update earlier today, intensifying her disbelief that he could actually care about her. "You're willing? What do you mean by willing?" Zhang Han scratched his head in confusion. Normally, Su Yao never asked him about such things. What was going on today? After pondering for quite a while, Zhang Han finally realized Su Yao was asking if he was willing to cut ties with the Zhang family. He had misunderstood. "Of course I am." Su Yao looked at him with suspicion, her icy gaze appraising Zhang Han. Yet, the man before her was sincere. Perhaps, just perhaps, Hanhan had truly changed? So happy. Su Yao's lips curled into a bright smile, her tone frosty. "Let me tell you, Han, now that you've shown me your warmth, there's no running away." Zhang Han merely smiled. "Run? How absurd. With a wife at home, why would I run?" He gently wrapped his arms around Su Yao, his breath tickling her neck, causing her heart to flutter. This feeling was something only Zhang Han could give her. "I have even warmer things for you." Upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately understood what he meant, a seductive smile gracing her lips. "Really? What if I don't believe you?" Seeing Su Yao's alluring demeanor, a day of rest had left Zhang Han eager for her. He swept Su Yao into his arms and headed towards the room. "Young master has returned? Miss was worried you might not be full. Should we eat first?" Uncle Chun, witnessing the intimate scene, realized he had stumbled into a predicament. Su Yao was concerned that Zhang Han hadn't eaten enough with Yang Wei outside, so she had instructed Uncle Chun to prepare a late-night snack for his return. But now he had unwittingly walked in on this scene. What to do? He pretended not to see, turning away to mutter to himself as he made his exit. Getting old, didn't he even notice young master was about to eat abalone? I should feed the crocodiles first. A brief interlude, it was of no consequence. Zhang Han headed straight for the second-floor bedroom. Half an hour later, Zhang Han lay sprawled on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. One big white rabbit, two big white rabbits, three big white rabbits. Boo-hoo, all are battle rabbits. I can't handle it. Su Yao beamed with satisfaction as she watched Zhang Han. By the way, Hanhan, why have you changed so much? It makes me like you even more. Su Yao's delicate fingers danced across Zhang Han's chest, igniting a ticklish sensation within him. It's not that I've changed. Rather, my heart has begun to beat solely for you. A smile broke across Su Yao's fair face. Really? Zhang Han watched as Su Yao's hand slowly ventured towards his abdomen, encroaching into dangerous territory, and his breath began to quicken. Indeed, and who was it that insisted on leaving before? Zhang Han scratched his head, feigning ignorance. Who? Who was so disobedient? Who was it that invited me to feed the African leopard poison? Zhang Han's mind momentarily short-circuited. Did I genuinely do something so outrageous before? It seems I did. He gazed at Su Yao's mischief-laden hand, swallowed hard. So, how shall I make amends? Su Yao's lips curled mischievously as she lowered her hand. Her tone sultry, satisfy me. So, you were waiting for me? Zhang Han declared. All right then, round 2. Battle. Exciting. Chapter 26. Where are you going, handsome? After being escorted away, Zhang Lumang was unceremoniously dumped beside a garbage heap. As he inhaled the foul stench around him, he clenched his fists. Hanhan, just you wait. I will return. Zhang Lumang, reeking, hailed a taxi to return home, not wanting the driver to catch a whiff of his odor. Where? To handsome? The driver, catching a whiff of Zhang Lumang's offensive smell, immediately regretted allowing him into the vehicle. This kid must have been through countless men, right? So repugnant. Zhang Lumang, noticing the driver's distaste, snapped to the Zhang family villa. Upon hearing the destination, the driver sighed. Another youth hoping to latch onto a wealthy woman at the Zhang family to achieve freedom. He quickly pressed the accelerator, not wanting any mysterious substances to stain his car. Finally arriving at the Zhang family villa, Zhang Lumang hurriedly paid and dashed inside. When Fan Jian saw her son return, she greeted him with a beaming smile. Little Lumang, welcome back. Seeing Fan Jian's cheerful demeanor, Zhang Lumang's expression soured immediately. It's all Zhang Han's fault. However, being clever, he refrained from showing his displeasure. Instead, he adopted a woeful expression, Mom. Although it's my brother's doing, don't blame him. Upon hearing Zhang Han's name, Fan Jian's anger flared. That little brat. It's him again. Zhang Tianba and Zhang Qing rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Zhang Tianba furrowed his brow at the disheveled Zhang Lumang, his temper rising. What happened, little Lumang? Who did this? How dare they disturb my Zhang Tianba? Are they tired of living? Zhang Lumang turned to him, looking pitiful. It was my brother, but don't blame him. It's my fault. Hearing this, Zhang Tianba's brow furrowed deeper. What do you mean it's your fault? I wanted my brother to come back to apologize to you. That's why he treated me like this. Don't blame him. What? Is there no law left? How dare they bully my son like this? Zhang Tianba immediately tossed aside a nearby bamboo pole, furious. If they dare to treat you this way today, they will do so to me tomorrow. They must be taught a lesson. Zhang Qing observed the dramatic scene, but chose not to join in. She recalled how Zhang Han, even when severely injured, never received a kind word from their parents. Shaking her head, she thought about the troubles caused by Zhang Han's lawyer's letter, leaving her overwhelmed. Zhang Qing furrowed her brow as she gazed at Zhang Tianba. The lack of adequate rest over the past few days had exacerbated her stomach troubles. Furthermore, without the massages and herbal remedies provided by Zhang Han, her health had further deteriorated, leaving her increasingly frail. Her complexion had lost its luster. Father, how should we address the lawyer's letter from Zhang Han? She inquired. Indeed, that is a pressing matter. Zhang Tianba scratched his head. clearly at a loss for a solution. Perhaps we should abandon the recent project we've been trying to secure. We need to repay the money promptly, otherwise. The lawyer's letter could significantly tarnish the company's reputation. Upon hearing Zhang Qing's suggestion, Zhang Tianba vehemently disagreed. Repay the money? How ridiculous! The inheritance left for my grandson was intended for me. If I concede now, won't they treat me like a dog in the future? Absolutely not. I refuse. Enough of your concerns. I will handle this matter myself. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he instructed Zhang Qing to step aside. Zhang Lumeng, witnessing the scene, swiftly handed over a glass of water, attempting to soothe the atmosphere. Father, my elder sister is merely considering the family's welfare. Zhang Tianba sighed as he regarded his dutiful son, wishing that the little rascal might display such obedience. You're the one who truly cares for me. Rescuing you is undoubtedly the right choice. Ah, Xiao Lumeng, go take a shower first. Zhang Lumeng sniffed at his collar. Ugh, he supposito smell a bit. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. All right, father, I will heed your words. Zhang Qing observed the three of them with a sense of helplessness, feeling like an extraneous presence. A profound sense of powerlessness welled up within her. She suddenly recalled the day Zhang Han severed ties with the Zhang family. The look in his eyes had mirrored an overwhelming disappointment in this family. I seem to have misjudged him, she thought as she returned to her room, glancing at the handmade necklace she had previously crafted for Zhang Han's birthday. He had been overjoyed, wearing it every day, even refusing to take it off while sleeping. However, later, her disdain for him led her to reclaim the necklace, causing him to weep for a long time, refusing to eat. She had scolded him for being overly sentimental. At that time, Zhang Lumeng had wanted it as well, leading to a fierce argument between him and Zhang Han. Now, reflecting on it, she realized that Zhang Lumeng received the most generous allowance each month. He lacked neither car nor money. Why then was he fixated on the bracelet she had gifted to Zhang Han? If he desired one, he could have easily asked her to create a new one for him. Why resort to taking Zhang Han's? Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Elder sister, it's me. Are you asleep? Upon hearing that voice, Zhang Qing felt no longer the joy she once had, but rather a touch of impatience. She remained silent, leading to the door being pushed open. Zhang Qing was taken aback as the door slowly opened. She distinctly remembered having locked it. After all, the key was solely in her possession, especially after the incident involving Zhang Han stealing her undergarments. How did you get in? Zhang Lumeng, believing Zhang Qing to be asleep, had intended to enter and collect some interest. However, upon opening the door and meeting her gaze, he found himself in a rather precarious situation. His mind raced, and he suddenly burst into laughter. Elder sister, your door was ajar, and I accidentally pushed it open. Zhang Qing chose not to expose his ruse, narrowing her eyes at him. This is more than a mere predicament. I just wanted to say, father has been in a bad mood lately, so please don't hold it against him. Fine, I understand. Now, please leave. I'm tired and need to rest. In the past, Zhang Qing would have appreciated Zhang Lumeng's comforting words, but now, for reasons unknown, his concern felt utterly repugnant, sickening, in fact. Zhang Lumeng wore a mask of feigned concern. All right, elder sister, rest well. He turned and exited, closing the door behind him, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Damn it, that wretched girl is putting on an act. I'll take care of her soon enough. The pressing issue now is to uncover the identity of the woman beside Zhang Han. He promptly dialed a mysterious number. Chapter 27. Did you think I wouldn't strike back? The alarm clock jolted Zhang Han awake. Without even opening his eyes, he silenced the incessant beeping. Why must I endure yet another 2 years of early mornings after suffering through 4 years of them in my previous life? How vexing. Zhang Han tossed aside the pair of undergarments that lay haphazardly across his face, a wave of emptiness washing over him. Yaoyao had already left for work. He longed to see his wife first thing in the morning. Despite the sadness, Zhang Han felt a surge of happiness. After all, Yaoyao no longer accompanied him to school, which indicated her growing trust in him. Moreover, Zhang Han had spent the previous night deep in thought. Since money held no value for Yaoyao, perhaps he could delve into the underworld or venture into the entertainment industry to raise his profile. Although Yaoyao didn't require such things, he remained undecided. Now, Zhang Han felt increasingly frustrated. He had wealth, looks, and a beloved wife. What more could he desire? Yet, he still yearned to carve out his own path. Surely, the esteemed readers can empathize? Alas, the burden of worry was tiresome. Forget it. I shan't dwell on it. Damn it, the Zhang family still hasn't returned my money. Enough whining. If they refuse to pay, then I shall take matters into my own hands. Soon, Zhang Han drove back to school, heading straight for the classroom. Upon arriving, he found Zhang Lumang sitting with Liu Ruyan, sharing breakfast. As soon as Liu Ruyan noticed Zhang Han entering the classroom, she swiftly distanced herself from Zhang Lumang, feeling as though she had been caught in a compromising situation. She had previously despised his presence. You must listen to my explanation, Brother Han. I'm not involved with Zhang Lumang. Before Liu Ruyan could finish her sentence, Zhang Han delivered a sharp slap. To hell with you. Who you associate with is of no concern to me. Don't hinder me from doing what's right. He planted his foot on Zhang Lumang's desk, crushing his bun into bits. Pointing at Zhang Lumang, he could no longer tolerate these deadbeats. I gave you a chance to repay, and you still refuse? I've issued the lawyer's letter and am prepared to take legal action. So, when will your family settle the debt? Zhang Lumang stared at the furious Zhang Han, too intimidated to breathe. The surrounding classmates were bewildered. Isn't Zhang Han part of the Zhang family? How could they owe him money? Oh my, so this Zhang Lumang isn't a good person after all. He constantly claims Zhang Han bullies him. Yet it turns out he owes Zhang Han money behind the scenes. Yang Wei was so astonished that he dropped his fried dough stick on the floor. Brother Han is so formidable. Although he was unaware of the enmity between Zhang Han and the Zhang family, he would always stand by Zhang Han's side. The fried dough stick bounced onto the leg of a nearby girl, who wrinkled her nose in disgust. How disgusting, smelly food. Zhang Liuxiang felt the piercing gazes of those around him, his irritation mounting. Damn it, what does Zhang family's debt have to do with me? I am not a member of the Zhang family. Even if my sustenance derives from their generosity, so what? It is merely their obligation. As a thought crossed his mind, he smirked. Don't blame me. Zhang Han, you brought this upon yourself. He hastily waved his hand. Bro, is it such a crime to be less favored at home? No worries. I'll give you my allowance for this month. Upon hearing this, his classmates finally understood. It was Zhang Han's lack of favor at home that led him to vent his frustrations on Zhang Liuxiang. Zhang Liuxiang was truly a loss for words. I could cry, he thought. Despite Zhang Han's treatment of him, he still showed him kindness. Indeed, if I were Zhang Liuxiang, I would have smashed Zhang Han's head. Zhang Han stood there, expressionless, watching him. Hearing the surrounding murmurs, Zhang Liuxiang couldn't help but smile smugly. This tea art has taken me 10 years to master. What do you have to counter it? Foolish dog, do you dare challenge me? He adopted a pitiful expression, bro. Although you're living off my family, you shouldn't despise your parents. They have been missing you terribly. They haven't eaten or slept well these past few days. The crowd gasped at this revelation. Zhang Han living off his family support was one thing, but to immediately forget his roots and argue with his parents? Yang Wei, witnessing the scene, picked up the fallen Yaoyao and took a bite. Hanyi is truly magnificent. A girl from the neighboring row looked at him with disdain, feeling nauseous at the breakfast she had consumed that morning. The crowd glanced disapprovingly at Zhang Han, condemning him from their moral high ground. Zhang Han slightly curled his lips, revealing a wicked smirk. I have lived 2 lifetimes. Do you think such petty tricks can render me helpless once more? Can it make me weep alone in my room again? Ridiculous. I reign supreme. Bang! To the astonishment of everyone present, Zhang Liuxiang was sent flying. Zhang Han seized a chair and approached him, declaring, no need for pleasantries. Just answer me. Does your family owe me money? As Zhang Han drew nearer, Zhang Liuxiang recalled that day when he had stormed into the villa in a frenzy. He collapsed onto the ground, trembling, and began to plead for mercy. Bro, I was wrong. Yes, they owe you money. They owe you money. Satisfied with the answer, Zhang Han tossed the chair aside, casting a scrutinizing glance at the crowd. Instantly, everyone returned to their seats, picking up their books to study, too afraid to utter a word. But did they truly believe that Zhang Han would spare Zhang Liuxiang? He pulled out his 7 wolves, and with a crack. Crack, crack, crack. I was wrong, bro, I was wrong. Don't call me bro. I was wrong, father. I was wrong, father. His screams echoed loudly, frightening the classmates and hurriedly flipping open their exercise books or reciting vocabulary. Desperate to avoid Zhang Han's scrutiny. Silently, they noted in their hearts that they could never again call Zhang Han a sycophant or mock him. When Zhang Liuxiang lay on the ground, bloodied and battered, Zhang Han finally felt a sense of relief. He discreetly put away his 7 wolves and walked toward Yang Wei. Yang Wei was in a daze, his mouth agape, the Yaoyao he was eating dropping to the floor once more. Hanggu is truly magnificent, unable to contain herself. A girl from the adjacent row slapped a book onto his head. Ouch, that hurts. Upon seeing Zhang Han take a seat, Yang Wei disregarded his swollen head and rushed over, admiration shining in his eyes. Hanggu, you're so handsome. Zhang Han, upon receiving the compliment, slightly lifted his nose. Of course, have you not seen who I am? Soon, the bell rang for class. The teacher of the elective course approached the classroom door with a heart full of trepidation. Sai, who told me my subject isn't compulsory. It's normal for students to be sleeping. He reminded himself not to become enraged upon seeing students dozing off. Otherwise, his blood pressure would skyrocket. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Important reminders bear repeating. With his thought, he slowly stepped into the classroom. What's going on here? Is this the senior year spring class? Have I walked into the wrong school? Chapter 28. You are too beautiful. What's happening? Looking at the students quietly reading and doing exercises, the teacher fell into contemplation. Is this still my country? Where am I? As he approached the platform, he noticed Zhang Liuxiang sprawled at the back of the classroom. Which student is so studious as to sleep through the morning in class? No, wait. Why does he look like he is still bleeding? He walked over slowly, and the students held their breath, terrified of provoking Zhang Han, fearing he might unleash his wrath and unleash chaos upon the teacher. Though beating the teacher might benefit them, the crazed Zhang Han could very well eliminate them before anything went awry. The teacher kicked Zhang Liuxiang, exclaiming, "Oh my, this is not merely sleeping. He is on the verge of passing out. Someone, get him to the infirmary." As a mere elective teacher, if someone were to die in his class, his career would be over. Where could he seek justice for that? With that, several of Zhang Liuxiang's friends, who usually got along well with him, hoisted him out as if he were a pig. Yang Wei, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably, clutching his stomach. Han Yi, doesn't he look like a dead pig right now? Zhang Han did not laugh, recalling how he had been carried out like a pig by Su Yao. Yang Wei laughed so hard that his body swayed toward the nearby girl. Unable to bear it any longer, she kicked him. Ouch, that hurts. Watching Yang Wei, who was now clutching his backside and rolling on the ground, Zhang Han could only think, well done, great job. Kicking him was the best thing you could have done. He deserves it. On another front, Zhang Tianba was currently overwhelmed with stress due to competition over land for his company. You are too beautiful. You are undeniably too beautiful. The ringing of his phone only added to his frustration. Who is calling me at this hour? Don't they know I'm in meeting? He picked up the phone and answered impatiently. Who is it? You had better have something important, or I'll make you regret it. I am from the school infirmary. Your son, Zhang Liuxiang, has been beaten at school and needs to be taken to the hospital for examination. You should come quickly. Knowing Zhang Tianba's temperament, the infirmary staff hastily delivered the message before hanging up. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianba felt a surge of indignation. How dare someone lay a hand on my son, Zhang Tianba? They truly have a death wish. Upon this realization, the matter of the ground was no longer discussed. The executives were left to their own devices with a casual remark, "Make your decisions, and I shall return to listen." He then hurriedly rushed to the school. Zhang Lufang lay on the hospital bed, his eyes shut, intently listening to the conversation between the nurses nearby. Was this boy's injury really not that severe? Why had he not awakened? How should I know? Perhaps we should take him to the hospital. After all, we are merely interns. Zhang Lufang, eyes closed, seethed with anger. How dare Zhang Han strike me? When it happened, he had merely protected the back of his head. It was hardly serious, just a minor scalp abrasion. The principal embarrassment lay in the fact that no one had come to his aid. Otherwise, he would have certainly retaliated against Zhang Han. Now, feigning illness, he would have his father deal with him. Damn it! Bang! The infirmary door was kicked open, and upon hearing the noise, Zhang Lufang instinctively attempted to shield his neck. Wait, I'm pretending to be unconscious. He suppressed the urge to raise his arm and continued to feign death. As Zhang Tianba entered, he beheld his son lying motionless on the bed. My son, he rushed over and enveloped him in a tight embrace, weeping loudly. Oh, my son, do not frighten your father. Zhang Lufang secretly smiled to himself. Yes, indeed, the urgency is just right. Just wait. I shall ensure Zhang Han is severely punished. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Zhang Tianba. He recalled hearing from a rural expert that slapping someone who has fainted could revive them. Smack. No response. Zhang Lufang. Smack. 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 Still no response. Zhang Lufang. Oh, my son, your face is flushed. Why are you not waking up? Could it be that my strength was insufficient? As he saw Zhang Tianba step back a few paces to gather strength, Zhang Lufang inwardly screamed in horror. Damn it! Before I can punish that wretched Zhang Han, I am about to be beaten to death here. He abruptly opened his eyes, shouting in terror, Brother, stop hitting me. I was wrong. I should not have gone to apologize to my parents with you. Breathing heavily, he glanced at Zhang Tianba, furrowing his brow in confusion. Dad, what are you doing here? He then immediately began to pout. Dad, I miss you. Hearing these words, Zhang Tianba stood frozen in place, trembling with rage. He clenched his fists tightly. It was Zhang Han again. How dare he strike my son? Zhang Tianba stormed out of the infirmary. Zhang Lufang knew he was off to confront Zhang Han and smirked. Dad, it's all my fault. Please don't go after him. Just wait. I will make that little beast pay. Chapter 29. Are there more experts? Alas, the recent performance has not been satisfactory. The expansion of the student body has not been accompanied by sufficient funds for building construction. How shall this be resolved? The president of Yuechang University gazed at the ceiling, contemplating strategies for this predicament. He was a man in his 70s, yet his robust physique belied his age. Knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed from outside the door. Kumin, Zhang Han's figure slowly emerged from the doorway, wearing a smile. President, I have come to apologize. The president frowned upon seeing him. Zhang Han had recently become quite the sensation on campus. What could the young master of the Zhang family want with him? Zhang Han's intentions were straightforward. He knew that Zhang Lufang, that fool, would undoubtedly feign illness to deceive Zhang Tianba into coming over, with no bodyguard around. Zhang Tianba would surely take action against him. Furthermore, he did not wish to trouble Su Yao. Thus, he needed to play the card of strength, and obtaining the president's assistance would be the trump card in this hand. He slowly recounted the events of his altercation with Zhang Lufang to the president. Soon enough, the president grasped the entire context. Zhang Han, how do you propose we handle this? You physically assaulted a fellow student? Sitting in his office chair, he clasped his hands on the desk, furrowing his brow in quiet contemplation. He was not well versed in the intricacies of the Zhang family. How could two young masters come a blows? Moreover, the Zhang family's influence was still considerable. If this matter were not handled properly, my tenure as president could very well be at an end. The president scrutinized Zhang Han, attempting to discern his true intentions. Zhang Han, unconcerned by the president's gaze, shrugged and smiled, casually taking a seat and crossing his legs. I am uncertain how to handle this. What do you think, President? Tossing the dilemma back to the president was indeed somewhat tricky. The president spread his hands and reclined back, smiling calmly. I too am at a loss. It would be more appropriate for you, Zhang Han, to share your perspective. The president was no simpleton, and Zhang Han narrowed his eyes, sensing that the president's position was more than just that of a school administrator. There were likely many dealings behind the scenes. Zhang Han rose, his smile fading, and seriously slid a bank card across the table towards the president. In my name, make a donation to build a dormitory for the school. Will you assist with this? Seeing the bank card placed before him, the president's pupils constricted. A donation of an entire building? Is Zhang Han truly that wealthy? In his recollection, the Zhang family was indeed affluent, but not to the extent of casually donating a building. Thus, it appeared that the matter of Zhang Han driving a luxury car to school was not merely a family affair. There must be someone backing him. The president slowly accepted the bank card, chuckling, Zhang Han, since this is a family matter, I shall refrain from intervening too much. Upon seeing the president accept the bank card, Zhang Han felt a sense of relief and smiled anew. No worries. Just say a few casual words later. Zhang Han sought out the president for two main reasons. Firstly, with the president's support in his office, Zhang Tianba would not dare bully him. Secondly, donating a building to the school would elevate his profile, providing a means to recruit free labor when he eventually started a company. The president would surely agree, as it was evident this was a deal with no losses. Just as both were harboring ulterior motives, the office door swung open. Zhang Tianba stormed in, his eyes brimming with resentment. Upon spotting Zhang Han, he immediately approached, seizing him by the collar, darkly stating, "You little beast, how dare you strike my son?" The president frowned at this scene. No wonder Zhang Han had come to see him. It was astonishing that a family could be embroiled in such conflict. Hanhan, grasped by the collar, wore a defiant smile, unperturbed by Zhang Tianba's accusations. Noticing his indifference, the president understood that Zhang Han was gauging his stance on the matter. After all, having accepted the bank card, he certainly needed to show his position. "This is the president's office. Please mind your demeanor, sir." Hearing the president's words, though reluctant, Zhang Tianba released his grip. After all, the president wielded considerable influence and was not someone to provoke. Zhang Han tugged at his collar, smirking in disdain. "A coward who bullies the weak, pathetic." Wasn't this the infamous Zhang Tianba, known for his domineering presence? Hearing the provocation, Zhang Tianba's anger intensified, disregarding the president's admonition, and removed his leather shoe as a weapon. Seeing him prepare to strike, Zhang Han felt no fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of driving a luxury car. Time to cash in, the scion of wealth. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with hostility. The door swung open once more. Could there be another master? This time, a woman entered, clad in a sleek black office uniform that accentuated her fair complexion. She exuded an exceptional aura that rendered her as captivating as the legendary beauties of lore. Upon her arrival, the onlookers were left utterly astounded. Zhang Tianba even dropped the weapon he held in his hand to the ground. This was the young lady of the Su family, Su Yao. What could possibly bring her here? Chapter 30, thankfully on the right side. Su Yao strode in slowly, her frosty demeanor instantly paralyzing the few individuals present. Zhang Tianba widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that the person before him was none other than the heiress of the Su group. Su Yao, the principal too, felt his heart skip a beat from the shock. What on earth? The person behind Zhang Han was actually Su Yao. Thank goodness I had just aligned myself at the right side. Otherwise, my frail old bones would truly be reduced to mere bones. Su Yao glanced at Zhang Han and beckoned with a finger. Zhang Han, eager and obsequious, hurried over with a beaming smile. "Su Yao, how come you?" Yaoyao, what brings you here?" Without uttering a word, Su Yao's gaze shifted to Zhang Tianba. The mere contact with her eyes instilled in him an overwhelming sense of pressure. He hastily lowered his head, trembling as he stared at his polished shoes. Too intimidated to meet her gaze again. Terrifying. No wonder she was the head of the Su family. Su Yao's lips parted slowly, her expression laden with disdain. "Who dares to bully my Hanhan?" With her words, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Upon hearing Su Yao's protective assertion over Zhang Han, the principal felt an overwhelming sense of pride for his recent choice of allegiance. Little did he know that Zhang Han's backing not only included Su Yao, but that their relationship was exceedingly close. If he could placate Zhang Han, tonight would not merely entail a few delicate models. He could have 10, or even a whole night with 10. Zhang Tianba was equally dumbfounded, unable to articulate a response. Previously, he had assumed that Zhang Han was merely taken away by some princess to play the role of a pretty boy. Who would have thought that she now possessed power akin to that of the messengers of death? Haha, this is all a misunderstanding. Miss Su, a mere misunderstanding. Zhang Tianba wished only to resolve the matter swiftly. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble with the young lady of the Su family. Su Yao, upon hearing this, turned her gaze with concern toward Zhang Han, her tone gentle. "Hanhan, tell me what happened. I shall take charge." This left both the principal and Zhang Tianba in utter disbelief. Could it be true? The rumored decisive heiress actually possessed a softer side. Zhang Han, too, was momentarily stunned. He had never witnessed such a gentle side of Su Yao before. Yet, he quickly embraced her, feigning a pitiful demeanor as he pointed accusingly at Zhang Tianba, Yaoyao. He owes me money and hasn't paid it back. Zhang Tianba thought, I truly find you disgusting. Seeing Su Yao's expression darken, he panicked. This was bad. If she erupted in anger, the Zhang family might well vanish from existence. He frantically waved his hands, misunderstanding. It's all just a joke between us. Zhang Han remained silent, merely smiling. Really? When will you return the money my grandfather left for me? Tomorrow. I promise. Good. Observing the smug smile on Zhang Han's face, which was more pronounced than Yao Ming's height, Zhang Tianba felt an irritable frustration. How did this little brat find such a powerful ally? A celestial ally at that. Zhang Han looked at Zhang Tianba's grotesque expression, nearly bursting into laughter. This sensation was utterly delightful. It was as though he wanted to confront him, but couldn't he? Forget it. I shall no longer indulge them. Time to return home with my wife. Let us depart, my dear. Su Yao said nothing, allowing Zhang Han to lead her away. She relished the feeling of being guided. It was Hanhan who took the initiative this time. Usually, it was she who made the first move. By the way, Yaoyao, what brings you here? Zhang Han was perplexed, as Su Yao typically devoted her time to work. At his inquiry, a smile graced Su Yao's lips as she replied, of course. It was the people tracking you who informed me of your fight with Zhang Lulang. She felt a surge of joy, for Zhang Han had thoroughly severed ties with the Zhang family. Henceforth, he would belong solely to her. He could never escape her. Having recently scrolled through TikTok, she understood that men craved freedom. Thus, she had no intention of over-explaining her actions. She did not wish for her Hanhan to resent her due to excessive surveillance. A secret. Yaoyao, you seem to be in a splendid mood today. Have you even started making jokes? Quite commendable. I think a reward is in order. With a playful peck on her cheek, Zhang Han grinned. Consider this your reward. As Su Yao felt the lingering warmth on her cheek, her gaze ignited with intensity. Was this truly a reward? Oh no. Upon witnessing that look, Zhang Han felt his legs weaken. Su Yao swiftly pinned him against the wall, a wicked smile curling at her lips. Observing the panic in his eyes, she leaned closer, her voice low and sultry. Are you scared now? It's too late. Rewards should be like this. But I'm the boy here, and we are in school. Hangiga. What on earth are you two doing? A voice interrupted the impending encounter. Turning to see Liu Ruyan, Su Yao felt annoyance rise within her. How bothersome to be interrupted in her moment with Hanhan. Zhang Han felt a wave of dread wash over him. If Su Yao became upset, he might find himself submerged in a fish pond that very night. Hangiga. Who is she? Liu Ruyan shouted, pointing at Su Yao, clearly disbelieving that Zhang Han was truly with this woman. Su Yao, irked by Liu Ruyan's incessant calling of Gij, sharpened her gaze. Liu Ruyan's appearance was as unappealing as ever. How vexing. Yet, she chose silence, waiting to see who Zhang Han would ultimately choose. As Zhang Han noted Su Yao's stillness, memories of her previous episodes flooded his mind. This could not happen now. What if she were to lose control? He quickly embraced Su Yao. Yaoyao, I'm here. Seeing Zhang Han hold Su Yao, Liu Ruyan grew displeased. Han Gij, didn't you say you love me the most? Shut your mouth. Damn it. In my life, I've only loved one person, and that is Su Yao. Zhang Han retorted sharply, slapping Liu Ruyan's face, fearing that if he delayed, Su Yao might explode. Su Yao was immensely satisfied, her lips curling into a sinister smile behind Zhang Han's back. Tonight, she planned to reward Hanhan well. He was so obedient. Liu Ruyan clutched her stinging cheek, tears streaming down her face. I will no longer pay you any heed. With that, she turned to flee. Zhang Han grasped her hand. Feeling the resistance, Liu Ruyan brightened. I knew you couldn't bear to part with me. Just remember to return my 5 million by the end of this month at the latest. Whoa. Zhang Han, you villain. Upon saying this, Zhang Han immediately released her hand, fearful that Su Yao might become upset. Turning around, he found that indeed, she was furious. Oh dear, Yaoyao, please don't be angry. I've said it before. I only like you. Su Yao di man dun moveth. Her arms crossed defiantly over her chest as she stood her ground. What must I do to earn your forgiveness? Kiss me. But this is school. Damn it. Let us do it. Zhang Han surveyed his surroundings. It was empty. Suddenly, a kiss descended, their lips entwined. Chapter 31. What a magnificent sun. Inside the infirmary, Zhang Lumang lounged with his legs crossed, indulging in grapes. TSK. That little rascal Zhang Han must be preparing for his demise by now. Ha ha ha. How delightful. Did he dare to strike me? Let him await the consequences. Creak. The infirmary door swung open. He hastily discarded the grapes in his hand and pulled up the blanket. Lying perfectly straight, as Zhang Tianba entered, he was met with the sight of Zhang Lumang, who had fainted once more. Woe is me, my son. He rushed forward and delivered a couple of slaps, hoping to rouse him. Zhang Lumang, Hugh, slap, slap, slap. Damn it, I can't take this. He abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze reddened. Dad, how did you handle the situation with my brother? Zhang Tianba, overjoyed to see him awake, sighed upon hearing his question. Ah, let us not even mention it. We can no longer provoke him. What? Even Zhang Tianba can't overpower that scoundrel Zhang Han? How useless. Zhang Lumang felt a wave of disdain for his father, yet his heart ached for him. It's all right, Dad. We will ensure he pays for this. Indeed, Zhang Tianba embraced Zhang Lumang, his heart brimming with happiness. What a remarkable son. Raising you has truly been my blessing. However, he still needed to address a pressing issue, the financial chain. There was a crucial piece of land up for auction that required bidding. It seemed a family meeting was in order for that evening. Later that night, in the Zhang family villa, everyone gathered around a table. Zhang Tianba covered his mouth, looking mysteriously at the others. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our family to stand united in adversity. Fan Jian, not in the best of moods, slapped his head. Why didn't you defend little Lumang today? I've heard about this morning's incident, and it truly vexes me. A mere woman can lead Zhang Han to strike my little Lumang? This is outrageous. Zhang Qing had also heard of the matter, but felt that Zhang Han was not the sort to stir trouble lightly. In her memory, Zhang Han had always been the most obedient and amiable among them. Had he not? Now, she was uncertain of her thoughts. It felt as if Zhang Han was drifting further away from her, especially since he had recently stopped taking his stomach medicine, which had noticeably affected his temperament. Zhang Tianba rubbed the back of his head, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness. Damn it! That woman behind Zhang Han could drown our entire family with a single misstep. However, he refrained from voicing such sentiments. After all, how could he, the esteemed patriarch of the Zhang family, be intimidated by a mere woman? Nonetheless, the immediate concern was to gather 100 million to appease that little beast, Zhang Han. Let us set aside Lu Mang's beating for now. We must first raise the funds. I know you all must have saved quite a bit. Fan Jian rolled her eyes. You can't even protect your own son, yet you wish to pay your enemies? How ridiculous. Zhang Lumang glanced at his phone's balance. Though he was reluctant, he worriedly looked at Zhang Tianba. Father, I still have 500,000. It's not much, but it is all I possess. Zhang Tianba stared at the transfer record in his hand, momentarily stunned. This is infinitely better than that little beast, Zhang Han. That little rascal only consumes what is provided at home, and now he has flown the coop, still expecting to reap the benefits. Tears streamed down his face as he declared, All right, what magnificent son. You shall be the heir of the Zhang family. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lumang was overjoyed, feeling that the sacrifice of 500,000 was worthwhile. It's fine, Dad. As long as our family remains happy forever, I will be content. Excellent. This is the spirit of our Zhang family. Zhang Tianba patted his shoulder with pride. Zhang Qing observed the affectionate embrace between father and son, feeling puzzled. Typically, Zhang Lumang's pocket money and holiday gifts far exceeded this amount. So where had his funds vanished to? This she could not ascertain. Zhang Tianba turned his gaze to the silent Zhang Qing. Qing, how much spare cash do you have? Zhang Qing waved her hand in resignation. None. None. Zhang Tianba's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? Zhang Qing genuinely had little money left, as most of her funds were tied up in company operations, especially with the need for substantial business dealings recently. Her finances had become indistinguishable from the company's working capital. She was about to explain when Zhang Lumang interjected, Dad, don't blame my sister. She might need the money, Isn't it true? I've hardly spent it on myself. Zhang Qing felt deeply wronged, opening her mouth to defend herself, only to be cut off by Zhang Tianba. Be prudent with your spending. The company is in a tight spot. If this continues, the Zhang family will face decline. Zhang Tianba said gravely, disappointment etched on his face. Zhang Qing stood there, stunned, her mouth agape, unable to articulate a single word. She felt an overwhelming pressure weighing down on her heart. Throughout her life, she had always been Zhang Tianba's pride. Now, witnessing his disappointment and his satisfaction with Zhang Lumeng made her feel as though she had plunged into a freezing abyss. She had done nothing wrong, yet found herself unjustly blamed. Moreover, Zhang Lumeng had only contributed a meager sum, 500,000. It was even less than what he typically requested from the family monthly, although the Zhang family children were allotted 50,000 for pocket money. Zhang Lumeng would always find various excuses to request more, and Fan Jian always indulged him. Zhang Qing's lips trembled as she wished to speak, but ultimately could only let out a resigned sigh. I understand. She then turned and ascended the stairs, no longer wishing to argue. This sense of powerlessness felt more debilitating than the company facing a crisis. Once in her room, she found that her door had been replaced with a new lock, this time a password lock. Since the incident where Zhang Lumeng had easily pushed open her door, her perception of him had shifted. Once an adorable, lively child, he was now becoming increasingly inscrutable to her. Gazing at the handmade necklace in her room and reflecting on the earlier events, she began to feel that perhaps Zhang Han had indeed been wronged. The sensation of being unjustly accused was truly disheartening. No, I must confront him tomorrow. I must clarify that incident face to face. Chapter 32. The Downfall. Insufficient firepower. This cannot continue. I shall perish. Yaoyao returned from school, and after such a long day, surely it was time for a break. Zhang Han clutched the blanket tightly, wishing to guard the last remnants of his innocence. Hanhan, if I do not do this, I cannot feel your love for me. Let's make this the final attempt. Truly, all right, life appears to lack meaning. As Zhang Han gazes at the ceiling, feeling disenchanted despite having promised it would be the last time. Beside him, a radiant woman looks at him with enthusiasm. My Hanhan is truly obedient, Su Yao exclaims, suddenly enveloping him in a warm embrace, savoring the delightful moment. Startled by her action, Zhang Han instinctively recoils. Noticing his reaction, Su Yao pouts in discontent. Hanhan, do you dislike me now? Sensing her impending fury, Zhang Han swiftly raises 3 fingers, declaring, I swear. Not all. I simply have no energy left. Woe is me. Upon hearing this, Su Yao pouts in feigned grievance. Do you no longer like me? Confronted by the girl's woeful expression, Zhang Han silently chastises himself. You truly are a fool, Zhang Han. Yao has merely been a bit more affectionate, just over 20 times since morning. It's perfectly normal for women to be this way. How would you let her feel wronged? No, it's just I'm a bit hungry. Indeed, otherwise, I could fight 300 more rounds. Really? Is that true? Zhang Han hesitates to respond, aware of her formidable nature and her relentless vigor, fearing that an honest answer might lead to an actual battle of 300 rounds. Just kidding. Let's go out to eat. Su Yao smiles charmingly as she rises, instantly shedding her previous demure demeanor. Indeed, a woman who knows how to charm is the most captivating. Zhang Han can only chuckle helplessly as he joins the morning routine. Soon, the two finish their preparations and descend the stairs together. Zhang Han gingerly supports his waist as he makes his way down. Hanhan, could you please indulge me a little? Su Yao whispers enticingly in his ear, sending tingling sensations coursing through him. Don't move, little brother. All right. Zhang Han finds himself unable to resist her charms. Though he typically abstains from tobacco and alcohol, he indulges for Su Yao's pleasure. As they sit at the dining table, Uncle Chun has already prepared the wine, along with a conspicuous bottle of kidney tonic. Upon seeing the Hui Run kidney tonic again, Zhang Han feels a strange sense of familiarity, devoid of any distaste. The tiger has fallen to the plains, only to be bullied by dogs. Hans falls to Su Yao's whims. Cheers, Hanhan. Without hesitation, Zhang Han pours an entire bottle of kidney tonic into the wine glass presented to him. To brotherhood. Down in one. With that, he drains the glass, only to find his throat tingling and the lingering grape aroma somewhat overwhelming. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washes over him, and he sways unsteadily. Something feels amiss. The wine must be poisoned. Thud. Zhang Han collapses onto the dining table. Su Yao takes a delicate sip of her wine. Delightful, with a rich grape fragrance. A fine vintage. She instructs her associates to carry Zhang Han to the room, having administered a sedative. The events to unfold might jeopardize Hanhan's safety, so she decides to let him sleep for a while. She strides slowly toward the basement. Upon opening the rusted door, a bodyguard wearing sunglasses promptly approaches, standing at attention. Report. We captured an intruder who sneaked into the estate today. Su Yao nods, her gaze turning icy as it falls upon the man in black seated in the interrogation chair. Who sent you? Faced with Su Yao's frigid stare, the man in black scoffs. If you have the guts, kill me. He suggests a gruesome death, piece by piece. Su Yao, taking a seat with a sly smile, reveals a sinister grin. Her crimson eyes send shivers down the spine of the man in black. The bodyguards, swift and efficient. Each sees an arm of the man in black and pin him to the table. One of the bodyguards approaches with a butcher's knife, its blade glinting ominously in the dark basement. You can't be serious? The man in black begins to panic as the knife draws near, struggling against his restraints in vain. No, please. Thud. His left hand falls. Thud. His left arm follows suit. The bodyguard raises the knife once more. In a frenzy, the man in black cries out, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. It was Zhang Lufang from the Zhang family who sent me. Please don't kill me. Upon hearing this, astonishment flickers across Su Yao's icy visage as she furrows her brow. She had assumed it was her family's associates who had sent him. To think it was the Zhang family? What did he send you to do? The man in black, feeling the emptiness of his left side and the excruciating pain, stammers. He asked me to gather information on the owner of this estate. For what purpose? He didn't say. Su Yao's furrowed brow gradually relaxes. Well, that's not a problem. As long as he wasn't sent to abduct Hanhan. With a casual wave of her hand, she instructs the bodyguards to release the man in black. Once freed, he clutches his left shoulder, feeling nothing but excruciating pain. Had I known, I would never have come. Kill him. Su Yao's voice is light as a feather. The man in black stares wide-eyed at Su Yao as she walks toward the iron door. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? His desperate shout goes unanswered as Su Yao exits the basement. Gasping for breath, he turns to the surrounding bodyguards. You can't kill me. I'm from the Zhang family. Hearing his anguished scream, Su Yao nods in satisfaction. However, she has no intention of involving herself in the Zhang family's affairs, especially since Hanhan seems to prefer avoiding trouble. Let it be a man this time. She returns to her room, where Zhang Han has awoken at some point. Seeing Su Yao enter, he looks utterly bewildered. Was I just downstairs drinking kidney tonic? How'd I end up back in bed? He gazes at Su Yao in confusion. Yaoyao, were we just eating? Observing Zhang Han's dazed expression, Su Yao's playful spirit ignites. She pouts in feigned grievance. What do you mean we were eating? You fainted while we were. What? Zhang Han can hardly believe her words. Such a fainting spell must be the most embarrassing way for a man to lose consciousness. With a stern expression, he regards Su Yao skeptically. Really? But for some reason, I feel invigorated as though I've just consumed a bottle of kidney tonic. Could it be that Yaoyao found me unworthy and poured a bottle of kidney tonic down my throat while I was unconscious? No way. Absolutely not. Yaoyao. What is it? Upon seeing the determined glint in Zhang Han's eyes, Su Yao instantly realizes his thoughts. However, she pretends to be oblivious and asks innocently, Let us continue the battle. I refuse to yield. Hearing his declaration, a wicked smile spreads across Su Yao's lips as she gently explores downwards. All right. Thus concludes Zhang Han's fourth battle, declared a defeat due to insufficient vigor. Chapter 33. This one do. Zhang Han groggily rises from bed. Feeling utterly drained, I instinctively reach for my phone to check for messages. The screen was filled with unread WeChat notifications, all from Yangwei. However, I had been embroiled in my own personal battle last night and had completely overlooked his messages. What on earth is this fool up to? Zhang Han scratched his head and opened WeChat. Yesterday at 12:33, Yang Wei had messaged, "Bro, why'd you take a day off today?" At 12:34, he followed up, "I have good news to share." Yang Wei continued, "I'm now dating he BQ." Along with this, he sent a photo. What the hell? How on earth did that happen? Zhang Han was taken aback by the sight of Yang Wei and he BQ together in the cafeteria. Regret washed over him for having let Zhang Lu Meng get in the way. Despite Zhang Lu Meng being insufferable, his brother was far more important. He had to find a way to break them apart. With this thought in mind, Zhang Han immediately got up, refreshed himself, and rushed to school. Upon arriving, he found Yang Wei cheerfully engrossed in his phone, nearly drooling from excitement. "Great, I'm late again." Zhang Han approached and sat beside him, unsure of how to broach the subject given Yang Wei's jubilant demeanor. "Actually, Yang Di." Yang Wei turned his head to look at him. "What? You might want to wipe your mouth." "Oh, right." Once Yang Wei had cleaned himself up, Zhang Han adopted a serious expression, preparing to delve into the matter at hand. Seeing his solemnity, Yang Wei put aside his usual nonchalance and focused intently on him. "To be honest, I have lived through a rebirth. If you continue your relationship with Hibiku, it could lead to your ruin." "What?" Yang Wei stared at Zhang Han in disbelief. Noticing the absence of jest on Zhang Han's face, his heart raced in alarm. Is Hange having an episode this early in the morning? Come on, stop joking around. Yang Wei dismissed him and returned to his phone, still drooling with excitement. Zhang Han had hoped Yang Wei would take him seriously and felt a surge of frustration upon realizing he thought he was joking. In a moment of desperation, he snatched Yang Wei's phone away. "I'm serious." Yang Wei immediately panicked, springing up and slamming his hands on the table, causing a loud thud. "What are you doing?" "Hey, Hanyi, give me back my phone." A nearby female classmate was startled, dropping her phone and glaring at Yang Wei with annoyance. "Who is this guy? Always acting so erratically?" Zhang Han hurled the phone out of the classroom. "You can't date her. I mean it." Yang Wei looked bewildered as he watched his phone fly away, confusion etched on his face. "Why not? How can I explain? You already dismissed my warning." Hanhan, finding it futile to clarify, insisted, "You must listen to me." Yang Wei shook his head in resignation. "You really don't understand me. Hange." He gazed at Zhang Han with sorrow. "You know nothing. What do I need to understand? I'm your brother." "Huh, not anymore." With that, Yang Wei turned and strode towards the classroom door. Zhang Han, sensing his anger, quickly reached out to grasp Yang Wei's hand. "Trust me, please." Yang Wei yanked his hand away, his pent-up emotions erupting. "You have no idea how envious I am of you and your sister-in-law. I'm just a nobody. Only Hibiko understands me. She is the one who sends me gifts when I call for my mom." Without another word, Yang Wei stormed out of the classroom, picking up his now shattered phone. When he discovered it could still be turned on, his heart swelled with joy as he opened WeChat, sinking back into his blissful reverie. Witnessing this, Zhang Han felt utterly powerless. Fine then, so be it. He made a significant decision. Yang Wei, let us sever ties. If this statement could awaken him, then let him blame me for being the villain. Yang Wei paused, then a self-deprecating smile crept onto his face as his eyes began to redden. All right. The entire morning passed with Yang Wei ignoring Zhang Han. Seated beside him, Zhang Han felt exceedingly uncomfortable. It was absurd that their once close friendship had become estranged over a woman. In the afternoon, Zhang Han stepped out of school and settled into a CAF, having requested a leave from the principal. With so many troubles at school, it was better to avoid it altogether. He sent a message to lawyer Zhang San. "Help me arrange a meeting with Zhang Tianba. Tell him to bring the money to my location. I'm only giving him half an hour." Zhang Han shared the CAF's location with Zhang San. Before long, he received a prompt reply. "Understood, young Master Zhang." Zhang Han turned off his phone. "If I'm feeling miserable, I'll channel all my anger onto the Zhang family." Half an hour later, lawyer Zhang arrived. But the Zhang family was still nowhere to be seen. Zhang Han, growing impatient, placed his coffee back on the table, causing it to spill everywhere. Zhang San, witnessing the scene, involuntarily swallowed hard. Young Master Zhang's temper is exceptionally volatile today. Gazing at the spilled coffee, Zhang Han felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. A sly smile crept onto his lips. All right, Zhang Tianba, if that is how you want to play it. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianba lounged on the sofa of his villa, leisurely rising when he deemed it time to leave. Huh, that little brat Zhang Han told me to arrive in half an hour. I think not. What would he do about it? Amusing, isn't it? I'm the boss here. No little brat can bully me. After a significant delay, Zhang Tianba finally set off for the CAF. Upon arriving, he found the place eerily empty. TSK, such poor taste, choosing a CAF devoid of patrons. Oddly enough, there were no staff members either. As he stepped inside, he spotted Zhang Han leisurely sipping his coffee, completely unfazed by Zhang Tianba's tardiness. Seeing this, Zhang Tianba's heart leapt with joy. TSK, the little brat waited so long without getting angry. That means I still hold some importance in his mind. How touching. Wait, I must make him withdraw the lawyer's letter, then pay me $1 billion. Then he'll have to bow and apologize. Only then will I allow him back into the Zhang family. With this thought, a confident smile spread across Zhang Tianba's face as he approached. Zhang Han, upon noticing him, didn't he spare him a glance. He waved his hand dismissively and returned to his coffee. At the signal, a group of bodyguards surged from the shadows, surrounding Zhang Tianba. Caught off guard, Zhang Tianba's expression turned bewildered. Feeling a sense of foreboding, a fawning smile appeared on his face. Xiao Han, what is going on here? Zhang Han paused his coffee drinking, turned to face him, and slowly revealed a smile. A welcome gift. In an instant, the bodyguards drew their weapons and, without hesitation, began to strike Zhang Tianba. No, please. He immediately knelt, begging Zhang Han for mercy. Silently sipping his coffee, Zhang Han remained unfazed. Increase the intensity. Make him scream louder. The more noise, the more rewards. Yes. Upon hearing the promise of a reward, the bodyguards became increasingly vigorous in their actions. No, not here. Chapter 34. If this continues, it will all be ruined. Inside the Su Corporation, Assistant Su, could you please deliver this document to President Su? A high-ranking executive in a beige uniform and a black, form-fitting skirt handed the file to Su Ming. Upon seeing Su Ming accept the document, she hurriedly dashed back to her workstation, as if a tiger were pursuing her. Su Ming, who had just finished lunch, bewilderedly accepted the file, her mind swirling with questions. What on earth was happening? Never mind. She shrugged and made her way to Su Yao's office. However, upon nearing the office door, she froze in place. Something was amiss. Something was exceedingly off. The temperature here was chillingly low. At that moment, Su Ming realized why the executive had asked her to deliver the document. Today, President Su was in a foul mood. That executive had clearly used her as a shield. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to brave it. Turning the lock, she cheerfully announced, President Su, I have a document for you. Get lost. She was met with a harsh reprimand. Oh no, she was going to get scolded. Defeated, Su Ming returned to the high-ranking executive's desk. She placed the document back on the table, casting a resentful glance at her. Why didn't you tell me that President Su was in a bad mood today? Upon locking eyes with Su Yao, Su Ming nearly thought she would be devoured. It was utterly terrifying. The high-ranking executive in the black skirt chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, Ming. There's nothing I could do. President Su is exceptionally frightening today. Moreover, this document is crucial. Please do deliver it, I beg you. She made a pleading gesture, resembling that of supplicant. Su Ming, resigned, accepted the task. After all, who could deny their role as a secretary? Taking the file once more, the executive raised her fist in encouragement. Su Ming thought, what encouragement? This is a lost cause. Approaching the door of Su Yao's office, she hesitated, contemplating her next move. Entering would surely lead to disaster, while not delivering the document would be no better. What to do? Suddenly, an idea struck her. She would take a gamble. She dialed a number. Meanwhile, on the other end, the owner of the number was exclaiming, Haha, wow. Keep going. Don't stop. As he watched Zhang Tianba lying on the ground, Zhang Han's malevolent grin radiated with righteous laughter. It was immensely gratifying. Who knew the antagonists in novels led such exhilarating lives? Zhang Tianba lay motionless, tears of regret streaming down his face. This could not continue. If it did, it would all be ruined. I was wrong. Xiaoan, I was wrong. Keep going. Don't stop. The bodyguards, upon hearing this, continued to surround Zhang Tianba, lashing the whip like a spinning top. Suddenly, Zhang Han's pocket vibrated with an incoming call. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he gestured for silence. Answer the call. Hello? Who is this? Upon hearing the line connect, Su Ming urgently replied, Young Master Zhang, you must come to Su Corporation. Something has happened to President Su. What? Yaoyao is in trouble. Zhang Han's heart dropped. He hung up immediately. Turning to Zhang San, he instructed, It's up to you now, Lawyer Zhang, before hastily departing the CAF. At this moment, Zhang Tianba, utterly exhausted, lay sprawled on the floor, oblivious to the guns aimed at his face by the burly bodyguards. He glared at Zhang Han's retreating figure, gritting his teeth. Just wait. I shall repay this 100-fold. The figure of Lawyer Zhang San gradually emerged behind him. Hee. Zhang San toyed with the whip in his hand, a smirk forming on his lips. After witnessing young Master Zhang's earlier enjoyment at the Zhang residence, he had longed to try the spinning top himself. Now it was finally his turn. Catch this. Zhang Han pressed the accelerator to the maximum, racing towards Su Corporation. Wait for me, Yaoyao. Upon arriving at the company, he rushed towards Su Yao's exclusive private elevator. Sir, please hold on. This is President Su's private elevator. Two security guards stepped forward to block Zhang Han. He paused, realizing that Su Yao had previously conducted facial recognition for this elevator, but he had not visited before, leading the guards to not recognize him. I have been through facial recognition here. Let me in. Upon hearing this, the guards burst into laughter, as if hearing the greatest joke. This is President Su's exclusive elevator. It is never open to others. Besides, President Su is notoriously averse to men. How could she grant a male such high privileges? Zhang Han, seeing their disbelief, could no longer concern himself with their skepticism. The situation was urgent. He stepped forward to initiate facial recognition. The guard sighed resignedly. What is with these novices these days? Suddenly, the system confirmed, facial recognition successful. The guards were left dumbfounded. What? Welcome, handsome guy. Please enter the elevator. Zhang Han nodded, acknowledging the guard's welcome as he walked towards the elevator. He bore no ill will towards them. After all, stopping anyone was part of their duty. If they didn't stop him, they would be reprimanded. Following the route Su Ming had provided, he bewilderingly arrived at the office. Seeing Zhang Han arrive, Su Ming was overjoyed and promptly handed him the document. This is a very important document for the company. President Su is in a bad mood, and we dare not deliver it. So we called you. Zhang Han, still dazed from his earlier encounter, accepted the document. As soon as he took it, Su Ming hurried back to her desk. I'm counting on you. Zhang Han glanced at the document in his hand and then at the door lock. The temperature here was noticeably lower than elsewhere. Wasn't this a setup to take the fall for someone? Gritting his teeth, he turned the lock. To his surprise, the furious Su Yao he had envisioned was nowhere to be found. The office was empty. Where is everyone? Curious, Zhang Han began to survey the office. It occupied only a small space. How strange. Where could Yaoyao be? He placed the document on the desk and plopped himself down in Su Yao's chair. Examining the desk's layout, he noticed it was quite simple, just a computer and a stack of documents. There was also a picture frame. Zhang Han picked up the frame. Scrutinizing it closely, the photo depicted the back of a little boy, clearly taken surreptitiously. Zhang Han felt a twinge of confusion. Was that not himself? However, he could not discern where the photo was taken, nor did he recall knowing someone named Su Yao at that time. But never mind. Zhang Han was not one to overthink matters. If he couldn't make sense of it, so be it. Yet, where had Yaoyao gone? Zhang Han looked around the small office, wondering if it could hide some secretive affair. Suddenly, a dull sound of a door opening came from the wall behind him, accompanied by the sound of high heels approaching. This startled Zhang Han. A hidden door. He jumped up from the chair. Who was there? The sound startled the shadowy figure that had been preparing to unleash their wrath. Hanhan, a shadow gradually emerged. As Zhang Han discerned the figure, confusion was etched across his face. Chapter 35. Engage. Upon recognizing Zhang Han, Su Yao quickly positioned herself in front of the hidden door, as if to conceal something. "What brings you here, Hanhan?" she inquired, keen to prevent Zhang Han from uncovering the secrets within. Behind that door lay a trove of photographs chronicling his life from childhood to the present, some clandestinely captured and others transferred from his phone. An eclectic collection. Moments ago, she had sought refuge from her vexation over Zhang Han's absence by retreating into this sanctuary, a ritual she employed to soothe her longing for him during work hours. The thought of him discovering this secret sent a shiver of anxiety through her. She feared losing the bliss of their current relationship. "Su Meng mentioned you were feeling down, which is why I came," Zhang Han stated, curiosity compelling him to lean closer and glimpse the concealed door. Su Yao pressed her hands against his shoulders, guiding him back onto the office chair. "Hanhan, you're not even concerned about me," she exclaimed. "Huh? What's going on?" Zhang Han responded, utterly perplexed, yet unable to suppress his curiosity, his gaze lingering on the hidden door. Su Yao, noticing his distraction, became irate. "Hanhan, you're ignoring me," she retorted, leaning in abruptly. Ouch. Zhang Han's lip was caught in her grasp, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. He attempted to push her away, but to his astonishment, her strength was formidable. What on earth has this woman been consuming to grow so strong? He wondered as he gradually began to feel lightheaded. It was only when Su Yao finally released him that he gasped for air. Cough. "Huh. Yaoyao, you nearly took my life," he said, breathing heavily, feeling as if he had nearly drowned. Upon hearing his words, Su Yao paused, her eyes widening. "Hanhan, how dare you scold me?" she replied, her demeanor shifting to one of feigned innocence as she gazed up at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It's all your fault for ignoring me," she added, her voice thick with emotion, and soon her eyes reddened, threatening to spill over. Zhang Han, witnessing her distress, was taken aback. "Wait, why are you crying so quickly? You've merely bit my lip. Why be so fierce? Women can be like this. It's normal." Gently, he enveloped Su Yao in his arms, hurrying to console her. "I'm not blaming you, Yaoyao." Su Yao nestled against Zhang Han's neck, her tearful expression tugging at his heartstrings. Soothe, Hanhan. How about you punish me instead?" she proposed. "Huh, what kind of game is this?" Zhang Han scratched his head, cautiously asking. "And how would you like me to punish you? Since this is the boss's office, I shall be your little secretary. You may punish me as you please," she replied. "My hair." Zhang Han could scarcely believe his ears. Is this some sort of cosplay punishment? And for whom is this punishment intended? Clearly, it's for me. "Yaoyao, I don't think you've done anything wrong that warrants punishment." So Su Yao, pouting playfully against his chest, insisted. "I said there is." Zhang Han swallowed hard. It was tea that he didn't want to, but all the stock had been dispatched yesterday. "How about we go eat first?" Before he could finish, Su Yao's expression hardened, her slender finger pressed against his lips. Her crimson lips curved into an alluring smile. Her icy gaze fixed upon him. "When I say there is, there is." Zhang Han's body tensed, paralyzed by her unexpected fierceness. Su Yao furuit hadbroth, her gaze piercing as she interrogated him like a suspect. "Now, tell me, do you have it or not?" Zhang Han nodded vigorously, realizing he dared not contradict her. "Of course not. How could I say I don't?" Upon hearing his response, Su Yao's frown relaxed, and she leaned in closer, her expression coy. "So, boss, what would you like me to do now?" "Engage." Zhang Han thought, overwhelmed. "I can't believe it. Can't I even satisfy one woman?" He pulled Su Yao closer, his lips trailing down her neck, intoxicated by her scent, which wafted enticingly between them. The pace felt agonizingly slow for him, and he thought, "This is too tempting." With a sudden burst of determination, he hoisted Su Yao onto the desk, scattering files across the floor. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she shyly trailed her fingers from his shoulder to his waist, igniting a fire within him. "Little Meng, could you be a dear and deliver this document to Su Zong?" A high-ranking executive in a beige dress, her face awash with regret, felt guilty for Su Meng. But who would dare face Su Yao's wrath? Su Meng, glancing at the file in hand, felt a wave of despair. Zhang Han had gone in to deliver the document, but hadn't he emerged since? "Oh dear, Why must they put me in such a predicament? Su Meng sighed, feeling powerless as she approached Su Yao's office. Something fell off. Upon reaching the office door, Su Meng sensed an unusual atmosphere, despite the soundproof walls and door. Strange noises seeped through from within. What could that be? Her curiosity piqued. She leaned in to eavesdrop. Oh no, this is bad. She gasped as the realization struck her. Zhang Han and Su Yao were inside together. What? Su Meng's mind exploded with shock. Su Yao was notoriously fastidious, and her office was a sanctum few dared to breach. She had to tread carefully, even when serving her coffee, lest a single drop be spilled. Yet here was Zhang Han, seemingly intent on creating chaos. Frozen in place, Su Meng was at a loss. What should she do about the documents? Just as she hesitated, the office door swung open. Su Yao emerged, vibrant and radiant, her hair neatly tied back, exuding an aura of vitality. Meanwhile, Zhang Han, slumped against the doorframe, appeared dejected, his lips pale and expression vacant. It was clear that he had been through an ordeal. Su Meng couldn't help but wonder what on earth transpired in there. The image of Su Yao dominating the situation played in her mind, and she felt a rush of shyness. This is too juicy to ignore. Hanhan, noticing Su Meng covering her face in disbelief, managed a strained smile. Is there something you need, Secretary Su? Oh yes, we must get back to business. Su Meng zépondait, shaking off her previous thoughts as she handed the document to Zhang Han, her smile sweet and inviting. Please take care of this, Zhang Xiao. As Zhang Han examined the document in his hands, his earlier haze dissipated and he squinted at it in confusion. Wait, why does the situation feel so eerily familiar? He turned his head to look at Su Yao, who wore a dangerously alluring smile. Damn it, bring it on. Zhang Han swiftly closed the door behind him, his demeanor resolute as he approached Su Yao. He had resigned himself to the fact that today he must subdue her. Chapter 36. Su Meng. Boo-hoo, who understands? Su Yao was meticulously organizing the scattered documents on the floor, while Zhang Han languished in his office chair, his mind swirling with profound questions. Wasn't it said that women in their 20s are as nimble as a mouse, and in their 30s as fierce as a tiger? Why then, at just over 20, did Su Yao seem to rival a dragon? This conundrum eluded him. However, entering a sage-like state, his cognitive abilities surged by 200%. He recalled the matter at hand regarding Su Yao's company. Yaoyao, by the way. Upon hearing his voice, Su Yao immediately halted her actions, her gaze fervently fixed upon him. Zhang Han hurriedly waved his hands, attempting to calm himself. Yaoyao, all right. After hearing this, Su Yao felt an inexplicable twinge of disappointment. I overheard Su Meng say you were feeling down today. What is troubling you? Zhang Han stood up and stamped his foot. I'm back to normal, just a bit weak in the legs. He waited earnestly for her response. Su Yao continued to nonchalantly sort through the documents. After a lengthy pause, she slowly spoke. It's because you took a leave of absence today and didn't inform me. What? Zhang Han was taken aback, incredulous at such a trivial reason. Was it really that simple? Had she berated him so vehemently for something so minor? Yet, observing the hint of disappointment on Su Yao's strikingly aloof face, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. Women are all like this. It's quite normal. Yaoyao, the truth is, I'm just in a bad mood today, and I was concerned my negativity might affect you. Su Yao pouted, her curiosity piqued. Really? Indeed. Zhang Han sighed. I still haven't resolved that issue with Yang Wei. Slowly, Su Yao enveloped Zhang Han in an embrace, her eyes brimming with sincerity. She beamed sweetly. You must always share your troubles with me. Whether or not I can assist, I want to help lighten your burden. I wish to know more about you, Hanhan. Zhang Han chuckled softly, unable to resist ruffling her hair. This delicate yet intense young woman was quite endearing, as long as she remained calm. Then what exactly is bothering you? Zhang Han's eyes darted around, ultimately deciding it best not to divulge the truth. He playfully pecked Su Yao on the cheek, declaring, It's nothing now. All right then. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yao was already aware of the reason. It was merely a quarrel with Yang Wei. Simple enough, just a monetary settlement to knock some sense into him. A sudden honk shattered their intimate atmosphere, as Zhang Han's stomach growled in protest. Hey, I fed Yaoyao, but I'm starving. What a terrible master I have. He scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. Su Yao, noticing his discomfort, organized the documents before taking his hand. Leading him outside, Zhang Han, baffled, followed her lead. Su Yao guided him towards the ordinary employee elevator, their fingers intertwined as if to proclaim their bond. As they passed by numerous workstations, employees, who were engrossed in their tasks, turned their attention to the striking couple. They halted their work, stunned at the sight of the beautiful woman. What the heck? Is that President Su? She's holding a guy's hand. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Zhang Han grew uneasy and attempted to withdraw his hand, but the tighter grip from Su Yao only intensified. A barely perceptible smile graced her lips. Having Hanhan by my side is something to flaunt. You shall not escape. Zhang Han chuckled helplessly, waving to the astonished onlookers. Hey there. Once the two entered the elevator, the previously silent office erupted into a cacophony of astonished whispers. What? Was that really President Su? My goodness. And the handsome young man beside her. Could he be her boyfriend? Shoo, keep it down. If President Su hears you, you'll be buried under the grass. Among the crowd, Su Ming felt the most discomfort, her face flushed with embarrassment. What to do? She desperately wanted to share the scandal of President Su and young Master Zhang conceiving a child in the office. But if it got out, she'd be ready to reincarnate. With this thought, Su Ming swallowed her secret. Boo-hoo, family, who understands? Meanwhile, Su Yao had taken Zhang Han to her car, personally assuming the role of driver. Zhang Han felt a mix of surprise and delight as he made his way to the back seat. Noticing this, Su Yao's expression turned cold. Perhaps it's best not to tempt fate. Zhang Han took a seat in the passenger seat, and Su Yao nodded in satisfaction. Soon, Zhang Han found himself at a five-star hotel. As he exited the car, Su Yao took hold of his hand. Come on, let us go eat. As they approached the entrance, the security staff bowed in acknowledgement, greeting President Su. This display startled the patrons in the lobby, drawing their gaze. Unfazed by their stares, Su Yao merely nodded coolly in response to the security personnel before leading Zhang Han to a cozy corner table, her favorite spot. As they settled in, a well-dressed waiter promptly approached, his demeanor clearly indicating a high-ranking position. With an obsequious smile, he presented the menu to Su Yao. President Su, what would you like to have today? Su Yao casually flipped through the menu before returning it to the waiter with a curt, the usual. The waiter bowed and hurried off to place the order, eager not to make any mistakes that might incur the wrath of his superiors. Zhang Han marveled at the perks of wealth. How fortunate I am that Yaoyao is my wife. While waiting for their meal, a familiar voice caught his attention. Oh, Yang Wei and I are just having fun. You're my best friend. See, he transferred the money, and I immediately brought you out for a nice meal. Turning his head, he spotted Biku, who was leaning intimately against Liu Nan, their closeness suggestive of more than mere friendship. How absurd. After confiding in my brother, she's now getting cozy with his so-called male best friend. What a farce. Su Yao followed Zhang Han's gaze and instantly recognized the provocatively dressed Biku. This was Zhang Han's brother's girlfriend. Previously, she had felt uneasy about Zhang Han dining with Yang Wei, suspecting he might be deceiving her. Thus, she had dispatched someone to investigate, naturally recognizing this woman. Clearing her throat, Su Yao caught Zhang Han's attention, causing him to stiffen immediately. He certainly did not wish for Su Yao to misinterpret his gaze upon Chu as an interest in another woman. Yaoyao, listen to me, he began. No need to say anything. I already know, Su Yao replied, her crimson lips curving into a crescent moon of mischief. Shall I assist you? Zhang Han was momentarily taken aback, still struggling to comprehend her implication. Su Yao beckoned a waiter over and whispered a few instructions. The waiter nodded promptly and departed. Zhang Han was left in confusion. So, what exactly are you helping me with? And what did you say to the waiter? Su Yao riman saident. Her gaze fixed on the scenery outside with an air of delight. Just wait, the show is about to begin. Chapter 37. The Delivery Man. Caught in the act. Allow me to assist. The waiter approached Bai Chu's table, and, after a brief exchange, Bai Chu's face lit up with surprise. She shared a few words with Liu Nan, and soon they were arm in arm, heading towards the elevator. Zhang Han was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Su Yao rested her chin on her hand, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Call your brother over. Huh, is my Yaoyao about to cheat? He lamented. Woe is me. Am I truly unable to satisfy her in less than 20 times a day? Su Yao quipped, what are you thinking? Hurry up. Oh, right. Zhang Han quickly sent a message to Yang Wei. Today at 6:59. Brother, I'm sending you a location. Come quickly. Yang Wei replied. We're no longer brothers? I'm treating you to a meal. Hurry. All right. Han Yi. 3 minutes. After sending the message, Zhang Han was still in the dark about Su Yao's intentions. Her enigmatic demeanor left him perplexed. He suddenly feared the possibility of quarreling with Su Yao in the future. No, given her character, it seemed unlikely she'd engage in arguments. So what exactly do you intend to do? Su Yao took a sip of red wine. Just let Yang Wei send a message to He Bai Chu asking her what she's up to. All right. Zhang Han was still in a daze, utterly confused. Before long, Yang Wei arrived, brimming with excitement. Upon seeing Su Yao, he instantly realized he had been deceived. Zhang Han merely viewed him as a pawn in this game. Woe is me. Zhang Han playfully smacked the back of his head. Quickly, brother, send that Bai Chu a message asking what she's doing. Okay. Though perplexed, Yang Wei felt compelled to comply with his brother's request and sent a message to He Bai Chu. Yang Wei, what are you up to? He Bai Chu, I'm eating in the dormitory. Baby, what's up? Yang Wei showed Zhang Han the chat log, and Zhang Han expressed his frustration. This is useless. I don't even know what Su Yao is planning. He snatched Yang Wei's phone and handed it to Su Yao. Yang Wei lamented, I truly am just a pawn in their game. After reading the messages, Su Yao's cold beauty softened into a satisfied smile. One Zhang Han recognized as the same expression she wore after besting him. Let us go. The net is closing in. Thus, Zhang Han and Yang Wei, still bewildered, followed Su Yao to the door of her room. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Han, despite his naivety, grasped her intentions. Caught in the act. But how did Su Yao know they would be in this room? Ignoring the two men staring at her in confusion, Su Yao retrieved a pre-prepared room card. Poised to burst in, Zhang Han immediately intervened. Yaoyao, people are aware that breaking and entering is a crime. Su Yao paused, her hand hovering near the keypad, and looked at him quizzically. You're telling me this, a CEO of a prominent company? Nevertheless, she halted her actions, curious to see what Zhang Han would do next. Yang Wei watched the two as if they were performing a play, left in a fog of confusion. Zhang Han swiftly pulled out his phone, opened a delivery app, and ordered a pack of Durex condoms. Upon witnessing this, Yang Wei felt a wave of despair. Indeed, Han Ge merely sees me as a pawn in their game. He intends to enter the room with my sister-in-law and leave me outside to listen to their antics. However, before Yang Wei could dwell on his thoughts, the delivery man arrived. Dressed in yellow, he was out of breath, leaning on his knees, holding up the order. Whose order is this? Ugh, I'm exhausted. Yang Wei was stunned to see the speed of delivery. What kind of speed is this? Faster than my own. Seeing the delivery man arrive, Zhang Han began to act. He threw himself at the delivery man, weeping and sobbing. What was my order? The delivery man, taken aback, stammered, A customer ordered Durex condoms and paid an extra $300 for a 2-minute delivery. Seeing the money, I just rushed. What's going on? He was concerned, given that this was a high-paying order. Zhang Han clung to the delivery man's knees, wailing, My girlfriend has been unfaithful. I heard her moaning inside. Yang Wei, gun fuset. Turned to Su Yao. Isn't my sister-in-law in here? Who's in there with her? The delivery man, filled with sympathy for Zhang Han, was momentarily transported back to his middle school days when he too was infatuated with a classmate, only to find her with someone else. Alas, I can't help you. They say delivery men are omnipotent, but that's a lie. I can't make your girlfriend change her mind. He patted Zhang Han's shoulder. Take heart, brother. Wiping his tears, Zhang Han looked up at him. Brother, can you do me a favor? Is there something I can assist with? The delivery man was bewildered, suspecting this was a setup. What do you mean? I'll give you an extra 10,000. Kick the door down. Oh, such a good deal? The prospect of catching someone in the act was too enticing to resist. The delivery man rolled up his sleeves, thumping his chest. I'll do it for 10,000. Hanhan. Seeing that the others had no objections, The delivery man took a few steps back, gathering momentum. Just as he was about to kick the door down, he hesitated. Zhang Han and Yang Wei watched anxiously. Kick it already. The delivery man scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. What if I break the door? Who will pay for it? I will, Zhang Han assured him. Just kick it. Reassured by Zhang Han's promise, the delivery man grinned widely, retreated a few steps, and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! The door burst open. Inside, Yang Wei was left in shock, for there, a man and woman were entangled in a half-naked embrace. The young man had his hand resting upon the young woman's bosom, gently caressing it. Both appeared to be thoroughly enjoying the moment. Had they arrived a tad later, they might have reached a point of candid revelation. The young woman in question was none other than his current girlfriend, Hibiku. The young man was, in fact, her closest confidant, Hanhan. Chapter 38. Our relationship is merely platonic. Upon noticing the intruder, Hibiku gasped in surprise. Hastily, she pressed down on Hanhan's chest and pushed him away. Darling, let me explain, our bond is purely platonic. Yang Wei, having accumulated a plethora of knowledge throughout his life, was oblivious to the notion that a platonic friendship could extend to the bedroom. No need for further discussion. We are breaking up, he shouted, turning on his heel and bolting from the room. In a flurry, Hibiku attempted to cover herself while pursuing Yang Wei. Hanhan, having been interrupted during a significant moment, felt irked. As Hibiku made her way out, he reached out in an attempt to complete the unfinished business. But her swift movements left him grasping at air. Damn it, I am her best friend. What harm could it cause to indulge once? His expression contorted with frustration, his mood reaching a boiling point. Meanwhile, Zhang Han stood at the doorway, blocking Hibiku's path. With an arched eyebrow, he wore a disdainful smile. Oh, what's this? Just finished with another man, and now you seek my friend? He is merely my confidant. Don't speak so harshly. I need to find my darling, he replied with a scoff, holding no regard for such a woman. He approached her with a swift kick, deeming a hand-to-hand confrontation too unsanitary. Observing Hibiku sprawled on the floor, a satisfied grin spread across Zhang Han's face as he scrutinized her. However, his gaze was not one of admiration for her feminine allure. Should she be sent to Myanmar as public transport, or perhaps discarded in India to fend for herself? He was perplexed by his own thoughts. How strange. My close association with Yaoyao has evidently warped my mindset. Furious, Hibiku rose to her feet, but she was powerless against him. She circumvented him, determined to chase after Yang Wei. Zhang Han made no effort to impede her, instead watching her with an amused expression. As soon as Hibiku circumvented Zhang Han and exited the room, she collided with another woman. Upon impact, she touched her nose, wincing from the pain. Who the hell are you? Damn it, can't you see? She bellowed, lifting her gaze to meet the woman's eyes. In that fleeting moment, her body froze. A sudden fear gripped her as she recognized the ominous aura radiating from Su Yao, whose crimson eyes instilled a profound sense of dread. Su Yao's expression remained inscrutable as her gaze traveled up and down Hibiku's barely clothed form. Did Hanhan just refer to her as my girlfriend? Even in jest? That is unacceptable. She was distinctly displeased, regarding Hibiku as one would ghost. Hanhan, who had hastily dressed in pursuit of Hibiku, instantly forgot his intentions upon seeing Su Yao. Goodness, I've never encountered a woman so strikingly beautiful. I must have her. He flashed a charming smile and waved, Hello, beautiful. Shall we be friends? Zhang Han sauntered over and delivered a swift kick. What the hell? You just cheated on my friend, and now you wish to betray me as well. What a scoundrel. Hanhan, clutching his behind, stood up, ready to retaliate against Zhang Han. How dare you touch me? However, Su Yao swiftly seized his fist, twisting it forcefully. Crack. Zhang Han was momentarily stunned. What the heck? My wife may be petite, but how can she possess such strength? Recalling her performance in the bedroom, he suddenly felt the need to enhance his own physique. Hibiku was equally astonished, never having anticipated a woman could wield such power. She hurried over to check on Hanhan's injuries. Are you all right? Hanhan, cradling his injured hand, felt as though it might break. He glared at Su Yao with resentment. Just you wait. One day, I will make you apologize while on my bed. Su Yao regarded El Chanin, his face somewhat familiar, though she couldn't quite place him. Never mind, she thought. I don't wish to waste any more time. I still need to get to the main event with Hanhan. She beckoned, signaling for a lesson to be imparted. With that, four bodyguards rushed into the room. Hanhan frugit. All right, with Yaoyao's prowess. I need not concern myself with the aftermath. As the sounds of chaos echoed behind them, Zhang Han and Su Yao returned to the dining area. Yang Wei was hunched over the table, sobbing uncontrollably, drawing the attention of passers-by. Hanhan said in resignation. Enough with the tears. Feeling a gentle touch on his shoulder, Yang Wei lifted his face, tears having soaked his shirt. What? I just can't forget her. Order anything from the menu. It's on me. Really, my adoptive father? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei eagerly grabbed the menu. Damn it. I've been waiting for you to say that. Hangul. Tonight we must indulge. As he flipped through the menu, his eyes widened with excitement. Holy cow. Everything here is something I could only dream of. Is this truly on me, my adoptive father? Seeing his eyes glisten with joy, Zhang Han could hardly contain his laughter, nodding in affirmation. Yang Wei sniffed, perplexed. Bro, what are you laughing at? Nothing. Wow, this meal is incredible, Yang Wei exclaimed, patting his round belly, contently reclining in his chair. Zhang Han stared in disbelief at the multitude of empty plates on the table. Is this a feast? This meal alone must have cost close to 100,000. With a pained expression, Zhang Han settled the bill, regretting his decision to treat them. Yang Wei was equally astonished upon seeing the bill. He hadn't anticipated such exorbitant prices, as the menu had displayed none. Han Ye. I am no longer your Hanga. Huh? What? I truly didn't mean to. Zhang Han smirked. What I meant was, I am no longer your Hanga, but I am now your father. Realizing he was joking, Yang Wei's earlier gloom transformed into a grin. He still had remnants of food around his mouth. Zhang Han handed him a napkin with exasperation. Observing Yang Wei's newfound happiness, he felt a sense of fulfillment. In my previous life, I made so many mistakes. In this new beginning, I will cherish and protect everything around me. Chapter 39. Su Menghua. I have become part of the play again. Once they had all satisfied their hunger, they exited the restaurant together, making their way to the car. In the autumn of Yu City, the evening breeze sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, this chill could not extinguish the fervent camaraderie shared between Yang Wei and Zhang Han. Perhaps my description falls short. Yang Wei sought to invite Zhang Han to their next destination, a sanctuary for men. Despite the steep costs, the prospect of reveling through the night was alluring. Once inside, exiting could prove to be a challenge, and the exhilarating atmosphere would undoubtedly keep one on edge. The male patrons often erupted into spirited cries. Indeed, it was a gaming CAF. Han Ye, let's embark. An all-night gaming adventure. The moment the words escaped his lips, Yang Wei regretted it, for Su Yao's gaze, sharp as a serpent's, was fixed upon Zhang Han. Oblivious, Han Gu remained unaware of the impending consequences should he dare to acquiesce. Perhaps it was best to refrain from disrupting the blissful life of his brother and sister-in-law. Upon hearing the suggestion, Zhang Han's eyes lit up. Sounds great. An all-night gaming session. It's been ages since I've done this with Yang Wei. All right. He struggled to shake off Yang Wei's hand, casting him an irritable glance. Why are you covering my mouth? I'm not mute. Before he could finish, he noticed Yang Wei vigorously shaking his head, seemingly indicating something in a specific direction. Turning his head, Zhang Han was taken aback. Why does Yaoyao look unwell? Oh no. Perhaps it was best to skip the gaming CAF and head home to accompany his wife. Just as Zhang Han resolved to decline Yang Wei's invitation, he turned to find Yang Wei had vanished without a trace. What the? Where'd he go? Feeling a chill creeping up his spine, Zhang Han swallowed hard. This time, the pressure felt particularly daunting. Han, it seems you've irked me multiple times today. Have I? Tell me, how shall I punish you? I don't know. Su Yao lifted Zhang Han's chin, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing her lips, radiating an air of authority. Her gaze scrutinized his flustered expression. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through. Ashu. Observing this, Zhang Han swiftly removed his jacket and draped it over her. Don't catch a chill, silly girl. Silly girl? Feeling the warmth enveloping her, Su Yao paused, a sense of satisfaction washing over her. Yet, she still displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. Do you think this will appease me? Zhang Han, captivated by her exquisite visage so near, thought to himself, what the heck? I'm going for it. He seized her neck and pressed his lips against hers passionately. Su Yao stiffened. Zhang Han rarely took the initiative, catching her off guard. Most importantly, Hanhan was engaging in a surprise attack. What a lack of chivalry. She countered, pushing Zhang Han against the car, her hand intentionally or unintentionally sliding down to his abdomen, reclaiming the initiative. Savoring the softness of her lips, Zhang Han felt a warm surge enveloping him, particularly in his lower region, where the heat began to stir. He kissed her fervently, and in an instant, they were entwined, their initial skirmish igniting with fervor. Zhang Han sensed his brother's potential was about to explode. One hand caressed her, while the other sought the car door's handle. With a firm tug, the door swung open. Seizing the moment, Su Yao pushed Zhang Han into the car and settled in. Thus commenced their epic battle. In the driver's seat, Su Meng trembled. Moments ago, Su Yao had messaged her to come over, claiming she might be unable to drive. And here she was, in the midst of it all. Oh no, I've become a part of their play. She listened to the intense sounds of their struggle from the back seat, gradually lowering the partition. But, judging by the commotion, Zhang Xiao seems quite capable. How peculiar. He appeared rather weak last time I saw him. Upon returning to the manor, Zhang Han and Su Yao raced to the upstairs bedroom, leaving Su Meng in a state of disarray. Well then, let it be destroyed. As Zhang Han and Su Yao engaged in a tumultuous affair, the bed creaked under their fervor, teetering on the brink of collapse. Just as they were about to embark on their journey, Zhang Han's phone rang, interrupting the exploration of 1,000,000 tadpoles into the mysteries of the world. Zhang Han intended to finish his previous endeavor before checking his messages. After all, the only person he frequently communicated with was Yang Wei. However, Su Yao was thoroughly displeased. It's late. Who else could possibly be calling you? Oh no, we were so close. He felt tears welling up and reluctantly handed his vibrating phone to Su Yao. Upon receiving the phone, Su Yao glanced at the caller ID and relaxed. She returned the phone to him. Answer it. Zhang Han silently cursed the person on the other end 100 times. Picking up the phone, he saw it was lawyer Zhang San. Zhang San? What would he possibly want now? Once he activated the speaker, a jubilant voice resonated from the other side. Zhang Xiao, the 100 million from a Zhang family has been deposited into your account. Is that it? Zhang Han grumbled as he hung up the call, determined to continue their epic battle. The next day, Zhang Han unusually awoke before the alarm could ring. He rose early, inspired by his sage mode the previous night. Gazing at the 100 million in his account, an ingenious idea struck him: to establish a gaming company. Having spent his previous life engaged in household chores and gaming post-marriage, he was well aware of the emerging gaming companies. This could also serve as an opportunity for investment. It was a stroke of genius. Zhang Han deemed this notion utterly brilliant. Soon, he was ready and descended to the first floor to commence his breakfast. Upon seeing Zhang Han, Uncle Chen promptly stood to greet him. Today's breakfast has been specially prepared for you by the young lady. If you don't finish it, my position as your butler may very well be at stake. What is going on? However, as he approached the dining table and beheld the breakfast spread, the answer became abundantly clear. All he desired was peace and quiet. The breakfast consisted of stir-fried chives with oysters, oyster juice, and chive juice. Was this even a conceivable breakfast? Ah, is Yaoyao expressing disdain for my 13.5 performances last night? Oh dear, 5 of those times, I could barely get up. She practically had to shake me awake. How cruel! Yet, faced with no alternative, for the sake of Yaoyao's happiness, he resolved to give it his all. With a surge of determination, Zhang Han devoured the meal voraciously. Uncle Chen was taken aback by the overwhelming aura. Young Master Zhang was so considerate. As the steward, he could not afford to lag behind. He produced 5 bottles of kidney tonic and placed them on the table, joy illuminating his face as he looked at him. Zhang Han's hand hovered in midair, glancing between the kidney tonics and Uncle Chen. Zhang Han thought, never mind. Let's go for it. Under Uncle Chen's astonished gaze, Zhang Han twisted open a bottle of the tonic. Let's do it. Uncle Chun exclaimed, "Impressive, young Master Zhang. Tonight, I shall toast to your bountiful harvest." After finishing breakfast, Uncle Chun stared in disbelief at the blood trickling from Zhang Han's nose. Had young Master Zhang overindulged? He hurriedly handed Zhang Han a few tissues, urging him to wipe his face. Zhang Han touched his nose, clearly aware that his excessive supplementation had led to this nosebleed. He accepted the tissues and elegantly dabbed at his mouth, but neglected to wipe his nose, as the crimson blood was a testament to his hard work. Once breakfast was concluded, he headed to school, ready to embark on today's money-making venture. Upon arriving at the school entrance, he spotted a familiar woman standing there, dressed in black stockings and a black uniform that accentuated her slender figure. Her mature demeanor stood in stark contrast to the flamboyantly adorned girls within the school. Her striking appearance drew the gaze of many onlookers. However, the woman paid no heed to the surrounding attention, anxiously searching for someone. Was it Zhang Qing? What was she doing here? Surely, she was looking for Zhang Lulang. Zhang Han shrugged, dismissing her presence as he walked directly toward the school gate. After all, he had no ties to the Zhang family anymore. As he passed Zhang Qing, her eyes lit up instantly, and she called out, "Zhang Han," seeing that he ignored her. She hurriedly jogged over to block his path. Once he finally redirected his gaze toward her, she smiled and offered him a warm necklace she had been holding. "Zhang Han, this is for you." Before she could finish, the necklace flew from her hand. Stunned, she stood frozen as she watched the necklace soar away. 2 days prior, she had intended to present it to him, but it had broken when she accidentally dropped it. Due to her early morning commitments at work, she had spent 2 sleepless nights repairing the necklace, enduring stomach pains in the process. The mere thought of Zhang Han's joyous reaction upon receiving it brought her immense delight. Yet now, confronted with his displeased expression, the anticipation of those 2 nights crumbled instantaneously. The pent-up grievance within her erupted, and scalding tears streamed down her flushed cheeks, stinging in the chilly autumn breeze. Zhang Han had not always been like this. He used to enjoy trailing behind her, affectionately calling her sister. Zhang Qing choked on her words. "You weren't like this before." Zhang Han shot her a disdainful glance. "I was always like this." "What nonsense! You're wasting my time." Seeing him about to leave, she panicked and reached out to grasp him, but her hand met only air as he evaded her touch. She stared in disbelief at her empty hand and his contemptuous face. Zhang Qing hurriedly spoke up, fearing he would truly walk away. "Hanhan, I was wrong about you. I investigated that matter and found out it was Zhang Lulang who framed you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Han furrowed his brow, puzzled by her words. He stood there, stroking his chin, deep in thought, before realizing she was referring to the incident at the Zhang house, where Zhang Lulang had carelessly tossed her original black lace lingerie into his room. Indifferently, he replied, "It's nothing. I don't care anymore." Her heart felt like a heavy stone lodged within her, constricting her breath as she sensed his dismissive attitude. "Zhang Han, come back to the Zhang family. I will advocate for you. I can ensure you a good life." At this, Zhang Han's anger flared. Advocate? Why hadn't she listened to him years ago? Why hadn't she advocated for him then? He glared at his well-meaning sister, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Don't joke around. If you truly want what's best for me, stay far away from me." With that, he turned and strode through the school entrance. Zhang Qing, alarmed, grasped his arm, pleading, "Really, come back with me. This time, I will definitely advocate for you." Zhang Han shrugged her off, scoffing. "A few years ago, why didn't you advocate for me? Huh? If you had just checked the surveillance, you would have discovered the truth. What were you doing back then? You accepted Zhang Liulong's word without question and condemned me. Do you think your actions now are moving? I only feel disgusted." With a single breath, he vented his frustrations before turning to leave, granting her no opportunity to respond. As for the current state of the Zhang family, he scoffed at it. So, now Zhang Han only felt disgusted. Watching his retreating figure, Zhang Qing stood there in shock, tears streaming down her face. After a while, her sobbing subsided, and she turned to approach the necklace. This had once been Zhang Han's favorite gift. Yet, it appeared he felt no attachment to it anymore. She knelt on the ground, staring helplessly at the scattered beads of the broken necklace. Gradually, droplets of water fell from her face onto the ground, mingling with the fragments of the once-whole necklace. Surrounding onlookers were taken aback, murmuring amongst themselves. What is happening? Why is this beautiful girl kneeling here? Didn't she just confess to Zhang Han and get rejected? Zhang Han was truly incorrigible. First he was supported, and then he was confessed to by a beautiful girl. How could this be? Listening to the murmurs around her, Zhang Qing felt no thoughts of her own. She only wished to atone for her past mistakes. Nothing more. Chapter 41. Year of Rhyme? What a splendid name. Zhang Han returned to the classroom and found Yang Wei seated beside him. This afternoon, with no classes, let us pull off something big. Huh? Yang Wei sputtered, spraying noodles from his nose. What has gotten into you, Han Ge? Why abandon the good life of a pretty boy to chase quick money? Robbing a bank is illegal. Zhang Han was momentarily dumbfounded. What was this fool thinking? Was he truly suitable as a partner? Hey, Zhang Han irritably handed him a tissue. I want to start a game company and need your help. Yang Wei scratched his head. You're not feverish, are you? Why start a company all of a sudden? Zhang Han rolled his eyes, swatting his hand away. I'm not joking. First, I have the funds. Second, we understand what gamers enjoy. This is our advantage. Yang Wei looked at him, a serious expression dawning on his face. Suddenly, it all made sense. Starting a game company, having both money and knowledge of player preferences. What more could they need? It was perfect. All right. However, after agreeing, Yang Wei was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Han was affluent and resourceful. He felt as though he had little to contribute. Brother Han, what should I do then? Just follow me. That's all you need to do. Leave the rest to me. Are you in? I'll give you shares. I'm in. Damn it. I must join. Hearing that I wouldn't need to invest any money yet would receive shares, even if it meant robbing a bank, I was determined to be involved. Soon, the morning classes concluded. With no classes in the afternoon, Zhang Han took Yang Wei to the storage room to borrow a tent, a chair, and a small blackboard. Yang Wei stared at the borrowed items in confusion. Brother Han, what are you planning to do? Just follow me. Oh no, Brother Han, this tent is so heavy. Yang Wei panted, wiping the sweat from his brow. It finally dawned on him that he was merely a porter. Woe is me. Watching Zhang Han effortlessly carry a backpack, he felt he had no one to lament to. Who told Zhang Han he was wealthy? The two stood in the most conspicuous spot on the playground. Zhang Han surveyed the surrounding crowd and deemed it suitable. The foot traffic was abundant. This would do. Brutarang, I am Ding. Please tell my mother I won't return to make tiles. Zhang Han replied, let me reiterate. Kindly enhance my best brother's prospects. Thank you. He approached and took the tent from Yang Wei's hands, setting it up. Yang Wei still couldn't comprehend the purpose of this endeavor. After all, what need had a game company for such items, especially on a playground? Surely, one couldn't construct a building with mere blocks, could they? Was this a game of Minecraft? Zhang Han wrote on the blackboard. New game company hiring employees. Monthly salary $2,500. Required skills, programming, artistry, market research. My goodness. In that instant, Yang Wei experienced a revelation. Students at school harbor dreams. If a student were to start a company, it would undoubtedly ignite their aspirations. This approach could attract numerous employees, especially since their salary expectations would be lower than those of individuals already in the workforce. Hiring employees in college. Brother Han is quite the strategist. Yang Wei stared at Zhang Han in astonishment. Zhang Han merely smiled faintly. This tactic I learned for novels. Who says reading novels is futile? You go recruit employees. I have important matters to attend to. Understood, Brother Han. Zhang Han then unloaded his backpack. Yang Wei looked on eagerly as he unzipped it. Could there be treasures within? To his surprise, a round watermelon emerged. Zhang Han chuckled as he patted the watermelon, producing a dull thud. He sliced it in half with a knife, retrieved a spoon from his bag, and sat down to feast. Delicious. This is perfect for a scorching day. Brother Han, I want some too. Go recruit employees. Woe is me. How cruel. However, after a long wait, no one approached. Zhang Han finished his watermelon, yet still no one came. What was going on? After waiting even longer, finally, a rotund figure sporting black-framed glasses approached, weighing approximately 200 pounds. This individual had a complex blend of traits, clad in a short-sleeved shirt from the popular brand Ming Chao Chun. Although it was a short sleeve, it clung to him like a second skin. Are you still hiring? Yang Wei scratched his head upon hearing the dull voice. Hanhan, noticing the skeptical expression on Yang Wei's face, slapped his forehead. He rolled his eyes. Haven't you heard? Don't judge a book by its cover. He immediately extended his hand to shake the hefty man's. We're hiring. May I ask what skills you possess? I study computer science, and I can program. The hefty man regarded Zhang Han's enthusiasm with suspicion, feeling somewhat deceived. What kind of boss behaved like this? Yet, he didn't dwell on it. He needed money urgently. Hearing that the man could program, Zhang Han was overjoyed. You're hired. Let us exchange WeChat and add a note. Sure, I'm Cun. Cun? What a splendid name. Zhang Han admired the WeChat note, considering it a fitting name for a talent. When can you start? In about half a month. I'm looking to hire an artist and finalize the company's location. Half a month should be manageable. Cun nodded and bid farewell to Zhang Han. I have things to attend to. Just message me on WeChat if you need anything. All right. As Zhang Han watched Cun walk away, he sighed. He was puzzled as to why no one had come, despite having sufficient funds. It appeared he would need to investigate Yaoyao's rise to success thoroughly tonight. They waited from 2 in the afternoon until 5, yet still no one arrived. Zhang Han finally gave up, standing from his chair and patting Yang Wei on the shoulder. That's enough for today. You've worked hard. Yang Wei felt quite aggrieved, sensing he had become a shade darker from the sun. Of course I worked hard. You were busy eating watermelon and playing on your phone. Actually, Brother Han worked hard too. Here, this is for you. As he handed Yang Wei half a watermelon. His eyes sparkled. But Brother Han, didn't you just finish eating? Zhang Han chuckled, patting his shoulder. Did you think I truly finished it? I definitely saved some for you, you big oaf. If you were to eat your fill in this heat while standing, it would be terrible for your stomach. Impressive. Brother Han, watching Zhang Han munching on the watermelon, a knowing smile crept onto his lips. Fool, it only took a watermelon to win you over. Hee hee. Chapter 42, Don't Stop Me. I must kick her today. Just as Zhang Han and Yang Wei were packing up, a female voice interrupted their actions. Are you still hiring? Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhang Han's face lit up with joy. We are. What can you do? However, upon seeing the newcomer, Zhang Han's expression soured instantly. Liu Ruyan, what is this scoundrel doing here? What terrible luck today. One after another, they come to disturb me. If Yaoyao finds out, I'll be finished. With this thought, Zhang Han shook his head. No, this cannot happen. We're not hiring anymore. You'd best leave. Oh, Brother Zhang, if you don't need employees, I'd like to apply for the position of boss's wife. Hearing this, Yang Wei stared at her in disbelief. My goodness, how can a woman be so shameless? Who is this bold figure? Such audacity. Zhang Han was rendered speechless, feeling a wave of discomfort in his stomach. He wondered if Yaoyao had any spies nearby. He wished someone would come and chop this woman into pieces to feed the pigs. Noticing Zhang Han's silence, Liu Ruyan assumed he was captivated by her beauty. TSK, Zhang Han, although you are now supported by a beauty. However, I'm still bound to ensnare him with my beauty. As long as he is willing to provide me with funds, I would not mind playing the role of a mistress. In the past, she might have found it repugnant that Zhang Han gazed at her with such an empty stare. Yet, inexplicably, she now perceives him as rather endearing. A sweet smile graced her lips. This surely indicates that Zhang Han harbors some feelings for me, does it not? After all, he stands there, utterly captivated. Zhang Han continues to gaze at me, adding to my score. Upon encountering her visage, he felt a wave of nausea and clutched his stomach, promptly turning away to expel the watermelon he had just consumed. Liu Ruyan was taken aback and hurried over to pat his back. Are you all right, Brother Zhang Han? Do I look like I'm fine? Zhang Han sidestepped her, not wishing for her to touch him. He found her utterly revolting. Yang Wei inquired, what about your mother? Liu Ruyan froze in place upon hearing this. Brother Zhang Han, you are so considerate. After all this time, you still care about my mother. She's fine. Thank you for your concern. Zhang Han was speechless. He had never encountered someone so unabashedly shameless. As he remained silent, Liu Ruyan displayed an innocent smile, her cheeks flushed, and asked, so, may I become the owner of this company? With that, Liu Ruyan donned an expression of determination. After all, in the past, when Zhang Han saw me with such a demeanor, he would be rendered speechless. People like you are better suited for the streets. Truly, just hurry up and do it. Zhang Han shot her a disdainful glance. The streets? Liu Ruyan tilted her head in confusion. What do you mean by the streets? Fried chicken or roasted chicken? If Brother Zhang Han likes to eat, I can make it for you. Yang Wei exclaimed, wow. Impressive. That level of comprehension is fit for playing Genshin Impact. Eat your mother. Zhang Han, tired of the conversation, gathered his belongings and prepared to leave. He could not fathom how someone with Liu Ruyan's intellect managed to enroll in this school. Thankfully, in his previous life, he had not fathered a child with her. Otherwise, that child would have inherited her intellect and would need to be beaten senseless daily until they became clever. Seeing him about to depart, Liu Ruyan hurried to keep pace with him. You haven't given me your answer yet, Brother Zhang Han. Engaging with a fool is futile. She would not comprehend my insults. If she were a masochist, perhaps it would provide some satisfaction. Perhaps it is best to endure. Brother Zhang Han, are you shy? It's all right. Endure this. Zhang Han kicked her in the stomach. Liu Ruyan clutched her belly, staring at him in disbelief. Did Zhang Han just kick me? You actually dare to hit me? Zhang Han could no longer contain his frustration, cursing her mother. This insipid creature was even more bothersome than a mosquito. He pointed at Liu Ruyan, vehemently berating. I'm indeed hitting you. If you can't understand human language, then go die. I find you absolutely disgusting. I didn't care about your mother. I insulted her. I never said I liked fried chicken. I said you were fit for the streets. After uttering this, he felt unsatisfied and approached to deliver a few more kicks. Yang Wei quickly restrained him, fearing he might kick Liu Ruyan to death. Don't stop me, Yang Wei. Today I must finish her off. Brother Han, just let it go. She is a fool, but you aren't he. If someone dies, it would be a disaster. Hearing this, Zhang Han suppressed his rage, clenching his fists tightly. He yearned to land a punch on her head, creating a gaping hole, and then toss her into the sea to feed the sharks. Liu Ruyan felt deeply aggrieved, fighting back tears as she did not wish to embarrass herself on the playground. However, after a few sniffles, tears began to cascade down her stubborn face. Why does Zhang Han treat me this way? I haven't done anything wrong, she shouted in anger. What have I done to deserve this? Zhang Han was momentarily taken aback, trying to suppress a laugh. This fool, when I scold her, she doesn't understand. When I hit her, she still questions why I am hitting her. How does one resolve this? It is utterly perplexing. Yang Wei was also bewildered. He thought the girls from Wu University were already the cream of the crop. Yet Liu Ruyan was the epitome of absurdity. As the two remained silent, Liu Ruyan believed her recent outburst had prompted Zhang Han to recall her virtues. She feigned innocence and said, if you allow me to become the owner of the company, then I will forgive you. Yang Wei frowned. Knowing what he did, he wished he had let Brother Han kick her to death earlier. Now he felt inclined to do so himself. Damn it, impulsiveness is better than inaction. He approached Liu Ruyan and kicked her in the head. Zhang Han quickly intervened, fearing he might exert too much force and kill Liu Ruyan. Don't stop me, Brother Han. I must finish her off today. Feeling the fiery pain on her face, Liu Ruyan erupted. You will regret this. I will definitely go to the police station to report you. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei froze, realizing Zhang Han had connections. He did not, and fear gripped him as he turned to Zhang Han for assistance. Zhang Han merely chuckled disdainfully, crouching down to reveal a wicked grin at Liu Ruyan. The sight of his sinister smile sent chills down her spine. What did Zhang Han intend to do? Was he going to assault me on the playground? Not that it would be impossible. As she gazed at him with anticipation, Zhang Han slowly spoke. Speaking of the police station, it seems you still owe me 500,000, don't you? I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. Liu Ruyan was rendered speechless. Zhang Han paid no heed to whether she understood or not, but instead declared with malice, if you don't repay me by tomorrow, be prepared for a lawyer's letter. But I don't have that much money. If you have no money, then go sell yourself. I couldn't care less. I'm very busy. If you don't pay by tomorrow, just wait for it. With that, Zhang Han turned and walked away with Yang Wei, leaving Liu Ruyan alone in the wind, staring blankly at his retreating figure. Chapter 43. The Arrival of That Woman. Su Yuyan's strategy. Liu Ruyan sat dazed on the grass of the playground. 500,000. Even the money that Lu Meng had spent on her over the years did not amount to that much. What should I do? Around her were the sounds of whispers and pointing fingers. Liu Ruyan paid them no mind. At that moment, she felt utterly lost, even contemplating death. Why, oh why, did Zhang Han treat her this way? Wasn't he supposed to be her devoted admirer? Why? Ding dong. A notification chimed from her phone. She hastily pulled it out, hoping for a message from Zhang Lumang. Ever since that argument with Zhang Han in the cafeteria, she had no idea why. But even Zhang Lumang stopped reaching out to her. She could never fathom what she had done wrong. Was it so wrong to want Zhang Han to remain her devoted admirer? Was it so wrong to want Zhang Lumang to continue showering her with gold coins? She merely wished to return to the way things were. Why had everything changed? Upon opening the message, Liu Ruyan nearly fainted from anger. It was a message from Zhang Han's lawyer, Zhang San. Chapter 3. The lawyer's letter has been drafted. Please ensure that the compensation required by Zhang Xiao is transferred to his account by tomorrow. Otherwise, brace yourself for the consequences. Upon reading the message on her phone, Liu Ruyan felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. Should I truly consider selling myself? In an instant, she shook her head, discarding the thought. After all, I am the belle of Yueching University. How could I possibly stoop to such depths? I ought to seek assistance from Brother Lu Mang instead. Meanwhile, Zhang Lumang had been feeling increasingly restless. The once empty classroom now housed only him. His initial exhilaration had gradually morphed into impatience. Why haven't I received any news from the people I dispatched? Zhang Lumang dialed a number, his brow furrowed in annoyance as he inquired, "Hello? Wasn't I the one who ordered you to investigate the estate where Zhang Han resides? Why is there still no response?" The person on the other end was already infuriated. His tone only escalated the fury. "How dare you even ask? The people we sent out have perished. Their bodies were in pieces. Get lost. I will never take on another task from you." Zhang Lumang was nearly deafened by the furious outburst. He wanted to ask more, but all he heard was the dial tone. Staring at the disconnected call, he felt dazed. Investigating the estate shouldn't have led to fatalities, should it? Damn it, none of them are reliable. The Zhang family wouldn't dare harm Zhang Han. And now, I'm failing to gather information about the estate despite paying for it. What a useless bunch. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a new message. He opened it to find a message from Liu Ruyan. "Empress Ruyan, Brother Lu Mang, it has been ages since I last saw you. I missed you. Let us meet at our usual place tonight." Hiss. It is indeed time to relieve some stress. I will figure out the rest later. A shadowy smile crept across Zhang Lumang's lips. That evening, Zhang Lumang arrived at the Rose Hotel, heading straight for room 250 on the second floor. This was the room Liu Ruyan had reserved in anticipation of rekindling their romance. Upon entering, he was enveloped in darkness. He recognized this ambience as uniquely hers. The only source of light was a small lamp casting a warm yellow glow by the bedside. He stumbled in. "I'm here, my Ruyan." As he groped his way to the bed, he discovered a graceful woman seated there. In the dim light, her alluring figure became even more enticing. Zhang Lumang felt a surge of desire, his mouth watering, his body heating up. "Ruyan, my dear, you look exquisite tonight." Without warning, he lunged at the woman, but she nimbly evaded him. "Oh, are we playing hide and seek? How amusing." Zhang Lumang attempted to pounce on her once more, but she dodged again, igniting his irritation. This tantalizing game of proximity was maddening. "Ruyan, stop fooling around. I can't take it anymore." The woman chuckled softly in response. Just that single sound left Zhang Lumang bewildered. This was not Liu Ruyan's voice. In a panic, he hurriedly turned on the light by the door. Sitting on the bed was a stranger, a woman in her 30s. However, her well-preserved beauty masked any signs of aging, adding an alluring charm typical of a mature woman. She wore a purple qipao, her legs crossed enticingly, the slit at her thigh captivating his gaze. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" The woman smiled slyly, her lips curling as she looked at him with a teasing expression. Zhang Lumang felt a chill run down his spine. He had seen such a gaze before in Su Yao's eyes, one that conveyed disdain from an upper hand to a subordinate. "Who I am is of little consequence, but I do require your assistance." Before he could finish his sentence, a knife was suddenly pressed against his throat. Zhang Liu Man Gun Bit Nevao Sin, fearing that a moment's lapse could silence him forever. If you resist, I will die. Seeing his fear, the woman lowered the knife and reclined back on the bed. Crossing her legs once more, Zhang Lu Mang's desire, previously quelled by fear, reignited. He swallowed hard, eyeing the woman's slender calves and voluptuous thighs, feeling an involuntary reaction stirring within him. This woman is simply irresistible. How about this? If you help me with my task, I shall reward you, he suggested, his desires overpowering his caution. The woman let out a soft laugh, her voice dripping with allure. Yet, he remained prudent, asking, "What do you need me to do?" His gaze remained fixated on her legs. The woman slowly rose, handing him an invitation and a note. "In 2 days, bring this invitation to the auction and bid on the item listed on the note." Zhang Lu Mang glanced at the note, his heart racing as he realized its significance. This was the very land the Zhang family required. Was this woman plotting against the Zhang family? Or did she simply desire the land for herself? What do you need this land for? You need not concern yourself with that. Simply ensure you secure the land. We are allies. What do you mean? We share a common enemy. Your enemy is Zhang Han, while mine is. The woman trailed off with a chuckle. Never mind. You are too insignificant to warrant further explanation. Zhang Lu Mang felt insulted by her words, yet the glint of a knife in her hand silenced him. What benefits do I gain from helping you? Her captivating red lips curled into a smile as she replied, "As I mentioned, I will reward you." With that, the woman turned and exited the room, adding, "Oh, and do keep this matter to yourself." Zhang Lu Mang was left with 100 questions swirling in his mind. Who was this woman? Why did she want the land? And what did she mean by a shared enemy? Just then, he heard a rustling sound by the bed, causing him to jump in surprise. Approaching, he discovered a bound Liu Ruyan. What the hell? Liu Ruyan. Meanwhile, at the hotel entrance, Su Yuyin slowly raised her phone, glancing at the monitoring app. A smile crept across her face. "All my efforts and investigation have not been in vain, Su Yao. It seems I have outmaneuvered you this time." She turned to gaze at the hotel's illuminated sign against the night sky. "Let the show begin, Su Yao." Chapter 44. The capital? At this moment, Zhang Han returned to the estate, resolute and determined. Tonight, even if it meant severing ties with little Zhang Han, he would demand to know from Su Yao why he could not recruit anyone this time. He entered the dining room, finding no sign of Su Yao, presumably still at the company working late. Zhang Han dismissed the thought, for replenishing his resources was the priority. At this moment, the servants had set a lavish banquet on the table. However, to my dismay, there were neither chives nor oysters available today, not even the precious kidney tonics. Is Yaoyao attempting to experience my unencumbered state? Usually, with supplements in hand, I can barely hold my own. Without them today, how can I possibly manage? This is a catastrophe. I must devise a solution. Uncle Chun. Upon hearing the call, Uncle Chun turned to him with a puzzled expression. "What is it, young Master Zhang? How may I assist you?" Faced with his concerned gaze, Zhang Han awkwardly scratched his head. "How can I possibly bring this up? Should I mention that I require enhancements for my combat prowess? Or perhaps tools that could substitute for my own fighting capabilities? The allure of my wife is indeed a troublesome burden. Nevertheless, for the sake of Yaoyao's blissful existence, I shall persevere. Do you have Huirin? What do you mean?" Uncle Chun was momentarily befuddled. What on earth is young Master Zhang up to? Zhang Han, his face flushed with embarrassment, finally mustered the courage. Huirin kidnetonique. After uttering those words, he felt the heat radiating from his cheeks. Oh dear, what a tarnished reputation I am forging. Upon hearing this, Uncle Chun burst into laughter, though he quickly stifled it. I assure you, my amusement is not for that reason. How dare you laugh? If a normal person were to engage more than 10 times a day, they would surely collapse. For me to maintain my footing and still engage in battle is already the limit for all men. Cough, cough, young Master Zhang, I am a professional. I typically do not find amusement in such matters. Observing Uncle Chun's struggle to suppress laughter, Zhang Han felt increasingly convinced that remaining in this household was no longer tenable. However, Uncle Chun soon regained his composure. He patted Zhang Han on the shoulder, offering comfort. Do not worry, young Master Zhang. I, too, experienced such fears in my youth when lacking reserves. but it is nothing to fret about. Zhang Han rolled his eyes. If you wish to laugh, then laugh. This half-hearted restraint is even more disheartening. Yet, after hearing Uncle Chen's words, Zhang Han scratched his head, pondering if there might be some truth to it. Well, if there isn't any, so be it. So, is there isn't there? I'm pulling your leg. The truth is, without it, I cannot find peace of mind. There is, but it may not be applicable. What do you mean? You will find out tonight. Within the confines of the Su family estate, on the second floor, in a room. Didn't you say that backup supplies wouldn't be necessary? Huh? Hey, what on earth is this alluring woman, curvaceous and enticing, doing standing before me? Yaoyao, let me explain. We have been utterly reckless. Oh, what do you mean? As Su Yaoyao rose from atop him, Zhang Han let out a long sigh. That ample softness was overwhelming. If she didn't get up soon, he would be in for another arduous night, QAQ. It was imperative to seize a moment of respite. Typically, couples or spouses partake in intimacy 3 to 4 times a month. And so, Su Yaoyao gently lifted his chin. I miss you so much after just one day of not seeing you. I feel like devouring you whole. So, are we truly being too reckless? Zhang Han gazed into Su Yaoyao's dreamy eyes, involuntarily swallowing hard. Truly, if it weren't for the relentless encounters over the past few days, he would have wanted nothing more than to consume her entirely right then and there. However, he knew that such indulgence could lead to dire consequences. The fragrance emanating from her was intoxicating, and today, Su Yaoyao appeared especially captivating, adorned in a delicate white lace top. Her alabaster neck was exposed, and the taut black stockings clung to her legs, accentuating her curves in a decidedly sensual manner. Zhang Han forcibly diverted his gaze, shaking his head vigorously. No, at least one day of rest is mandatory. Seeing that a direct approach was futile, Su Yaoyao shifted her strategy. Leaning against his chest, she looked up at him with an utterly distressed expression. But Hanhan, don't you like me? Zhang Han, gazing at the woman in his embrace, felt utterly helpless. Yaoyao, you're breaking the rules. Every time I say no, you look at me with those eyes. I cannot bear to see a woman in distress. Brother, accompany me once more in this struggle. Just as Zhang Han was about to embark on a grand endeavor, Su Yaoyao suddenly clutched her abdomen. Her lips pale, and her expression one of deep discomfort. Zhang Han immediately urged her to lie down, furrowing his brows as he scrutinized her. What is wrong? I'm fine. Let us continue. Zhang Han, having learned a smattering of medical knowledge to care for his elder sister Zhang Qing, quickly deduced that Su Yaoyao was experiencing her menstrual cycle. He instantly understood why Uncle Chen had suggested that today might not require any supplements. So it's this silly girl's time of the month. How can we possibly continue? I'm not so beastly as to fight in bloodshed. Wait here. I'll fetch you some ginger and brown sugar water. With that, Zhang Han dashed out of the room. Su Yaoyao lay quietly on the bed, staring at the ceiling, reminiscing about the day's interactions with Zhang Han. Today, Hanhan scored a point for scolding Liu Ruyan and another for disdainfully looking at her. Today, Hanhan doesn't want me, deducting 10 points. But Hanhan will make me ginger and brown sugar water, adding 100,000 points. Total score, 160,788. Before long, Zhang Han returned, bearing a bowl of ginger and brown sugar water. He sat carefully on the edge of the bed, gingerly testing the temperature before slowly bringing it to Su Yaoyao's lips. Su Yaoyao poteth, looking at him with a woeful gaze. In that instant, Zhang Han understood her unspoken request. All right, I'll feed you. Alas, there's no escaping the clinginess of a wife. It is indeed a vexing dilemma. Once he had calmed her emotions, Zhang Han recalled the original purpose of this encounter. By the way, Yaoyao, I wish to start a game company. Today, I sought employees at school, yet no one was willing to come for an interview. Why is it that characters in other novels find hiring so effortless? That is because you lack capital. Su Yaoyao lay with her eyes closed on the bed, casually responding. Upon broaching this topic, her demeanor instantly shifted to one of coldness. After all, she harbored reservations about Zhang Han's entrepreneurial aspirations. What if he became exhausted? What if he succeeded and no longer relied on her finances? Sangan, bewildered, responded, capital. He glanced down at himself. I seem to be doing quite well. Comparable to Europeans, I'd say. No, it must not be that kind of capital. Chapter 45. It can be used. Su Yaoyao, observing his comical expression, smiled slightly and reached for his capital. Hanhan, I certainly do not mean that kind of capital, but if you are determined, it is indeed feasible. Is my wife truly mad? Does she want me to fight to the last drop of blood? Feeling Su Yaoyao's gentle caress, Zhang Han hastily pushed her away. For heaven's sake, this woman truly has no idea of her own destructive power. Yaoyao, stop fooling around and tell me what you mean by capital. Hearing this, Su Yaoyao's expression fell, and she released her grip. However, upon the mention of this topic, her demeanor shifted once more. She abandoned the playful atmosphere, her expression darkening as she inched closer to Zhang Han's face. What does an employee value most in a company? Zhang Han felt a shiver run down his spine under her intense gaze. Was Yaoyao being a tad too serious? He began to regret asking Su Yao. There was no need for such gravity. However, he knew that the adversaries on this path would not be as merciful as he was to her. Zhang Han stroked his chin in contemplation. Perhaps there was some truth to that. After all, not everyone could be as considerate as Yaoyao. Once he grasped this notion, Zhang Han began to ponder what aspects employees prioritize in a company. Could it be the scale? Upon hearing this, Su Yao nodded and then shook her head, causing Zhang Han to be engulfed in confusion. She truly did not wish to disclose it. Yet, seeing his earnest demeanor, she couldn't bear to let his expectations dwindle. Well, it's somewhat accurate. Primarily, it is about performance. Just think, if your company lacks achievements, how could it attract talent? Goodness, that makes sense. Zhang Han felt as though a light bulb had flickered on in his mind. However, if he couldn't even gather a team, how would he achieve results? He thought he understood, yet it seemed he did not fully grasp it. So what should I do now? First, I need to finalize the company's location. Zhang Han felt a twinge of embarrassment, unable to meet her gaze directly. He suddenly realized that his ambition to start a gaming company seemed rather hasty, especially since he hadn't even considered this step at all. Seeing his naive expression, Su Yao did not express disdain. Rather, she found it amusing. If Hanhan remained this oblivious, he would undoubtedly remain within my grasp. However, he must have his own aspirations, right? With that thought, she sighed softly. You need to first organize the headquarters to attract employees. That makes sense. Zhang Han pondered for a moment, comprehending the underlying wisdom. Employees are akin to livestock. They require a fence and fodder to entice them to stay. I've had an epiphany. Suddenly, Zhang Han felt a push on his shoulder, causing him to tumble onto the bed. Han, considering how much I've helped you today, shouldn't you reward me? At that moment, Su Yao leaned forward, her ample bosom nearly spilling out of her attire. Whether intentional or not, Zhang Han found himself captivated by her alluring smile, swallowing hard. No, wait. She need to take a break today. I also need a rest. Moreover, even if I were a beast, I cannot engage in a bloody battle. Yaoyao, please don't tease. You need to take care of yourself today. With that, Su Yao smiled and gestured her mouth. Hanhan instantly understood. The phrase rendered him utterly speechless. He could hardly fathom that such words would emerge from a decisive and formidable president in the workplace. Hanhan, incredible. In an instant, while his body felt warm, his heart grew cold. This was too intense. The following morning, Zhang Han felt like a failure as a man. Wealthy, tall, handsome. By all accounts, he should be the quintessential protagonist of a gratifying novel. Yet, he couldn't hold a candle to his wife. What a failure. Zhang Han propped himself up from the bed, reflecting on how formidable Yaoyao was, even without resorting to her ultimate weapon. Oh dear, if she wore some little Chong Sam or JK uniform, I might just perish. Nevertheless, today Zhang Han finally discerned what he needed to do. He must secure a venue. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and called Yang Wei, having forgotten to retrieve his phone from his pants last night, leading to its current state. A bit unsightly. However, it was of no consequence. To achieve great things, one must not be overly concerned with trifles. A little dirt on the screen is inconsequential as long as it functions. Hey, big brother, where are you? Surely on your way to school. Asking such a question makes you seem rather foolish. Cough, cough. Zhang Han definitely did not forget that he actually needed to attend school due to last night's events. It's not my fault. It's Yaoyao's fault for being so captivating. Don't go. Let us skip class and have some fun. You're joking. The first class is with the she-demon. If you don't sign in, you might as well wait for death. Just kidding. We're going to set up the company. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei immediately perked up, for every man harbors a dream of entrepreneurship. Let us go. Send me the location. Soon, the two arrived in front of an office building. Upon entering the lobby, they intended to inquire about the purchasing process. As they stepped inside, Yang Wei suddenly felt a penetrating gaze fixed upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. Hangu, do you feel like someone's watching us? Zhang Han surveyed his surroundings and shrugged. I don't feel anything. You must be imagining things. Yang Wei remained unconvinced, trailing closely behind Zhang Han. They approached the sales representative, who seemed preoccupied, glaring intently at his horizontally oriented phone. He occasionally clenched his teeth in frustration. What the heck? Why is he shooting from the front instead of the back? Don't you know how to play? Chow Chow. Can't you go after Xiao Qiao instead? Zhang Han hesitantly spoke, fearing to disturb him, inadvertently scolding himself. We came to inquire about how to purchase an office space. As he spoke, the sound of defeat echoed from the phone. The sales representative abruptly exited the game, stood up, and greeted them with an enthusiastic smile. Hello, let me show you the property. Zhang Han was taken aback by this sudden shift in demeanor. This transformation in attitude was indeed fitting for a salesperson. A sales champion is always a sales champion, wherever they go. Yang Wei was equally astonished. If I were scolded by my mother for playing games, I probably wouldn't even have the appetite for 10 bowls of rice, maybe just 5. This salesperson could switch gears so swiftly. What a man. Chapter 46, Ghosts. Zhang Han followed the salesperson to the 3rd floor. Although it was unfurnished and covered in dust, Zhang Han was nonetheless satisfied. After all, the view was splendid. The outer walls were composed of floor-to-ceiling windows. Looking up, one could see the blue sky and white clouds. Looking down revealed the vibrant street scene below. It would surely be refreshing to gaze out during tiring work hours. Not bad, but who is tugging at my shirt? Turning around, he noticed Yang Wei looking around anxiously, seemingly terrified. Hey, what are you so afraid of? You've been acting this way since we entered. There's a ghost. Yang Wei jumped at his words, thinking it was a spirit, and leaped into Zhang Han's embrace. Looking up, he saw the disdain and contempt etched on Zhang Han's face. Zhang Han sighed in exasperation. There's no helping it. Those who play games tend to be timid and lustful. I can't expect my teammate to grow any stronger, as long as he doesn't cause any trouble. That is all I ask. Yang Wei scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Sorry, Hangu, I thought it was a ghost. So how long are you planning to cling to me? Zhang Han, feeling exasperated, shot him an incredulous glance. Truly, even Yaoyao did not receive such preferential treatment. How could it be that the first time, it was a man who stole the spotlight? My apologies. Yang Wei awkwardly leaped off him, digging into his nose and extracting a large green, sticky ball. Zhang Han exclaimed, What on earth are you doing? Don't you know, in our hometown, nasal mucus wards off evil spirits. Do you want me to give you a piece? What a lunatic. Yang Wei, still holding the green sticky ball, even had the audacity to sniff it, nearly causing Zhang Han to regurgitate his breakfast from that morning. Had he known he would have to endure this person for the rest of his life. Brother Han, this nasal mucus is salty. Fine. He wouldn't want to know him in his past life either. By the way, Brother Han, don't you feel that a pair of eyes has been fixated on us? Zhang Han rolled his eyes and replied curtly, What a trivial matter. I think your mind is playing tricks on you from all those flights. Perhaps that was indeed the case. Noticing that Zhang Han seemed oblivious to the lingering gaze, he took a few deep breaths. Maybe I really am overthinking this. Sigh. Upon seeing Zhang Han following the sales representative to another area for sightseeing, Yang Wei hurriedly shouted, Wait for me, Brother Han. Zhang Han followed the sales representative toward the largest room, and in an instant, he resolved to purchase the space. It was so spacious. He could even set up a small room later to share with Yaoyao. Ahem, some things are better left unsaid. If I say too much, this chapter won't even get published. The lighting here is splendid, and the feng shui is impeccable. This floor is the best in the entire building. The sales representative was diligently promoting this floor. After all, he hadn't made a sale this month. If he didn't sell soon, he'd have to trade his fragrant money for something unpleasant. All right, this will do. I'll buy it, Zhang Han declared, interrupting the sales representative before he could finish. The sales representative stared at Zhang Han in shock. Initially, he assumed this student-looking fellow wouldn't have much to spend. He had even contemplated losing his temper when Zhang Han interrupted him while he was guarding the crystal. But out of sheer necessity, he attended to him. Who would have thought that this handsome student was a wealthy patron? You're not joking, are you? Zhang Han remained silent, merely producing a black card. He swiped it. This way, please, esteemed patron. He almost let slip his innermost thoughts, feeling a bit embarrassed. Zhang Han shrugged it off, seemingly unfazed. Soon, after completing the transaction, Zhang Han gazed at the contract in his hand with great satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. A bit more for renovations, and it'll be done in a few days. Then I can hire a modeling expert, and we can dive right into game development. Zhang Han's plans were straightforward. He initially intended to create a card game for WeChat. This way, he could start generating profits early on, while also boosting his visibility. Once his reputation was established, he could recruit more affordable, practical labor from the school. With more hands on deck, he could venture into larger game projects. Of course, he could also create some risky games just for personal enjoyment. With that thought, Zhang Han decided to return to school to see if he could find another modeling expert. Let us go. Yang Wei, we're heading back. Where are you? Meanwhile, Yang Wei had already lost his way. This place was too vast, and the lack of decoration gave him the impression of wandering through an abandoned building. Thankfully, it was broad daylight. Had he come here at night, it would have been terrifying. Plus, he felt as though someone had been watching him the entire time. The surrounding silence created an eerie atmosphere. Yang Wei cautiously groped his way forward. Suddenly, a voice, neither distinctly male nor female, echoed from behind, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner. Are you looking for someone? He felt a touch at his waist. Yang Wei was instantly paralyzed with fear. Could it be that ghosts truly existed? Mom, where are you? I miss you. Speak up, why are you so shy? The tone was unnaturally high. Yang Wei immediately recalled the ghostly voices from the horror films he watched. They sounded just like this. He dared not turn around and instead dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. I'll give you all my mother's WeChat IDs. The ghost behind him seemed momentarily confused by his bizarre behavior. The grip around his waist loosened. Without a second thought, Yang Wei bolted. You never know when an opportunity may arise. Brother Han, where are you? He shouted as he ran, occasionally glancing back to check if anything was pursuing him. After what felt like an eternity of running, he finally spotted Zhang Han's figure. Brother Han, you won't believe it. There's really. He and finished when the familiar voice rang out again. What are you two doing? The same high pitch, the same slow cadence. He instantly leaped on a Zhang Han. Brother Han, there's a ghost. A ghost. Zhang Han regarded the young man standing behind Yang Wei. Lost in thought. Do ghosts look just like people? He directly grasped Yang Wei by the waist and tossed him aside. Damn it, you're heavy. Apologies. My friend is a bit foolish. Are you looking for us? The person who had fallen to the ground rubbed his backside and then looked up, finally seeing the figure before him. He was a man. How should one put it? He bore a slight resemblance to those from Chengdu, although his physique was robust. His demeanor was quite effeminate. You nearly scare me to death. Chapter 47. Chengdu Nan? Chengdu Man. Hello, I'm Chengdu Nan. What are your names? Chengdu Nan's voice floated lightly, indistinguishable from that of a young girl. Upon hearing him speak, Zhang Han and Yang Wei were rendered speechless. This muscular young man was, in fact, quite effeminate. Maintaining a polite demeanor, Zhang Han stepped forward and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Zhang Han. Zhang as in the character for Zhang. Han as in the character for Han. Do you need something from us? Chengdu Nan smiled as he shook Zhang Han's hand, casually brushing against his chest. The moment he felt Zhang Han's firm physique, his eyes ignited with fervor. What a fantastic physique you have. Truly a Chengdu man. Zhang Han hastily withdrew his hand, offering an awkward smile. Well, thank you for the compliment. But speaking of which, do you need anything from us? He cast a sidelong glance at Yang Wei. Where on earth did you find this strange person? Yang Wei shrugged and shook his head. I don't know him. Don't pin this on me. Chengdu seemed to realize he might have been overly enthusiastic, frightening the two innocent souls before him. I'm currently unemployed, just hanging around this office building. And I noticed you two were interested in starting a business? Upon hearing this, Zhang Han's spirits lifted immediately. Yes, we want to open a game. Zhang Han shook off Yang Wei's hand and shot him an annoyed look. What are you doing? Ah, Brother Han. Yang Wei leaned closer to Zhang Han, his expression tense. You can't let this person in. What about our? Zhang Han rolled his eyes at him. Don't judge a book by its cover. He might be a treasure. I know what I'm doing. He turned to Chengdu with a renewed smile. We aim to establish a gaming company. Do you possess any skills? Upon hearing this, Chengdu crossed his arms in contemplation. Yang Wei observed the robust man's pretentious demeanor and instinctively tightened his grip. My brother Han. Truly, he is not picky at all, as long as he is capable. That's sufficient. That person can model and construct. Impressive. It's settled then. Zhang Han, filled with excitement, immediately clasped his hand, exclaiming, You're the one, my brother. Our company is in need of a modeler. Chengdu felt flustered, realizing how close Zhang Han was standing. Yang Wei interjected, Isn't that right, Han? Is this really appropriate? Zhang Han disregarded their differing expressions and silently presented his WeChat QR code. Regardless of gender, age, or even species, be it human, spirit, succubus, or zombie, as long as they are capable, they shall be my employees. Chengdu eagerly scanned the QR code. Well, I shall take my leave now. Remember to contact me once the renovations are complete. After he departed, Yang Wei turned to Zhang Han, his expression bewildered. Is this truly right, Han? Zhang Han paid no heed to him, asserting, What's wrong with it? As long as they are capable, they are my employees. Chengdu made his way downstairs, slowly lighting a cigarette. He opened his phone and called a recent contact. Shortly, the call connected. Boss, I have completed the task you assigned. What should I do now? On the other end, Su Yan was seated in an office atop a skyscraper, overlooking the entire city of Guangdong. She crossed her legs, swirling her wine glass, and took a sip, smooth and velvety, gazing at the cerulean sky and white clouds. She felt elated as she listened to the voice on the phone. You've done well. Just do whatever Zhang Han instructs you to do. Chengdu was momentarily stunned by the response. Follow him? Wasn't I supposed to be an undercover agent? What does that mean? Just assist him diligently. There's no need to concern yourself with anything else. Chengdu's mind was flooded with questions, yet he quietly replied, All right. After all, Su Yan held his fate firmly in her grasp. Satisfied with his response, Su Yan ended the call and resumed her admiration of the view. Oh, what glorious sunshine! Not a cloud in the sky. How beautiful this world is. She gently swirled her wine glass and took another sip. Suddenly, she forcefully hurled the wine glass to the ground. With a crash, the glass shattered into countless shards. Get out. All of you get out. Su Yao, Hanhan, I will make you pay. Her gaze lingered on the scattered fragments, a sweet smile spreading across her face. This time, Su Yao, I shall make you feel the anguish I endured back then. Hee, how splendid this world truly is. Outside the door, the bodyguards, hearing the commotion, rushed in. Is everything all right, Miss Su? Disturbed from her good mood, Su Yan glared at them. What are you doing here? And stop calling me Ms. Su. Of course. We mean no offense, Ms. Yan. We were merely worried about your well-being. Get out. Upon hearing her command, the bodyguards reluctantly retreated. The scene shifted back to Chengdu, who extinguished his cigarette and disposed of the butt in a nearby trash bin. He then hailed a cab to the central hospital. Upon arrival at the hospital, as he walked down the corridor, the nurses passing by greeted him with silent smiles. Brother Nan, back to visit your little girlfriend? Chengdu merely smiled and nodded, offering no further response. He reached the end of the corridor and opened the door to a single room. The scent of disinfectant filled the air. Chengdu seemed accustomed to this aroma, quietly entering and closing the door behind him, isolating the noisy world outside. He approached the bed, gazing at the young woman, still sound asleep. Though she was in her 20s, her condition had left her battered. Her fair skin appeared even paler due to illness. Chang Dunan gently took her hand, tears streaming down his face without him realizing. Xiao Yun, hold on a little longer. Soon, I will earn enough money. At this point, he helplessly shook his head, choking back sobs, all while trying to contain his emotions, fearful of waking the woman in the hospital bed. Chapter 48. The Story of Chang Dunan's Descent. Chang Dunan sat quietly on the bench, watching the tranquil girl before him. He lost track of time until the girl on the bed stirred. Chang Dunan trembled as he wiped his tears away with the back of his hand, frightened that she might see. Cough, cough, cough. Noticing her discomfort, Chang Dunan immediately stood up to fetch some water. Here, drink a little. It will feel better. He carefully propped her up, finding a comfortable angle for her to lean against the bed. He gently brought the cup to her lips. Parched, she instinctively drank when her dry mouth touched the water. After quenching her thirst, she lay back down, drifting into slumber once more, as if the previous moment had never occurred. Chang Dunan smiled helplessly, his hand inching closer to her sleeping face, yet he hesitated to touch her, fearing he might disturb her rest. Just hold on a little longer, Xiao Shi. He envisioned a beautiful future with her, laughter escaping his lips. But suddenly he sighed heavily. Xiao Shi, you must get better. Exiting the room, he found a quiet staircase, typically used by medical staff to rest, and sat down on a step. With a flick, the lighter ignited, illuminating the cigarette. He lit one and stared blankly at the lock screen wallpaper on his phone. The wallpaper featured a beautiful little girl, dirty and adorned with several bleeding wounds. Yet she wore an innocent smile while holding a small boy's hand. The boy looked at her with concern in his eyes. Gazing at the wallpaper, his thoughts drifted back to the day it was captured, a long-cherished memory from his childhood that he could barely recall. Look, it's Chang Dunan. A group of boys gather at the top of the slide, looking down at Chang Dunan as he walked home from school. Upon spotting him, they erupted into mocking song. The child without parents. The child no one wants. They slid down the slide, picking up stones from the ground to throw at him. Chang Dunan felt the sharp sting of the stones hitting him, but remained silent, clutching his backpack tightly. Grandma is waiting for me to come home for dinner. He only wished they wouldn't surround him as they had in the past, ridiculing him for wetting himself. He didn't want his grandmother to discover the bullying he faced at school, for she would surely be heartbroken. With his head down, he continued on his path. However, a figure suddenly blocked his way, dimming the light around him. He knew it was bad news. Sure enough, as he looked up, he was met with the cold gaze of the leading boy. The boy cast an unhappy glance at him, questioning, "Why aren't you crying?" To which Chang Dunan curiously replied, "Why should I cry?" His indifferent demeanor only fueled the boy's dissatisfaction, leading him to kick Chang Dunan to the ground. In a fit of anger and humiliation, he incessantly poked Chang Dunan's forehead while chastising, "If you don't cry, how can we find joy? Hurry up and cry." Lying on the ground, Chang Dunan covered his burning backside in confusion. He truly could not fathom why he should weep. He felt that being surrounded, ridiculed, and insulted on his way home was merely a commonplace occurrence. He was utterly perplexed as to why others expected him to cry when he had done nothing wrong. Seeing his lack of reaction, the boy spat on his face and, while laughing with his companions who encircled Chang Dunan, jeered, "No one wants this little beast. He deserves to sit on the ground and be bullied by us." He aimed to provoke a response, yet Chang Dunan remained unperturbed. All he wished for was to let them vent their frustrations and return home early to prepare a meal for his grandmother. As the boy noticed Chang Dunan's continued indifference, his fury reached a boiling point. Why should this boy, who had lost his parents yet excelled academically, receive praise from teachers? Why was he deserving of accolades from my parents? This thought ignited more annoyance within him. He discarded his pants, intending to urinate on Chang Dunan's head. The sight of the fleshy appendage before him left Chang Dunan momentarily stunned. "No, wait, Grandma will find out." He hurriedly stood and attempted to break free from the encirclement. However, seeing his growing fear, the boy took delight in it, shouting, "Don't let him escape. Make him drink it. I'll buy each of you a pack of spicy strips." The mention of the snack instinctively propelled Chang Dunan to strive harder to break free. He couldn't comprehend why a mere pack of spicy strips could justify others treating him like a toy. Yet, despite his efforts to push past those blocking him, Several boys gleefully seized his arms and legs, rendering him immobile. Soon his strength waned. His backpack was discarded into a foul-smelling trash bin, and he was positioned in front of a small water pipe. The owner of the pipe reveled in the fear, terror, and anxiety visible on Chang Dunen's face. Observing his expression, the boy wore a smug, mocking smile, saying, "Don't worry, I'll let it brew a bit. I'm not ready yet. Just wait until you've had your fill, you parentless wretch." Desperation washed over Chang Dunen. Even if they beat him or pelted him with stones, he would remain indifferent, for he could claim to his grandmother that he had simply fallen. However, if he bore any unpleasant odor, she would undoubtedly discover the truth. This thought triggered a lump in his throat. Witnessing his transition from a choked sob to full-on weeping, the boy was quite satisfied. Just as he felt ready to unleash his stream, a voice interrupted him. "What are you doing?" A girl rushed over. Her sudden arrival startled the boys holding Chang Dunen, causing them to release him. Rubbing his sore backside, Chang Dunen lifted his head to see the girl confronting the boys. With her hands on her hips and cheeks puffed out, she demanded, "What are you up to?" Hearing that familiar voice, Chang Dunen froze. It was Yin Xiaoxi, his deskmate. However, he recalled that her home was not in this direction. He thought perhaps she was heading to a nearby convenience store. The leading boy, grinding his teeth in irritation, despised Chang Dunen for one reason. Why did he always receive favoritism? Why was he not deserving of the same? He had only stolen a little something and struggled with grades. Why did his parents despise him, constantly comparing him to Chang Dunen at the dinner table? Unable to comprehend this, he glared fiercely at the fair-skinned Yin Xiaoxi, warning, "You better not meddle in our business." Yin Xiaoxi smiled faintly, then without a moment's hesitation, she delivered a sharp slap. Chang Dunen was taken aback, astonished that a girl could be so courageous. The boys soon retreated, for they had bullied Chang Dunen under the presumption that he would not retaliate. In a real fight, they were the ones who feared the most. It was during this moment that the photograph was taken. She bore numerous bruises from the scuffle, yet the instant she wrapped her arms around Chang Dunen's arm, she wore her brightest smile. A cigarette burned down to its filter, singeing Chang Dunen, snapping him back to reality. He returned to the hospital room, where Yin Xiaoxi had awakened at some point. Summoning all her strength, she managed to force a smile. "Good morning." Or perhaps good afternoon. Seeing her in such a state shattered Chang Dunen's emotions, as if a frayed thread had snapped. In his memories, she had always been so formidable, fearlessly confronting multiple boys without hesitation. Yet now, it seemed that even smiling required all her might. Tears slowly trickled from the corners of his eyes to his chin. His lips trembled as he yearned to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Instead, he buried his face in her neck and wept uncontrollably. Yin Xiaoxi had long grown accustomed to this. Every time she awoke, this man would break into tears. She could never understand what warranted such sorrow. Always crying. Chapter 49. Little Black, let us go. We're heading back to school. All right. Stepping out of the office building, Zhang Han and Yang Wei each harbored different sentiments. Zhang Han was brimming with excitement, thinking, as long as the game company rises, so shall I. No longer will I be subservient to Yaoyao. Meanwhile, Yang Wei was even more elated, envisioning that he could proudly tell his mother, "Your son has achieved success," while tightly clutching the leg of his wealthy benefactor. "Han, does this mean we can set sail once the renovations are completed?" Yang Wei inquired while kneading his shoulders, flattering him. After all, Zhang Han was now his true benefactor. Zhang Han nodded, relishing the massage. "This feels quite nice. Perhaps I should open a massage parlor in Chengdu and have you dress in a JK uniform as the manager. Surely, it will be a lucrative venture." Just as he made that decision, a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing his expression to darken. "First, we need to return to school and collect our dues from Liu Ruyan." "Liu Ruyan, I'm here to collect what's owed." Just then, a dog wandered past, lifting its leg to urinate under a tree. An idea struck him, and he pulled 5 crisp bills from his wallet, handing them to Yang Wei. "You go buy a vicious dog. I'll give you $500. Get one from the dog market." "Why buy a dog?" Yang Wei glanced at the bills, already forming a resolve within himself. "Don't ask. Just buy it." "Okay, Han Yi, I promise to complete the task." Upon receiving the command, Yang Wei straightened up and saluted. Soon, the two gather at the school gate. Zhang Han surveyed Yang Wei, fully armed, and nodded with satisfaction. Let us go. Let us deal with Liu Ruyan without leaving a trace. Received. The two individuals made their way to the classroom, where they found Liu Ruyan. At that moment, she was engaged in a discussion with Zhang Lugang about the incident involving Su Yuyan from the previous day. How exactly were you captured? Zhang Lugang inquired. His curiosity piqued as he sought to glean information about Su Yuyan. After I sent you the room number, that woman entered, and then my vision went dark. When I regained consciousness, I found myself here with you, Liu Ruyan replied. Do you at least know her name? Upon hearing this question, Liu Ruyan shook her head in exasperation. How could you not know that and still ask me? You were supposed to be her teammate. At that moment, Zhang Han approached, interrupting their conversation. What a nuisance, Zhang Lugang muttered, momentarily taken aback by his presence. Damn it, seeing him makes me furious. He caused me to be berated by that underground organization. Now I can't even seek their help in the future. Zhang Han was equally irked by him. This pretentious fellow even attempts to seduce my wife. Such a person should be minced and tossed into the sea. Even the sharks would disdain his rotten flesh. With that thought, he couldn't hold back and delivered a punch that sent Zhang Lugang sprawling to the ground. I didn't want to hit him. His face just happened to collide with my fist. Observing Zhang Liugong's disheveled state on the floor, Zhang Han nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of relief. He then turned to Liu Ruyan with a fierce expression. Borrowing money is easy, but collecting debts is a different story. A deadbeat always evades repayment. Yang Wei silently gave a thumbs up behind the scenes, appreciating Han Ji's eloquence. It was fortunate that he couldn't understand the words. I copied it from Baidu, haha. Liu Ruyan, initially shocked by Zhang Liugong's fall, was further bewildered by the poetic lines. What does that mean? She pondered. After all, she was someone who had taken advantage of connections, unlike those disgraceful individuals who relied solely on their efforts to gain university admission. If they can have the answers in their heads during exams, why can't I bring answers to cheat? What do you mean? Zhang Han chuckled. I don't know either. Ahem. He clapped his hands, closed the door. Release the dog. Oomph. The dog I just bought is meant to deal with Liu Ruyan. In the past, Liu Ruyan had been frightened by fierce dogs, which led to her current fear of them. Come on, bark. Scare her. Woof, woof, woof. However, the sound seemed a bit off. They turned to see a small black dog standing there, barking in a high-pitched voice at Liu Ruyan. Rather than being frightened, Liu Ruyan was delighted and bent down to pet the dog. Zhang Han was instantly petrified. This dog isn't even taller than me, Zhang Han. What's the use of it? Didn't I just give you a few $100s to buy a dog? Yang Wei scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, bro. I spent all the money on food and milk tea halfway through. What? A few $100s spent entirely on food? What about the dog? The food's all gone, but I still have a cup of milk tea left. Want it? As he held up the nearly empty cup of milk tea. Zhang Han nearly choked on his frustration. Damn it. Not only did you fail to buy the fierce dog, but you didn't even leave me some food. I finished it, but I still have a cup of milk tea left. Do you want it? Yang Wei offered, his face filled with embarrassment. Zhang Han rolled his eyes in exasperation. Fine. Yang Wei took out his phone and presented the QR code to Liu Ruyan. She promptly transferred the money, which was the sum Su Yuyan had given her the previous night for repayment. Zhang Han's mood brightened as he saw the 5 million that appeared on Yang Wei's phone. He patted Zhang Lugang on the back, turning to Yang Wei and exclaimed, Let's go for the next round. Huh? There's another round? Come on. Chapter 50. After so many years, Su Yuyan stood before the entrance of a tunnel. Today, she intended to solidify her plans with an even more stable chip. This tunnel served as the entrance to an underground casino. From the outside, it appeared dark and damp, with no glimmer of light ahead, obscuring the path's end. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yuyan ventured inside. After an indeterminate amount of time, she reached the tunnel's end, where a door bore the inscription, Welcome to the world of bliss. Upon seeing this slogan, Su Yuyan's lips curled into a slight smile. Ah, little Dongzi has become quite formidable now. I'm genuinely pleased. She turned the lock and stepped inside. As she opened the door, the vastness of the space unfolded before her. It was spacious yet simple, filled with gambling machines and tables. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and alcohol, accompanied by the exhilarating sounds of enthusiastic gamblers. Come on, three. 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 Damn it. Just one corner kick away. Come on, corner kick. Corner kick. Incredible. The national team is amazing. Tonight, we feast on sea cucumbers. Witnessing this scene, Su Yuyin felt a surge of excitement. What a lively atmosphere. Her gaze grew increasingly fervent as she observed the raucous crowd around her. If only I had a gun, I would sweep through and eliminate everyone here. The sound of their wails would be utterly exhilarating. With that thought, Su Yuyin excitedly licked her ring finger. Yet, sensing it wasn't enough, she clenched her teeth. In an instant, her finger broke the skin, and blood flowed freely. The pain elicited a soft gasp of pleasure from her, providing a momentary sense of calm. I came here to handle serious business today. She made her way to the elevator. This underground casino was divided into several levels. The first basement, which she had just passed through, was a place where one could either strike it rich or end up with no heirs. Gamble. The second basement was the paradise for men, also known as the Apple Paradise. It encompasses a spectrum of grandeur, from the lavish to the modest, from the mature to the unripe. The third underground level serves as the legal threshold, a haven for society's outcasts. Even Su Yuyin has never ventured into this realm. The fourth level houses the ordinary employees, while the fifth level is the domain of the casino's proprietor. With a graceful motion, Su Yuyin pressed the button for the fifth floor. As the elevator descended, her spirits soared. In just 2 days, she would make Su Yao experience the agony she once endured. Just 2 more days. As the elevator doors opened, the surroundings revealed a lavishness far superior to the first floor, with ceramic tiles underfoot and walls adorned with exorbitantly priced paintings, each one meticulously arranged and breathtaking. Below each painting stood a corresponding vase. Su Yuyin strode towards the room at the end of the corridor, where 2 thugs sat, idly caressing the guns in their hands. Upon her approach, they immediately raised their weapons and aimed at her. Their faces bore scars, suggesting they were guardians of the individual within. One thug, calm and composed, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and a large rose tattoo on his neck, warned, "No trespassers allowed." The other, more flamboyant with green hair styled in a punk fashion, upon seeing a woman of Su Yuyin's caliber, lowered his gun and whistled, "Hey there, pretty girl, looking good. Care to entertain an old man?" Su Yuyin smirked, her gaze fiery as she replied, "Oh, do you really want to play with me?" The punk, hearing of such a prospect, quickly handed his gun to the calm man and approached her, unfastening his belt. The calm man furrowed his brow, cautioning, "Don't go over. She could be dangerous." The punk, unabashed, fixated on her chest, commented, "That must be a 36E. TSK. What's the worst that could happen with such a woman?" Dismissing the calm man's warning, he retorted, "What is there to fear? She is just a weakling." Suddenly, the punk stiffened, sensing something pierce through him. He lowered his gaze to discover a dagger protruding from his abdomen. In disbelief, he widened his eyes, staring at the weapon embedded in him. The dagger was pulled free by someone behind him, and blood gushed from the wound. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. The calm man, witnessing this, stared in shock. Although the punk was a troublemaker, he was trained. How could he be taken out so silently and swiftly? He immediately aimed at Su Yuyin, shouting a warning, "Get down. Hands on your head." Su Yuyin, however, did not comply. Instead, she approached him with a sweet smile. "Oh, but he was the one who wanted to play with me. How can you blame me?" As she drew nearer, the calm man's finger slowly curled around the trigger. Both locked in a tense standoff. At that moment, the large door behind him creaked open, revealing a robust man with a deep voice. "Sister Yin, long time no see." Still as playful as ever. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Yuyin smiled broadly. "Hong Dong, your men scared me." Hong Dong scratched his head, embarrassment etched on his face. "Then how about I offer you a finger in compensation?" The two erupted into laughter. Once the laughter subsided, and Su Yuyin wiped the tears of mirth from her eyes, she spoke, "I actually have serious business to discuss with you." "All right, but before we proceed, let me introduce you to my capable aide." "Very well." Hong Dong enthusiastically gestured towards the calm man. "This is Jun Jun. He has been with me for many years." Jun Jun stared blankly at Su Yuyin, having never seen his boss display such warmth. He then pointed at the punk lying in a pool of blood. "That was Samate, but he's dead now. No need to worry about him." Together, They entered the room, leaving Jun in a state of bewilderment. What's going on? Is this true? The leader of Su Yao's security team, nicknamed Stone due to his sun-kissed skin and robust physique, furrowed his brow as he listened to his subordinate's report. It seems the woman named Su Yuyan entered Ute City 2 days ago. Stone, upon hearing this news, hurried towards Su Yao's office. He burst through the door, Ms. Su. Trouble. That woman might have come to Ute City. Su Yao remained silent, engrossed in reviewing documents. The bodyguard, noticing her calm demeanor, assumed he had failed to convey the urgency. He hurriedly explained, It's Su Yuyan. Yes, I know. You may leave now. But the bodyguard attempted to add more, but Su Yao's icy glare silenced him. Reluctantly, he exited the room. Once he was gone, Su Yao slowly set down the documents and stood up. Why has she returned after all this time? Chapter 51. Has a few days without mischief made you restless? Zhang Han led Yang Wei to the principal's office. Yang Wei felt an inexplicable pressure upon arriving at this place, perhaps due to the principal's authoritative demeanor over the students. Hanga, why are we here? To do something. Yang Wei replied. Huh? What are you talking about, Hanga? He instinctively reacted after spending too much time with Yaoyao. Oh no. Zhang Han laughed heartily. Children should not meddle in adult affairs. Just follow my lead. Okay. Yang Wei protested. I don't understand anything. Just give me a sign. Zhang Han knocked on the door and entered. The principal, preoccupied with thoughts on maximizing the benefits of constructing a new teaching building, was troubled. Upon seeing the visitors, he immediately brightened. What brings you here, Xiao Han? Zhang Han returned a polite smile and shook his hand. How have you been, principal? Thanks to you, quite well. Yang Wei observed in astonishment. Why is Han Gu acting all professional like this? He silently criticized but dared not voice it. After all, times had changed. It was like shooting a gun. When lacking skill, one could only shout for attention. When skilled, such antics were unnecessary. Principal, I'm here today to ask for a favor. The principal internally rolled his eyes. Zhang Han always came with requests, but what could he do? He had someone backing him. Go ahead. Haman Smilith. Pushing a bank card towards him. Principal, I recently started a company and need your help with some publicity. Huh? Xiao Han, you're quite considerate. You always bring good news. The principal, having experienced this before, was less hesitant this time, but still feigned reluctance. Oh, Xiao Han, why be so formal? Just let me know next time. I'm always willing to help. After all, it was merely a matter of saying a few words during the flag-raising ceremony. Zhang Han was acutely aware that it was only due to the advantages he had bestowed upon the principal that he received such attention. Otherwise, he would have been entirely disregarded. Such is the nature of reality. Nevertheless, he maintained a courteous demeanor, expressing that it was merely a trifling gesture, not meant as a show of respect. After all, he might need the principal's assistance again in the future. Upon hearing this, the principal accepted the card with a broad smile. With that, Zhang Han's purpose for returning to the school was fully accomplished. In his contemplation, he anticipated gathering the staff the following day, even if it were only 2 individuals, to create a simple game. Just as he was about to leave, a commotion erupted outside the main gate. Yang Wei, who had nearly drifted into slumber, was roused from his drowsiness. Principal, you must give my child an explanation. He wiped his mouth, noticing that Zhang Han and the principal were still engaged in conversation before he slumped back down. After all, he did not comprehend the topic Zhang Han and the principal discussed, so he decided to continue his rest. Zhang Han furrowed his brow at the familiar voice outside, though he could not recall who it belonged to. Once the individual entered, he quickly recognized the person, Fan Jian. It appeared she had been absent from her usual antics for a few days. Upon spotting Zhang Han, she was instantly engulfed in fury. Her initial intention had been to confront the principal regarding Zhang Han's treatment of her son. However, encountering him there, she immediately pointed and began to berate him. You beast! Look at what you've done to my son. She gestured towards Zhang Lulang, whose face bore numerous marks from slaps, some areas even swollen. The principal could hardly contain his amusement, stifling a chuckle at the sight of Zhang Han's handiwork, which left the boy's face resembling that of a pig. Upon seeing the principal's reaction, Fan Jian's ire flared. What are you laughing at? What is so amusing? The principal quickly adopted a serious expression, clearing his throat. I was merely recalling something humorous. Zhang Han, upon hearing this, also burst into laughter. I too have something joyous on my mind. My wife is about to give birth. Fan Jian glanced between the principal and Zhang Han, feeling exasperated. How do you intend to address this situation? She demanded, pointing at Zhang Han. Zhang Han regarded her with a furrowed brow. How do you wish to resolve it? Fan Jian, noticing his expression, assumed he was conceding and immediately raised her voice. Then let my son retaliate first, and you shall reimburse the medical expenses. Following that, she felt her demands were insufficient and added, in return the 1 billion that your grandfather left for the Zhang family. Although it was intended for you, it was never explicitly promised. Zhang Han was taken aback by such audacious remarks. It was intended for me, but never guaranteed to be mine? Quite the logic. Yet he acquiesced, curious to see what further absurdity she would conjure. Seeing his unhesitating agreement, Fan Jian was momentarily incredulous. However, she soon deduced that this was likely due to Zhang Han's unfavorable situation with the wealthy woman. Ah, you little brat, you are in for a rough time now. With that thought, she began to impose further demands, insisting he transfer ownership of his current vehicle to her son. Your belongings rightfully belong to the Zhang family. Zhang Han scoffed in response. Are you dreaming? Do you truly believe I hold any desire for the Zhang family? What did you say? Do you not wish to return to the Zhang family? I would rather return to the bus. Zhang Han retorted, delivering a swift slap that sent her crashing to the ground. Fan Jian stared in shock at his cold demeanor. Zhang Han dares to strike me. Zhang Lulang rushed to assist her, exclaiming, Mom, are you all right? He had been enjoying the spectacle from the sidelines, aware that Fan Jian's combat prowess far surpassed that of Zhang Tianba. Yet, he was unprepared for Zhang Han's sudden aggression. The principal was equally astonished. While actions outside of school grounds could be overlooked within the premises, he had to intervene to avoid any repercussions from Zhang Tianba. Zhang Han, noticing the principal's apprehension, flashed a mischievous smile at the woman on the ground. No need to concern yourself, Principal. I shall handle this matter entirely. With his assurance, the principal felt considerably relieved, opting to turn a blind eye to their internal conflict. Fan Jian, overhearing Zhang Liulang's attempts to comfort her, thought it essential to maintain the Zhang family's dignity. She quickly regained her composure and lunged at Zhang Han, aiming to strike him. However, her movements were far too sluggish for him. After all, he had been engaged in intense sparring with Su Yao every night. With a deft sidestep, he seized her wrist and, with a powerful tug and a knee to her stomach, sent her sprawling to the ground. He then turned to Zhang Lulang, who had never witnessed such a proficient display of fighting skill before. It dawned on him that Zhang Han had merely been toying with him in their previous encounters. He hastily waved his hands in a plea, Brother, you are my biological brother. You can't harm me after striking my mother. Zhang Han was not inclined to elaborate further. When it came to filial piety, Zhang Lulang was unrivaled. Chapter 52, The Super God Academy. Zhang Han observed the trembling figure of Zhang Lulang kneeling on the ground. His gaze icy. How should this situation be resolved? Should I sever little Lulang from the family and feed him to the crocodiles at home? Or would it be more prudent to simply cast him into Myanmar? He reconsidered. Noting the sinister grin on his face, Zhang Lulang felt an impending sense of dread. Oh no! He quickly clutched Zhang Han's leg, wailing, Brother, you are my biological brother. There's an old saying in China, a wise person knows how to adapt, and a tiger does not eat its own cubs. You are my true brother. Zhang Han disdainfully kicked him away. Forget it. The Zhang family will not endure for much longer. Zhang Han had already devised a plan to deal with the Zhang family since his rebirth. However, the timing was not yet right. Any rash action now could lead to complications. Thank you, brother, for sparing my life. Zhang Lulang rushed to express his gratitude before fleeing, neglecting even to acknowledge the fallen Fan Jian. Zhang Han shrugged and sighed, reflecting on the nature of familial bonds. He paid little mind to Fan Jian, who lay unconscious on the floor. Her plight was of her own making. He approached Yang Wei, who was sprawled on a large black sofa, drooling profusely. Hanhan, with a look of disdain, produced a tissue and wiped his mouth. Hey, wake up, he called, but received no response. He patted Yang Wei's face. Hey, wake up, still. There was no reaction. Your mother is calling you to play. At that, Yang Wei's eyes snapped open, his face flushing with embarrassment as he thought. Why is Brother Han trying to act like my mother? Zhang Han remarked, when one is at a loss for words, one truly wishes to remain silent. With a swift motion, he slapped Yang Wei, exclaiming, "What the hell? I'm busy with serious matters, and you're here sleeping?" Yang Wei sheepishly scratched his head. "Oh, come on, Brother Han. You have no idea how exhausting it is to play. I played all night long." Zhang Han rolled his eyes. "I too was busy all night." "What did I say? I said nothing at all." "All right, let's go." "Where to?" "Of course home. Each to their own mother." "Huh? Is that it? I haven't even had enough sleep or study yet." "Fine, you go home and do your thing. I have some matters to attend to. The renovations should be completed by tomorrow. I'll put my financial power to use. Don't bother go to school tomorrow. Just gather at the company." "Okay." Yang Wei saluted and immediately dashed off. After all, he could do some tiling. Moreover, the tiling skills were in high demand lately. It was much easier to call for Mom. Zhang Han turned to the principal and said, "Farewell," before leaving the office and exiting the campus. Subsequently, he drove alone to a martial arts gym, having made a reservation the night before. After all, to truly ascend to the pinnacle and stand beside Su Yao, merely earning money would not suffice. One must also possess fighting skills. It was certainly not due to his inability to compete with Su Yao. Rather, he simply wished to enhance his combat prowess. Standing at the entrance of the gym, he gazed at the 4 large characters on the door. Super God Academy? Quite intriguing. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. What greeted his eyes was pairs of students clad in white martial arts uniforms sparring with one another. Wow, impressive. Quite professional. Indeed, curiosity piqued, he approached, and in his excitement, raised his voice a bit too much. "Excuse me, I'm looking for the principal." Instantly, all eyes turned toward him with a wary gaze. Zhang Han inwardly cursed, "Oh no, they won't think I'm here to challenge the gym, will they?" This is a disaster. Just as he contemplated whether to flee or stay, a frail old man, little more than skin and bones, with white hair, emerged slowly from the side, leaning on a cane. His face was riddled with wrinkles, yet he wore a satisfied smile as he observed the energetic students. Upon seeing the arrival, everyone halted their actions, standing straight and bowing. "Good day, Principal." "Ha, no need for such formality. I'm just an old bone now. The world belongs to you young folk from now on. Continue your training," the principal said kindly with a smile. Hearing this, the students immediately resumed their training. The principal then approached Zhang Han. Zhang Han was astonished by the frail old man before him, pondering, how can this little old man possess such strength? He commands such respect from so many. Unfazed by Zhang Han's skeptical gaze, the old man smiled and spoke. "You must be Xiao Han, right?" "Ha, indeed robust. I'm the owner of this gym." After hearing this, Zhang Han respectfully bowed. "Hello, Principal. It's always good to be polite." The principal stroked his beard, looking at him with satisfaction. "Yes, quite polite, but..." His gaze suddenly turned stern, and he spoke seriously. "It's not so simple to enter the gym and learn." "Huh? Are there hidden conditions?" Zhang Han scratched his head, but quickly straightened up. "No problem. I will never give up, no matter what. I must become Su Yao's man." The principal nodded in satisfaction. "Follow me." Zhang Han was then led into a small room. The room was quite cramped, perhaps only 10 square meters, and devoid of windows, shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few lit candles. There were also 2 small buckets present, seemingly filled with water. However, due to the insufficient light, Zhang Han could not discern clearly what was inside. He was unsure what this was all about. To learn the martial arts gym, there are 3 trials in total. This is the first trial. You must hold the buckets while standing in a horse stance, the old man's gentle voice echoed. "Is that all? These buckets don't even appear larger than my head." Zhang Han, upon hearing this, obediently approached, intending to lift the buckets while assuming a horse stance. However, the moment he touched the bucket's handle, he sensed something was amiss. The texture felt wrong. If it were made of wood, it would be rather coarse. This felt more akin to iron. As he lifted it, he discovered it was heavy, at least 20 pounds. And these weren't water buckets at all. They were solid iron buckets. He had thought this was just a formality. To his shock, it was the real deal. He gazed incredulously at the principal outside, wondering, "How long must I hold this?" The principal slowly revealed a smile. Huh. The first trial is called perseverance. Just hold it until the candle extinguishes. Just that. A single candle takes at least an hour or two to burn out. Staring at the iron buckets, Zhang Han gritted his teeth. For the sake of Yaoyao's happy life, for his own strength, he would give it his all. Chapter 53. Fortunately, my last life involved a lot of practice. Uncertain how much time had passed, Zhang Han noticed the candle had only burned halfway. He felt on the verge of collapse. His legs, locked in a horse stance, began to tremble, let alone his arms, which were struggling to hold the nearly 20-pound buckets. Thankfully, his previous experiences had strengthened his arm muscles. Otherwise, he would have likely collapsed by now. Sweat dripped heavily down his forehead, some even stinging his eyes. Yet, he dared not slacken his efforts. This was akin to the urgency of finding a restroom when one has a stomachache. If you are in considerable pain, you focus intently on reaching the restroom, and nothing else matters. Yet, danger often lurks in the safest moments. As you approach the restroom, you must remain vigilant, for if you relax just then, you may lose everything you've worked for. Zhang Han deeply understood this principle. Thus, he was even more determined not to relent. Meanwhile, the principal had seemingly set up a table at the entrance, sitting cross-legged and leisurely sipping tea. The aroma was rich, filling the room, especially as Zhang Han was parched. He could hardly resist the urge to kick the old man aside and indulge in the tea himself. Ah, this old man is too much. I can hardly hold on. Just as he considered making a flying kick toward the principal, the old man took a sip of tea, muttering to himself, "Haste is not advisable. One must never rush. Rushing can ruin everything." He blew on his teacup, feeling the temperature. It was unclear whether he was speaking to Zhang Han or merely to himself. His melodious voice floated into Zhang Han's ears, leaving him astounded. This old man is quite remarkable. He speaks eloquently, his words poetic. 666. Hearing his words, Zhang Han felt a revelation. In his previous life, his impatience and foolishness led to everything spiraling downward. With this thought, he exerted even more effort in lifting the iron buckets. I must bring happiness to Yaoyao. Again, he lost track of time. Zhang Han felt utterly exhausted, his entire body drained of strength. The buckets he held were sustained solely by his willpower. His legs had gone numb. He looked at the candle, which had only 1/3 left, and he felt as if the sky had fallen. Yet, the mere thought of Yaoyao invigorated him instantly. He yearned to be able to protect her during her moments of vulnerability, to be her pillar in times of peril. His mind was awash with myriad thoughts. Yet the notion of relinquishing his resolve had never crossed his mind. At that moment, the curator slowly rose and clapped his hands, addressing the young man. "The trial has concluded. You may take your rest." Zhang Han gazed at the candle before him, which still had a quarter of its length remaining, and did not set down the iron bucket in his hand. Instead, he cast a doubtful glance towards the curator. Could this be yet another facet of the training? Was he being misled into believing it was over when, in fact, the time had not yet come? The curator, noticing his confusion, approached and removed the iron bucket from his grasp, assuring him, "I did not deceive you. The trial is indeed complete." Feeling the weight in his hand diminish, Zhang Han's grip slackened like a deflating balloon, and he slumped to the ground, drenched in perspiration from head to toe. I knew it. Enduring the time of a single candle is simply beyond human capability. Suddenly, the curator chuckled. "In my day, I gave up after just 20 minutes on this trial." "What?" Zhang Han spun around, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Then why subject me to such an extended duration?" "Huh. The essence of this trial is to teach you to relinquish your efforts in the face of adversity for the sake of self-preservation. Life is meant to be enjoyed. When faced with difficulties, it is acceptable to sidestep them and not strive so fiercely." Upon hearing this, Zhang Han felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly fainting from frustration. "Are you kidding me? I endured for so long only to hear that I could have given up. Why did you let me persist for so long before allowing me to stop?" The curator awkwardly scratched his head, a mischievous smile surprisingly surfacing on his weathered face. "That is because you exhibited such tenacity." "Huh. Then why did you insist I take a break?" "I feared you might genuinely harm yourself." "What kind of twisted logic is that?" Zhang Han exclaimed. Is this not a test of willpower? Why is it turned into a riddle? Sensing his grievances, the curator refrained from further elaboration and merely handed him a bottle of water, gently suggesting, prepare yourself. The next trial is about to commence. What? Woe is me. I could have rested for over 10 minutes on Yaoyao's bed, and here I have barely rested at all. Is a brief conversation all that constitutes a break? With that, Zhang Han violently twisted open the cap of the water bottle and drank deeply, savoring the refreshing relief. Ah, bliss! But now I feel agitated. The curator led Zhang Han to the rear of the martial arts hall, where a majestic mountain loomed. A narrow path extended from the dojo to the summit. Were it not for the stunning scenery, Zhang Han might have suspected this was a ploy to lead him up the mountain and harvest his organs. The path was flanked by towering millet grass, resembling verdant mounds. As the wind blew, vast swathes of grass swayed gracefully, creating a soothing sight. The second trial is to climb the mountain, Zhang Han thought, feeling quite adept at such an endeavor. What? What did you think I meant? This is serious mountain climbing. Having been abducted into the mountains as a child and subjected to various laborious tasks, Zhang Han had honed his climbing skills through daily practice. Bring it on, curator. Observing his confident demeanor, the curator smiled quietly and began to lead the way. However, despite it being a trial, the pace of the ascent felt excruciatingly slow. After traversing numerous ascents and descents, Zhang Han leaned on his knees, panting heavily. He glanced at the curator, who appeared utterly unfazed, eliciting a twinge of existential doubt. How could this old man remain so tireless? I feel as though I'm on the brink of collapse. Yet, he quickly recalled the purpose of the previous trial, to learn the virtue of surrender. All right, I can't go on. Is it time to conclude the trial? Huh? The curator scratched his balding head, gazing at him quizzically. What do you mean conclude the trial? It hasn't even commenced yet. What? It hasn't started? He stared incredulously at the curator, searching his wise eyes for a hint of deception. No discernible lie here. It seems to be the truth. Zhang Han felt a wave of despair wash over him. Oh, I'm going to lose my mind. Before long, they arrived at the second trial's location. Standing before a modest waterfall, the curator was about to explain the details of the second trial when Zhang Han waved him off, declaring, I already know what to do. With that, he stripped off his clothes and dove into the cascading waters. Woo! What a rush! This is just like Naruto's training in Naruto, training under the waterfall. I've always wanted to try this. The curator, helplessly rubbing his balding head, pondered whether this young man had a few screws loose. The second trial was clearly intended to test his patience by fetching water from below the waterfall. Seeing Zhang Han reveling in joy, he sighed, deciding to allow him to enjoy himself for the time being, especially after the previous trial had nearly pushed him to his limits. Chapter 54, Zhangqing. Woo! This is exhilarating. This is the life I've always dreamed of. Zhang Han immersed himself beneath the waterfall, admiring the breathtaking scenery beyond the mountains. As dusk fell and the sun hung low in the sky, it cast a golden hue reminiscent of a countryside wheat field. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for being alive. Moreover, Naruto had it easy during his training years, spying on girls bathing with Jiraiya and then playing in the waterfall. If only I could live like that. I would love to be Naruto. Observing Zhang Han in such high spirits, the curator faced a dilemma. Should he interrupt? It felt somewhat inappropriate. Yet, if he did not intervene, who knew how long Zhang Han would remain frolicking in the water? Ultimately, he decided it was best to interrupt. All right, the day is waning. Huh, I haven't had enough fun yet. The trial hasn't even begun. In fact, the trial has yet to commence. What? It hasn't started? Zhang Han sat dazed in the pool, staring blankly at him. What? It hasn't begun yet. The curator offered an awkward smile, explaining, I didn't want to interrupt your enjoyment, so I held off on calling you. My head. 666. Was the trial? You must carry 2 buckets of water down the mountain. What? Are you kidding me? Zhang Han gazed at the sun, now preparing to set. Carrying 2 buckets of water down the mountain at this hour? I might as well be doing this until the next decade. What? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Haha, no worries. Let us get started. Zhang Han sighed, realizing he had no choice. Just a moment ago, he had been marveling at the joy of living. And now that joy had transformed into a grim reality. With a resigned sigh, he prepared to fetch the water. Where are the buckets? Zhang Han stared in shock at the curator. Don't tell me you forgot to bring the buckets. The curator, seemingly anticipating his thoughts, smiled kindly. Rest assured. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness, the buckets had simply not been brought up the mountain. Then what should we do? Descending the mountain to fetch water, then ascending once more to carry it back. Hanhan Saihet Indrisingahun. He made another trip down the mountain, retrieving 2 buckets of water to haul back up. In an instant, he comprehended why Zhu Beiji was so reluctant to carry luggage. It's fundamentally the same principle. Far too burdensome. By the time Zhang Han completely descended, it was already 8:30 in the evening. Panting heavily, he supported himself on his knees, glancing at the curator. To his astonishment, the curator promptly took both buckets of water to flush the toilet. Zhang Han exclaimed, "What? After all my toil, you're using the water for that? Very well. You have now passed 2 trials. Tomorrow will be your final test. You may return now to rest." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Han bowed slightly, thanking the curator for his guidance. With that, he exited the dojo. The curator watched his retreating figure with a sense of satisfaction. It was rare to encounter a young person with such patience. Quite commendable, indeed. Once outside the dojo, Zhang Han felt irked, his teeth grinding in frustration. He was utterly exhausted. The whole day had been a strenuous endeavor, and yet he had gained little in return. Not that he expected a legendary dragon subduing 18 palms to emerge, but perhaps a devastating punch would have sufficed. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Han decided to return to play the finger-guessing game with Yaoyao, comforting his younger brother as he wept. "May I enter? I am Zhang Han's sister. Please allow me one more chance to see him." The bodyguard at Su's estate looked helplessly at the woman before him. Young Master Zhang has strictly commanded that no members of the Zhang family are to seek him out. Please leave, beautiful lady. Chapter 55. Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing, seeing that the bodyguard still refused to open the door, continued to plead, "Please, have mercy and let me in. I have something very important to give to Zhang Han." The doorman, caught in a dilemma, couldn't help but notice that Zhang Qing was indeed quite beautiful. Any man would feel sympathy for her plight. Moreover, this woman had been standing there since noon and showed no signs of leaving. Unable to endure her pitiful expression, he reluctantly consulted his earpiece to report to Shirtu. "Boss, Zhang Qing from the Zhang family wishes to see young Master Zhang." At that moment, Shirtu was lounging in the surveillance room, watching the monitors displaying various areas of the estate, with the largest screen dedicated to Zhang Han's movements. This was a surveillance app that Su Yao had managed to acquire. Observing Zhang Han's imminent return to Su's estate, he leaned into the microphone. "Young Master Zhang is about to arrive. Let him handle it." The bodyguard at the entrance acknowledged the directive. "Understood, boss." He glanced back at the persistently pleading Zhang Qing and could only shake his head in resignation. "I'm afraid I still cannot let you in." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing's face fell, her thoughts drifting into uncertainty. The bodyguard, unable to bear her disheartened expression, added, "However, young Master Zhang is on his way back, so you may attempt to find him." Zhang Qing's previously somber expression brightened immediately. "All right." True to his words, shortly thereafter, a luxurious car rolled into the estate. Zhang Han emerged from the vehicle, stretching his arms with a great yawn. Finally back. Goodness, I'm utterly exhausted." Upon seeing him, Zhang Qing dashed over with excitement. "Hanhan, HM." To his surprise, it was not Yaoyao rushing toward him, but Zhang Qing. Zhang Han blinked in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. Upon closer inspection, "Oh my, what the—" It's really Zhang Qing. At this point, he was trying to avoid the Zhang family altogether. He had no desire to entangle himself with them any further. Why was a member of the Zhang family approaching him voluntarily? As she approached, Zhang Han rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Speak, what is it?" Zhang Qing cautiously extended a handcrafted necklace, fearful he might toss it aside as he had done previously. Gazing at the necklace resting delicately in her palm, an unbidden surge of anger welled up within Zhang Han. "Damn it! When I was here, you constantly scolded and criticized me. Now that I'm gone, you're trying to appease me? What kind of world is this? I don't want it. You can leave." Zhang Qing visibly flinched at his words. Yet, she quickly plastered on a gentle smile, continuing to ingratiate herself. Brother, don't be so temperamental. It was my fault before. Can't we be good now? She attempted to reach out to pat his head. Zhang Han immediately recoiled from her hand, regarding her with palpable disdain. He had never witnessed such a demeanor from his usually resolute older sister. Yet, all her gentleness and affection seemed to be reserved for Zhang Lumang. In the past, when she was in a foul mood, he would try to cheer her up with sweets, only for her to dismissively retort that candies were of no interest to her. Yet, when Zhang Lumang offered her sweets, she would joyfully accept and praise him for being considerate. She had always been harsh towards him, offering no emotional warmth, while extending all her kindness to the outside Zhang Lumang. For so long, Zhang Han had sought to please her. Now that he had ceased to do so, she was instead trying to win him over. He felt revolted, furrowing his brow as he asked, "So what do you want?" Seeing him withdraw his hand, still wearing that disdainful expression, Zhang Qing's smile faltered. "I just wanted to return the necklace that Zhang Lumang took from you." Zhang Han swiftly snatched the necklace from her grip and waved her off. "Fine, you can go now." With that, he turned his back and walked towards the estate. Upon reaching the entrance, he casually tossed the necklace into the trash bin positioned nearby. Zhang Qing stood in a daze, watching Zhang Han's series of actions. Why? Hadn't I already apologized? Why wouldn't he forgive me? Suddenly, she shouted at his retreating figure. Why? Why did I have to take the initiative to apologize? You already cast me aside. This is merely my gesture of reciprocity. Zhang Han did not turn back as he responded, leaving her stunned in place. Suddenly, the sky began to drizzle. At first, it was a mere whisper of rain, barely perceptible upon her skin. Gradually, the rain intensified, drenching her in a curtain of droplets that blurred her vision. She stood in the rain, quietly watching Zhang Han disappear into the estate. The gates closed behind him, and slowly, he entered the villa. The villa's doors shut as well. He never once glanced back at her, uncertain how long she had stood there. Her clothes clung to her body, soaked by the rain, devoid of warmth. A chilling wind swept through, sending shivers coursing through her body. Zhang Qing finally snapped back to reality, stepping slowly towards the garbage bin. The stench wafting from within was nauseating. A blend of rotting banana peels and various foods gone foul for being left overnight. Yet, without hesitation, she reached in, searching for the necklace that Zhang Han had discarded. A wave of foulness hit her, and Zhang Qing suddenly felt warmth on her face. She touched her cheeks. Were those tears? She could not tell, unable to distinguish between tears and rainwater. The garbage bin had been thoroughly rummaged through, the refuse nearly spilling out. Yet, despite her efforts, Zhang Qing found nothing. She resigned herself to the futility of the search, curling up with her legs drawn close, seated forlornly to the side. Little did she realize that the commanding presence she exuded at work, where her directives were met with unquestioned compliance, had now rendered her utterly disheveled and helpless. Rainwater dripped down, dampening her hair and clinging to her face. Her once pristine office attire bore patches of discoloration from the recent ordeal, emanating an unpleasant stench. She sat, dazed, gazing at the manor. Zhang Han, did I truly discard you? Memories of the past played before her eyes. Sister Zhang Qing, please don't be sad. I'll give you some candy. Candy? What are you thinking? Do you still consider yourself a child? Enough with the sweets. Sister Zhang Qing, I ranked second in the entire school. Only second. What is there to be joyous about? Why weren't you first? Sister Zhang Qing, I achieved first place. Let us go to the amusement park. I'm busy. Go find your second sister. But she said she's busy too. Then we shan't go. Why must you be so bothersome? Was it truly the case that all of this was a result of my own making? In an instant, a torrent of complicated emotions surged within her. Zhang Qing clutched her legs tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Why? Why didn't you tell me sooner? If only I had known earlier, I would have lost you. Her cries were drowned out by the relentless downpour, dissipating into the air. Chapter 56. Should I feel joy or sorrow? Zhang Han entered the villa, not even casting a glance back at Zhang Qing. After all, he had severed ties with the Zhang family. Her demise outside held no bearing on him. It was not that he was devoid of compassion. Rather, It was the Zhang family in a previous life that had frozen his warm blood. In this life, he would not repeat the foolishness of offering his warmth to cold indifference. However, he found it peculiar that the villa was eerily silent today. What was happening? Where is my wife? Had she been abducted? At that moment, Uncle Chen approached, bowing gracefully. Young Master Zhang, Hanhan did in acknowledgement. He cast a puzzled glance around the hushed surroundings. Where is Yaoyao? And why are the bodyguards nowhere to be seen? Uncle Chen hesitated, unsure how to respond. The young lady had specifically instructed him not to disclose her whereabouts to Zhang Han, wishing to keep her intentions concealed. He could only offer a nervous chuckle. The young lady has matters to attend to at the company. She may not return today or even tomorrow. Upon hearing this news, he was momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. The joy of finally having some respite clashed with the sorrow of the same. What should he truly feel? Meanwhile, Su Yao stood before a grand manor in Yu City. Behind her was a formidable entourage of bodyguards clad in black and bulletproof gear, an imposing sight indeed. Su Yao regarded the entrance of the manor with a frosty gaze, devoid of any warmth, even contemplating burying the estate anew. The manor itself was vast, sprawling over an exaggerated 300 acres. Before long, the gates swung open, and a graceful woman emerged, her steps elegant and a warm smile gracing her lips. It's been a while, sister. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Yao shifted from disbelief to reluctant acceptance. She scrutinized her coldly, demanding, "What brings you back, Su Yuyan?" Su Yuyan fine innojenje, shuruk had shoulders. Sister, how can you be so unwelcoming? After all these years, can't you muster a little enthusiasm? Very well, Su Yao replied, a smirk curling her lips. You desire enthusiasm? With a wave of her hand, her bodyguards surged forward. Su Yuyan crossed her arms, pouting at the scene before her. Oh dear, sister, you're being quite wicked, coming out so aggressively. A group of her own bodyguards emerged behind her. The two factions standing off, the atmosphere thick with tension. Su Yao wore a smile, her eyes filled with disdain. This very look ignited a spark of rage within Su Yuyan, reminiscent of the disdainful glances that had always been directed at her. Growing up, the family had revolved around Su Yao, while she felt like a mere afterthought. Yet, she maintained a facade of composure, unwilling to be perceived as a perpetual loser. In previous years, you lost the competition and should have never returned to the country. Why have you come back? Su Yao scrutinized her, perplexed as to why she had returned. To her surprise, Su Yuyan erupted into manic laughter at this question, her beautiful face contorted with rage, her throat visibly strained. Do you think that just because I lost back then, I am destined to lose forever? Now I am back, Su Yao fronith, having never encountered such a deranged woman before. What did she mean? Observing her confusion, Su Yuyan's spirits lifted. What I mean is, the competition continues. With that, she burst into laughter, and it took her quite some time to regain her composure, revealing a sinister smile as she gazed at her sister. My dear sister, I have prepared a grand gift for you.